So ist du.
Okay. Also wohl tipptopp noch immer.
Ja, bon, die einen sind aber 400 rausgekommen, ne?
Die schon Auto wohl aber nochmal tipptopp.
Ja, nee, mir ist so, also hier geht noch, ja, es sind 400 von der Freunde.
Okay, das hab ich schon gesehen.
Egal. Von der Freunde sind besser, wie, was war das nicht?
Ja.
So. schon der Fusim sehr gefreut, wie viel Incident zu haben, ne?
Ja.
Mal.
Ich weiß nicht. 0.
Nee, 10.
10. Ist ja krass.
Wie viel Feier X hatte ich? 2 oder 3?
2. Ah, was? 2? Nee, 3. Du hast ja 2 auf... Nee, das kennt du nicht. Du hast ja 2 aufgeräumt, ne?
Ja, da konnte ich 2 Mal, ja, okay.
Ja. Und,
aber dann nur nicht von den Wurftracks. Am ganzen Sicht.
Okay.
Am Neben hart Windkontakt.
Ja, ich bin Mensch bei 39 Uhr gefangen. Und lösen wir bei 47 oder so. Kann das Sinn?
49.
49, ich habe 10 gesammelt.
Mir machen du warst dann noch 13. gefahren, nicht 2.
Ja.
Gucken wir einfach, ne? Und so was dann aus die bisschen, ne?
Ja.
Wir sind nicht die Einzigen, die dann einkriegen.
Nee, wir können aber noch immer probieren,
Ja, ja,
uns zu konzentrieren und sie nicht zu kriegen. Verstehst du?
Mhm.
Dass man
Ich gucke mal den nächsten GT, wo den drin ist. Ah, okay, du bist lo an derselben Runde wie 4 GT 400.
Okay.
An den ersten von denen, die an Dinger run sind, ist lo am Blanchiment.
Ja,
Die kriegst du nach 400 den Boxenstopp mal über mal sich.
Ja, doch, das kann sein.
In a moment, but yes, this LMP2 machine, 600 horsepower V8 built by Gibson in Derbyshire. So oh goodness, it's Lewis Goodway. The second place car in GT3 was the car that went off at Pujon. Now was he pushed?
The same thing as earlier. Just gets on that little curb right there and goes around. I'm wondering, did he get hit on the inside door as well? He gets in that direction and just overcorrected.
Certainly not from what I saw on my feed. That's very strange, isn't it? There, but for Lewis Godway, he's had another incident. Oh no, that's the replay. Oh, my apologies. That's so bad. So. That's very strange. I wonder if there's maybe some tyre marbles perhaps causing the driver's issues there.
Yeah, because this, again, a lot of these incidents, like, he's again about 8-7 laps into his stint where the last incident was in this corner. And this is unfortunate for Lewis Godway because he was really, really close to that 257 from the Bomber team. And now it's a huge 30-second gap for them to make up.
Indeed, this is same car, same corner. It's almost spooky, and same mistake on that curb and it's almost a bit on the painted line between the tarmac and the curb, and that just sent him around. And what a bizarre incident, 2 bizarre incidents. But I guess the good thing is, Jonathan, in a 24-hour race, if you are going to maybe have the occasional incident like that, but the critical thing is he didn't find himself in the barrier, so he'll be able to carry on. I think it's when you start taking damage is when it really starts to hurt.
Yeah, especially any aerodynamic damages. We see a big battle right here. This is 9th, 10th, and 11th in class for the GT3s. The 211 Ames Bergfield team, the 200 Ruprecht's team, and the Wolf Motorsport team as they're going side by side. The 2 BMWs, the Audi, not really happy with either of them, wants to get by both. Still side by side as we head into No Name Corner now. And now this is going to be interesting to make sure these guys don't spin out as they head into Pujon.
No, I know. Yeah, if you're in the BMW and you've been watching the feed, you're going, oh, please hang on. Normally you would expect those sort of incidents from the Audi, which of course has got the big V10 engine in the middle of the car and quite a short wheelbase, so it can be a bit twitchy. A lot of drivers don't like it for that reason, but it's strange to see the BMW, which is normally a lot more tied down. But I guess Spa, it's such a fast circuit where you need such a blend of good downforce. Oh, as we've got another BMW off, 235 machine, the Team Race Gitter. I was about to say Team Race Glitter, but that would be silly. Coming down into the bus stop around Blanchiment, a very, very fast corner, full commitment. Makes it through there safely. So is it on the brakes? There's a prototype approaching. That always makes you nervous. Oh. And swipes over the nose of the prototype. Oh dear.
Yeah, the chicane here at Spa is not very kind to lap traffic at all, especially if you are in the slower classes. It is very difficult to navigate around. Thankfully, it is only a 1-car incident, and he has just a bit of damage. Hopefully the prototype does not have a lot of damage either, but that was scary for the 23. You see him diving away from the chicane trying to avoid that.
Those are the things that you can just be in a rhythm. You've maybe been doing 20 or 30 laps or so with no problem, and then all of a sudden, bang, there's a problem in front of you. But let's have a look at our GTE runners. This is the battle for 7th spot in GTE, and a lot of Corvettes out there on the track today. Of course, this car relatively new to the iRacing service. It came out during this season about, nearly 6 or 7 weeks ago now, but it's a wonderful piece of kit. And of course, in the real world, it's had an amazing start to its competition career, particularly in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship.
Yeah, the Corvette team has been very, very strong. And it's really, really nice to see. I'm a huge fan of the Corvette team, and it was really kind of upsetting over the years to see them not towards the top, but now recently in 2020, as crazy of a year this has been, seeing them get some race wins, especially with this car. It's a very mean looking fast car, and I think one thing that does help them as well is there seems to be a lack of BMW in this field. The M8 was an option for people to take, but a lot of people taking the Corvettes and the Porsches.
Yeah, that is a very interesting observation, because we do kind of joke about it behind the scenes that a lot of the time the GTE class, often referred to as Formula BMW, because the BMW has been so dominant, hasn't it, in the last year or so, really, in the GTE class. So great to see some new challengers getting up there. Of course, this Corvette mid-engine, naturally aspirated V8 with about 5.5 litres capacity, and already a huge amount. It's already had 6 wins in this season in IMSA, and 5 of those have been in the number 3 car of Jordan Taylor and Antonio Garcia, and they're looking pretty strong to claim the championship, and it's the car's first ever year.
Yeah, and the thing about like new cars in iRacing, I know a lot of people say like when they first had a car, some things are overpowered, but the Corvette really wasn't, and it fit really well with the BMW M8. I am an owner of the M8. I've driven the M8 a lot actually on the server, and it is a very fun and easy car to drive, but the Corvette I think is a very good car as well, and it really helps. You see the 142 Nicola Rickers get a little bit wide there, and now the fight for 7th is on.
Yeah, that might have just unsettled them a little bit there. So Kojo Birkenfield now in that really menacing looking machine, the 188, the black car, from Ring Versichert Sim Racing GTE. So no difference between the cars when they came out of the box, but of course the one thing that makes iRacing different to pretty much any other simulator platform or any kind of alternative in the kind of gaming world, if you like, is that the setups are so accurate, and there's so much that you can play about with on these cars, and especially things like the Corvette, which is such a sophisticated machine. Getting these cars set up correctly for each circuit is huge, and that's why we see, if you're new to sim racing and you think, how can they have so many sim racing teams? Well, the team that you drive for is massively important.
Yeah, and the teams are like massively invested too. As they mentioned before, we switched. There could be tons of hours, as we see now, an LMP2 car now getting in this conversation here. That's the 23 Prism car. He's had already too many close calls as we've switched streams. But teams will spend hours like building setups. I know even just me running on the ovals, occasionally I'll spend a good couple hours just figuring out a setup for an open series. But like for stuff like this where there's a decent prize pool, teams will spend 30, 40 hours a week per driver, maybe testing, trying different things, looking at different lines, looking at the data, testing different conditions. And especially for these GT cars, it's very, very important to get a good balance of power and downforce. Especially here at Spa, you have long straights, but then you have these long, fast corners, and then you also have very slow corners.
Absolutely. I think for many, Spa is... maybe the Nürburgring Nordschleife aside, it is as good as it gets in terms of the challenge for the driver and the spectacle. And this is maybe just it's just come to me, Jonathan, that perhaps, of course, the BMW, the GT3 car, it's known to be so stable, but I wonder that those 2 incidents that we saw coming into Pujon, I wonder if maybe those cars are really trimmed out, so they've got quite a low aero setup, and that's made them just a little bit more loose. And although they've been driving them for 6.5 hours or so, maybe just the car having to be trimmed out a little bit more to get the maximum lap time, but not quite as raceable perhaps.
Now, we mentioned the track cooling down as well and the cloud cover coming over, and these are all things that can affect the track, especially going into a fast corner like Pujon. And yeah, if they're trimmed out and focused really heavily on the top speed portion and not so much the downforce, that could be the issue there, as we've had seen in many classes here at Spa. You have to have a good balance of both.
Indeed. So this is a really interesting position for Kojo Birkenfield to be in the 188 machine, who were riding on the hood of right now with Nikolai Richter's in front in the Valkyrie E-Racing green machine, even though it's white and black, but never mind. We're currently this is the battle for 7th now. For Coljo in the following car, he gets an opportunity there, and is he going to take it? No. I remember watching an excellent documentary, Jonathan, called Endurance, which was commissioned by Porsche. And one of their drivers, Lawrence Vantor, who won this race actually last week, the Spa 24 Hour, and he said, you know, when you're behind in an endurance racing format, if you're following one of your rivals, you have two clear choices. One, you can push really hard and try and, you know, overtake and then pull away, or you can also sit behind, manage your time, manage your tyres, not work the tyres out too much, but also save a little bit of fuel. And across a 24-hour race, if you can save one pit stop over your rivals, it's a massive amount of time.
Yeah, and managing the stage.
Ja, mein dat.
Also wir haben zu snurren da oder nicht du.
Ja, Moment ziemlich lang. Den Tom eigentlich schon so essen oder was auch immer.
Ja, den Dingen ist ganz fort.
Nee, die könnt
Ja.
gucken.
Ja, ja, kann er mehr. Das heißt, im Discord reisgehen.
Ah.
Gehst du Lorius, sonst du falsch bist.
Ich finde, das wäre eine gute Idee, ja. Ja, voll. Ja.
Oder? Das ist blöd, das sind ein bisschen lang mehr.
Ja, wie das geht, das ist noch lang
Ja.
gefahren, nicht. Das wird ein normaler Kurs für sein. Das ist ja nicht, dass so viel Dramatisches kann geschehen, wenn er kann angreifen.
Ja. Machen wir just, wenn es nicht sicher ist, ob es mal Zeit drin ist, nach Pneumen aus.
Ja, ja, ich meine das direkt.
Ich gucke, bei dir sind sie ja nur und ja. Gleich, gleich. Yes. Ja. Ich weiß nie, wen jetzt den neuen Talk-Modus so soll dran machen. An die
Was für
scheiß
Modus?
Wheelbase. Mal den neuen Talk-Modus, ist der das?
Ich finde kein Wheelbase, ein Wheelbase. Das ist ein Simo-Cube.
Ja.
Nein, ich finde...
Weil dann, weil die geht aus nach einer Zeit, ne?
Ah,
Aber wenn es gerade dann ausgeht, wenn es dann noch, du klemmst dann.
okay, mir dann muss...
Hast du
Die
Bock,
Formel
Mann?
den Tom, der hat bestimmt für einen Trick.
Ja, du kannst aber always on machen, aber dann fängt es an zu vibrieren. Ups. Yes. Ich gucke an einen Kehr, bin irgendwie länger so ein Windschild oder so. Pneu stehen alle auf Replace, ja. Klemmst du raus oder soll ich rausdrecken?
Oh, ich kann rausklammen, ne?
Okay.
Die sind noch nicht so altersschwach.
Nee, die Leute, die wollen lieber, dass der direkt wie sonst, der.
Also,
Ja.
ich habe mir die Gedanken darüber gemacht. Und ausdrücken ich einfach den Escape und dann die...
Ja, scheiße. So. Na, der Stopp.
Ja, geht dann.
Ja.
Also, du kannst dir so länger Stunde dezidieren, was du willst, oder nicht?
Ja, normalerweise ist kein Problem. 24 Stunden Daytona sind ich 3 Stunden gefahren.
Ja, mal ja.
Zum Schluss.
Da ist ein Rest.
Ja, bin ich dran.
Also ein Auto seid so schlimm als viel.
Hast du lange nicht mehr knascht aus,
Ja.
voilà. Und nicht wie bei dem anderen, wo ganz Schniss fehlt.
Hallo, hast du Proper bei mir? Wie cool.
Also?
Ja, los
Ja, bei
Proper.
mir. Bei mir nicht.
Also Luca, mehr Flüweb 53%.
Okay.
Und den Hünnechten noch 71. Also locker. Locker 3.
Yes. Boah, hat mir den zwei wie Temperatur aufgehen, was viel mehr Grip da wie für drin.
Ja, das Gelb ist herrlich. Das ist richtig. So, jetzt muss man da. Also, Pneu hast du gern aus.
Ja, der reicht alles so.
Oder du willst Benzin? Ich will meinen. Okay.
Ja, Anmischwelt.
Windschild,
ja.
Ja. Das ist okay. Das ist schon alles gemacht.
Okay. Wie lange warst du fort ungefähr?
Ja, ich gucke mal, wahrscheinlich eine gut 5 Stunden, 20 Minuten.
Okay.
Das ist die 4 Dinge Boxstopperung.
Ja, okay.
Olli, bis gleich.
Jo, bis gleich.
Luca?
Hm?
Du warst so gerade von 8 GTE in die Verhol gehen.
Okay.
Die sind allergisch gefahren.
Ja, aber.
Gehst du Spaß, lo?
Ja.
Alle, bis dann.
Bis dann.
in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship, isn't it? Where the Porsche team have had all of the pace of the Corvette team, but have not got the results because they've not been able to deliver in the races. They made little mistakes, very unusual for Porsche. And Corvette, well, they're doing what Corvette do, just executing in the pits and getting the job done. As we see the Ferrari there, the 152 car of Stanislav Lennart's getting held up there a little bit. Now the Ferrari, I had the great fortune, Jonathan, of interviewing a lovely lady called Rachel Fry, who races the Ferrari 488 at Le Mans with her Iron Dames team with Manuela Costa and Michel Gatting. And she said the Ferrari, she says it's an excellent endurance car, particularly. She says it's really, really consistent, and she says it just loves driving it over long distances.
And I think that may be the key for these Ferrari teams is right now, neither of them really close to the class leader, but again, as time goes on, it's still a long race. We have 17 hours and 25 minutes to go before the checkered flag falls. And obviously, as the stint has gone on, he's gotten closer and closer to both these Corvettes. So maybe over the long run, over these long stints, the Ferrari 488 is really, showing signs of life.
Indeed, yes. It certainly is. It's certainly coming to its own throughout the stint. And interesting, Nikolai Richters is just allowed the car in front in 6th place in class. That is the it's Kolja Birkenfield. Now, Kolja Birkenfield was behind at one point, so there's been a switch there between the Corvettes.
And again, I think it's slab traffic, as you see Richards catch a BMW at a really, really ill-opportune time. Like the way the LMP2 cars have caught him, and the way he's caught some of the slower GT3 traffic, it's just been poor timing. There's really nothing he can do besides navigate his way around and try and not lose as much time as possible. He's still within touching distance of that Ridgefield Sim Racing GTE car, but now he's in the clutches of that 488.
Yeah, that's not what he needs, is to have that twin-turbocharged Ferrari looming down on him. At the moment, just looking where they are in the stint, at the moment they are they're actually quite early on in their stint from what I can see. Just looking at Ring. Yeah, the Valkyrie E-Racing green car, 15 laps into the stint, whereas Ring Sim Racing GTE, the car in 6th place in classes, only had 9 laps of the stint. The Ferrari has only had 6, so they're at slightly different strategies, these guys.
And I think this is enticing the Ferrari as well. He has the fresh rubber, the much fresher rubber. Got the draft as he goes down the Kemmel Straight to maybe pull alongside. As we get an onboard look right here. He's looking, thinking about it. He's going to have to be very late into the brakes heading into Lacombe's in order to get around this Corvette. The Corvette power, very, very good. And fortunately, nothing right there. He's going to have to get really, really close, almost on his bumper, I think, going on the Kemmel Straight to have a shot going into Lacombe's.
Indeed, yeah, absolutely. The Kemmel Straight, and for the Formula 1 fans watching, you might remember Mika Hakkinen and Michael Schumacher going toe-to-toe down the Kemmel Straight. It was exactly the spot where it was, but definitely Stanislav Lennart's is getting closer here in the Ferrari, and like you say, the Corvette very good in a straight line, but this Ferrari looking very strong through the twisty stuff. Let's see how it hangs on here at Kuhon. Very, very high aerodynamic load here, really loading the tyre hard. Runs a little bit wide there, that's because there's a prototype coming flying up the inside. Good presence of mind there from the Ferrari.
Yeah, and I think in a lot of these slower classes, the GT and the GT3, you had to have a good track awareness, and Ferrari really showing it right here. So you get a double box right now. We're looking at the rear wing from the Corvette and inside the Ferrari, and this is an amazing image as we look at the LMP2s slicing their way through the traffic ahead, and he trying to go through Blanchimont and maybe set up something going into chicane. He's going to, have to be very, very brave in the brakes.
Will have to be, if he wants to make the move. Right, this is this is effectively the helmet cam. This is a driver's eye view coming down into the bus stop, hard on the brakes, really late on the brakes, and the BMW GT3 goes wide. Oof, good. Thankfully gets out of the way. But this Ferrari, he's getting closer. He's just nibbling little bits away, but that Corvette, it's got some ponies down the straight.
Unfortunately held up the Corvette in front as well, though, so now it's going to be a three-way fight, and the Ferrari is ever closer right now. Lex Martz has to stay close with him through Radillon and LaRouche in order to get a good run down the Kemmel Straight. It's going to be hard for them to make sure he doesn't get any loose. Nope. Clean through there, and now he's as close as he's ever going to be, and it's going to be late on the brakes, and another comes closer and closer and closer. The 142 leads over a little bit to the rev limiter. He's at max revs, late on the brakes, another comes, and the Ferrari is through.
Beautiful move, really, really clean, set up in advance, absolutely perfection there from the Ferrari. Really, really impressive stuff, and that's what we like to see, indeed. So, game on then, here in this battle for GTE honours in the midfield, the online simracing.de Ferrari, the 152 machine. That was just a typical Spa move where you have to almost plan it all the way back from the bus stop, build it up, not try and rush the move, and know where your opportunity is, and that's coming into Le Mans. Got it done so well, but good respect and good compliance from the Corvette as well.
Yeah, not over-defensive driving. The Corvette's coming towards the end of his stint. Obviously, Nicole Richards, I don't know if he will stay in the car or they'll swap drivers, but he's got 16 laps on his stint. This Ferrari only has 7, and Birchfield in front only has 10. So they're on opposite strategies, but a good move for the Ferrari for the later stages of this race.
Indeed, it certainly is. He's making its way through, and it doesn't look like there's a mark on that car as well, which is just what's required to keep going throughout the race. You don't want to be nursing damage. It's you pay for it for the remainder of the race, because they're just sometimes not possible to get the stuff repaired when you go into pit lane. So 17 hours and 19 minutes to go, and still, we've been racing for 6 hours and 40 minutes, and these guys cannot be separated. It's still Simsa Esports LMP2 are out at the front right now, leading by 34 seconds from Phoenix Racing Esport Green. They're both on identical strategy, both on the 7th lap of their stint. In third place in LMP2 is the Rink Fizart Sim Racing car, about another half a minute behind the second, about a minute behind the leader at this stage. So it's still plenty to play for at the top of LMP2. In GTE it's much closer. We have the HM Engineering Corvette of Mark McCormack leading the Bentley Gods car, which was leading a short time ago by 12.5 seconds. And third is the Race Union number 187 car, the first of the Porsches. In GT3 we have the Vermilion Bomber, the BMW, the Munich Missile in number 257, moving by 41 seconds from Simsa Esports GT3. And after that little mistake there, Jonathan, that's pretty much what that little mistake cost them, those 41 seconds.
Yeah, the gap stretched out to 30 seconds, and then obviously the wear and cooking of those tires spinning through Wuhan, it's cost them another 10 seconds, and that's an unfortunate mistake by Lewis Godway, and they're going to have to try and figure out a way to close down this other BMW. He's pretty safe right now in second place. The next place car, Absolute Motorsport's almost a full lap behind, but it's going to be a matter of, trying to plan out a good strategy to track down the Vermilion Bomber team.
Indeed, yeah. Running mistake-free is the order of the day here in this 24-hour competition. The 24 hours of Spa. As we look at the Ferrari really making moves now. The 152 car of Stanislav Lenartz chasing down Collier Birkenfield, the next of the Corvettes, in 6th place. So the Ferrari, as you mentioned, Jonathan, making good advantage of that slightly fresher rubber.
He's been consistently faster than both of these two Corvettes. I'm wondering if the Ferrari, as the sun is going down with the cooler conditions, is coming into a little bit of its own right here. Maybe showing that's like, hey, we're not around just to be pushed around at the back of this field. We're going to be around to fight, as we see
Hello.
Hallo. Passt du du?
Ja.
Ja.
Lang benommen gehst. Ja. Guck mal, wie lange brauchst du dann noch?
Nach 7 Runden.
Oh, relax.
Schon noch kein Incident gesammelt. Bis noch.
Super.
So gut als du grip. Du hast wirklich riesig als Kehre raus. Kannst du mal sich so, wenn die den nächsten GT für Position können?
Yep.
Oder wo der gerade auf der Piste ist?
Ja, warte, ich finde den selbst bei mir schon der T schon kein GT dran. Weil die für mich nicht wichtig waren. Ich habe nie gemerkt, dass ich das brauche. Warte, ich gehe weg hier raus. Oh, was willst du mir schon sagen?
Putain, da wollte du wirklich ranziehen, du.
Ich muss halt rumfahren und ich hatte Werke für die eine Wäsche.
Hey, guck einfach mal Racing selber. Guck einfach, wo auf der Piste ist, und dann ist gut.
Also für Loruf Richtung Brüssel.
Okay. Ziemlich schnell wie den 13.
Ja, geht top.
Oh, da könnte Wolf. Look at the chain. Das ist ein guter Herr Wolf, persönlicher Motor.
Ja, der Sonne auch Eier macht Wolf.
Ah, das hier.
replaces the rear view mirror. As you can see, it doesn't have any rear view mirror. It's exactly the same to the millimeter as the real world car. The guys at iRacing laser scan the machine so that it's exactly the same. But that technology where you have the drivers approaching you, Corvette actually, along with their partners Pratt and Miller, basically developed that technology where you can have a colour-coded system for faster prototypes coming up behind you, and you can detect where the cars are, and it's a really helpful system that, from what I can see, all of their competitors have since copied.
Sometimes I wish, the road cars would have just regular like minivans on the highways or anything like that. When I'm driving along the interstate and some slow person still all the way in the left lane, they get a warning or something on their review camera. But it's definitely a very good, interesting thing, and it's something that I think has really, really helped the GT cars manage traffic and manage less and less incidents with traffic. We really have not had many GT car and LMP2 car collisions. It's mostly just when the LMP2s get a little antsy, diving down into corners, but that's basically it. There's been really good, respectful driving, as we see the overall leader in the background, Teemu Tanka in the Siemens esports car, slowly coming up on this battle.
Indeed, yeah, I have to agree with you. Straight away, and as soon as we've been in the commentary box, the driving standards here on show by these guys have been very, very impressive. I mean, if you compare it to, I don't know if you saw, Jonathan, the iRacing Petit Le Mans, and bear in mind that was the very top drivers in the world in sim racing, and the driving standards were appalling. I mean,
yeah, and especially at a track like.
but the actual the conduct was really poor.
Sometimes you just get in your head and think, I have to go fast. That's sometimes what you do. You get in your own head and you're like, well, I gotta go fast. I gotta be the fastest one out there. And I think right now people understand this is a 24-hour race. Just managing the tires, managing the stints, just managing the car, making sure it gets home in one piece. I think it's a little bit more, I don't want to say, reserve, but a little more patience, I think, from everyone. Petit Le Mans, I think, was hard because it's also at Road Atlanta, which is a track that I think has less overtaking zones than Spa, where Spa's a lot longer and has, like large Kimmel Straight going into the cones. Whereas, you run into traffic going in that first sector of Road Atlanta, there's no way around it.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. It is so tough, and there is, as much as you'd like to think otherwise, there is one line from turn 3 all the way down the S's to turn 5, but it still doesn't stop people from trying it. And and as you mentioned, the lap length, of course, the lap length for the prototypes, they're about 1 minute and 10, something like that. Here, a minute. The prototypes, they're 2-minute laps. So yeah, you're absolutely right. They're a lot more spread out here, which definitely helps as well. As indeed. So, and the Simsa guys, just managing that gap is very, very stagnant right now between Simsa Esports LMP2 in the 6 car and the 66 car of Phoenix Racing Esport Green. Christoph Monza on board that car. Teemu Toika on board the Simsa Esports machine. In GTE, it is again very, very close between HM Engineering and Bentley Gods. I have to keep checking myself, Jonathan, because every time I see that I keep thinking Bentley, like the Bentley boys from Le Mans in the late 20s.
I kept thinking Bentley too when I first saw it. I'm like, Bentley? We don't have a Bentley. I'm pretty sure there's no Bentley in iRacing, although it would not be opposed to having a Bentley in iRacing. I don't know if you've ever seen a GT3 Bentley. I've seen one at Road America, and it
amazing.
It is a fantastic machine to have at a track like Road America, or even here. That front engine weight be really, really good. But again, Stanislav Lang starts getting closer again to Birchfield. Birchfield's going to be at the very end of his stint, probably just managing the tires and trying to get to the pit lane, whereas Lennartz is trying to make the most of the lap times, trying to make the most of the sun still being up and the track cooling down.
Yeah, this is interesting because for Kolja and for Birkenfield, this is perfect because he knows he's at the end of his stint, and he knows now, look at this, he is throwing blocks now. He's thinking, well, I'm going to the end of my stint anyway, and I'm not allowing this Ferrari to basically deploy the pace that I know he's got. This is the thing is, the Ferraris, he can have a look at the bus stop, this would be a big look, he does, he lets off the brakes slightly, can he make this move stick cleanly? Oh, snips the nose off. Oof. That was a firm move there. Great move from Stanislav Lennart to make that stick in the Ferrari, and now he can escape a little bit more. But yeah, for Birkenfield, he probably just hampered the Ferrari, the 152 car, for a few laps there.
Yeah, and again, Lennart's is probably still a little frustrated from that. This time he got around him, where he had to go off into the combs, off into the grass he went. But as we see, several cars have now dived down the pit lane, and it looks like several drivers reaching the end of their stints as we reach the top of the hour.
Well, why don't we have a little bit of a look at how our drivers line up in each class at the moment. We'll start with the LMP2 machines. As we said, Simza Esports leading from Phoenix Racing Esport Green by 33.5 seconds. In third is the Ring Fazard Sim Racing team in the number 8 car. Fourth is T3 Esports, followed by Durner Motorsport Club, Prism Sim Racing Beta, Angry Bull Racing and Mühlner Motorsport Sim Racing Pro in the 21 machine. In GTE, it is HM Engineering leading the way in there. Well, there's a song here, isn't there, Jonathan? Their Little Red Corvette. We'll save the singing for later on. But the Little Red Corvette, HM Engineering, number 159, leading by 15 seconds from the Bentley Gods. Prism Racing Alpha in the 113 car, they are in third with Race Union in fourth. Online Sim Racing DE and the leading Ferraris moved up to fifth now with Ring Fazard Sim Racing GTE and the Black Corvette, the 188 machine, in sixth. Valkyrie E-Racing Green, their Corvette, are seventh, and Austrian Sim Racing's ROT in their Porsche are in eighth right now. And finally in GT3, it is still the BMW Z4 GT3 of the Familian Bomber team, leading by 47 seconds from Simza Esports GT3. Third is Absolute Motorsport, Actolith Design. Fourth is Ring Fazard Sim Racing GT3 Pro. Fifth is Mühlner Motorsport Sim Racing Black, followed by German Performance Sim Racing, Team Race Gitter, and finally AMC Birkenfield. We're going to go on board now with a fan immersion here on RaceSpot TV, and so you can watch exactly what is required to stick one of these prototype racing machines around this incredible circuit. Myself and Jonathan Burke will be right back very, very shortly. Enjoy the onboard footage.
gut die dumm Ruckler hat ich schenke du an Training so hat die Ruckler du
Ja.
ich gut die Wäsche hat zu gelesen Racing du so Bock von Alkers von den Joint da könnt ihr bestohlen
Ja.
dat hier gejoint wird Maja dat kannst du ausschalten jetzt zu an Dokumente an also
Ah,
am
okay.
Folder Maja nun schon ausgeschaltet du hast gut
Okay.
so ich komme an Box gucken alles richtig ist
Yes. Pneu sind aus, das ist okay. Und du kriegst voll getankt und du kriegst den Fensterproper gemacht. Voilà.
wo steht denn du den
Den?
der Progressive Sim Racing
Weil ich gucke, du. Da steht auch
Ja,
noch
ja.
in der Box.
stehen sie bei den alle Boxen
Ja, ja.
okay die Käier ist bestimmt machbar Vollgas ich wollte nicht testen
Ich probiere nicht gar nicht, weil wenn ich schon da dran setze, dann ist noch ein Aero-Schwert oder so.
meinst doch da kennt go ne
Ich weiß nicht, ob es geht.
jetzt den
Ja.
am Training gucken
Ja.
so gut noch 2 Runden bis op den
Ja. Du sagst ne geschwind, du Sturm.
ja auch den echte GT
Ja. So, du bist der lernste Gefühl, der Progressiv.
so latschen 84 ich mein du hast 6 noch schon also
Lebt top, das ist exzellent. Also locker 3, ja. Okay, tipptopp. So, alles geil.
aus Freibox ja gell
Ja. Du könntest GTE, das ist nicht schlimm.
ja me
Den,
so normalerweise schon sich den echte GT noch für drin
jetzt sind noch 2 4 runter. Also laut iRacing, wir sind aber an derselben Runde.
okay man dann was gut
Ja. Die fährt lo Richtung Orange rauf, den 400. Nee, den echt fährt Richtung Orange, an den 400, was den drüben. Ja, der fährt lo Richtung Stavelo innen. Und du warst nicht allzu weit, ja.
okay ja
Ja, die fährt lo Stavelo raus für Blanchiment. Die lange Ried, weil der heißt lo schon.
Sommer auch war progressiv als der Box wird
Ja.
oder steht's noch immer
Im Moment stehen sie noch. So, das schalte ich mit Hummelmol.
was hast du
Und Tomfried, ob ich nur der Ecke fahren.
ja okay so eben dort ich 30 Tipps vor ne
Mhm.
hast dat man Fairshare Fund
Ja, ja. Also, du hältst Gesamtrunden, die du gefahren hast, und dann deelst du durch Dünzel von den Piloten, also durch Feier.
Ma ja dat Tisch war mein Dinge
Und
se
dann?
am Gesamtwert immer 695 schon
695.
sind mir an der Box mengglisch
Aber ich wollte das mal nehmen, ich muss den Ton beschreiben.
nee das gut wir sind mir an der Box hast du grad 4 rausgefunden
Ja, fährt, effektiv. Nee, just, du hast es nach anderthalb Stunden oder so, gell?
Ja.
Mal nicht.
der kre an rechten von Ecke
So.
Ah, es ist nicht schnell wie den Fuck.
Der GTE, die führt nur durch Busstopp-Schikan für runter. Also was du schön runter.
Musst du mal gucken, vielleicht sind ich nicht schnell wieder progressive oder vielleicht auch nicht.
Sind wir da.
Wenn du willst, kannst du eigentlich sein Topspeed gucken.
Ja, meine ich. Du scheinst Jacques für toll, wie es geht.
Der Wolf, so fürs Mal. Was müsste?
Den Wolf.
Sehr vorher alle Gute. Bitte. Das ist mein Allbest Firma, gell? Das ist nicht mehr normal, den Firma, der GT3.
Okay.
Ich kenne den. Nee, ohne Gag. Und sein Teamkollege auch.
Okay. Soll ich pass auf?
Die einzige Kehre, wo sie auch fahren, ist so für das Bachelor.
Ah, okay.
Egal, was wolltest du?
Ja, ich würde dich so, pass auf, weil die GT erst genau 400 ins sie wollen. Wie du gesagt hast, nur relativ normalerweise.
Ja.
Okay, und da wolltest du gucken, der Progressive.
Ja, ich war 3 Sekunden nicht schnell, oder?
Ja, ich gucke mal sein Topspeed.
Ja, mal das.
Also sie kommen noch nicht erst am 5. raus, bis Sanat Rouge wird.
Aber da wird ja teilweise sein, oder? Ähnlich.
Ja, geht ähnlich. Also sie kommt dann noch auf 92, ja. 92, ja. Also 3 mehr wie mehr.
Wo fährst du immer hin? Wow! Hoho! Putain!
Was hast du geschickt?
Also jemand der Korvette hat mich mal aufgehauen.
Ja, ich gucke. WhatsApp, ja. Okay. Ja, du kannst halt nicht viel machen, weil die Firma hat gebremst.
Mal eben. Ja, bon.
Das ist gut, alles okay. Weil du so den zweiten am Klassement hanter. Wenn du Domino könnt, dann musst du den leider lernstoßen. Ne? Das ist so.
Very fun car to drive, but it's also very tricky. And I think it really is good around these high-speed corners, but give it something tight, give it something that has a very, very, thin margin of error, and it can be a challenge.
You're absolutely spot on. That's an excellent point. As we see the Ferrari The 152 Ferrari trying to get past by one of the GT3 Audis. Through he goes. A little bit of flash there for his typical Audi driver, flashing at the car in front.
Just waving hi.
They said hello. Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's much more polite. As we see the blue disco lights on the side of the Ferrari now illuminated in full night vision mode. But yeah, I completely agree with you about the P2. Of course, when it's really happy when it's going through fast corners because it can use all of its aerodynamics. But in the slow technical parts, it really is a challenge to hustle around the slow technical parts. It wants to understeer. It kind of feels a little bit almost just uncomfortable, really. And yeah, and the one thing is that it's got so much power. I mean, 600 horsepower in a car that only has 900 kilograms to push around. And it all comes in at once because, of course, it's a naturally aspirated motor, so the throttle is immediate. And we see that a lot of the times the traction control really having to work very, very hard to keep the car on the road when you're putting the power down.
Or if the driver's making sure that traction control doesn't kick in right away. Again, in the slower corners, if it catches you off guard, you can send that rear end around. The T3 Esports machine right here, currently in fourth. Marcus behind the wheel. He's about 10 seconds off of that podium position. They've kind of been running a lonely fourth place, but nighttime's coming in. Conditions are going to change, and it's going to be interesting to see all the cars that have been up front in the day. Are they going to continue to be as dominant in the night?
Absolutely. Who will be the vampires of the of the field today? And of course, this Dallara P2 machine with the engine right there in the middle underneath that shark fin. It's actually produced in Derbyshire in England. And Jonathan, do you know what the Gibson engine and oh, we've got a spinner! It's the BMW again. It's the BMW GT3 of, is that the Phoenix Racing BMW? No, it's the Mühlner Motorsport.
Oh, it's the race organizers have unfortunately had a spin, and I'd say you may have gotten a little bit of help from a Porsche.
It looked like it. Let's have a look at it then. So coming around Blanchimont, no problem there. There's a Porsche approaching, large in the mirror. It's coming into the bus stop, and
yeah,
yes, it does. Yeah. I was trying to give him the benefit of the doubt there, but no, he was turned around. Jan van der Spreng. Well, that's so frustrating. It's the worst when you just wait for that punt up the back and then you go, oh god, you just waited just once, but gets back going again. But that car, the 285, was running strongly, but a couple of incidents have cost him time.
Yeah, and it's kind of been a nightmarish stint for Spring here, and hopefully not a lot of damage to the rear of that car. There's already some damage in the front, but if you're at the faster car, you just gotta play the patience game. I really did think that 285 was in a good place to not get run over. I think the Porsche just got a little bit antsy. I didn't actually see what Porsche that was involved in that incident. Very interesting to see if they have any front end damage as well.
It looked like a small nudge, but when it's at the rear of the car, sometimes it doesn't necessarily need much. And the sad thing is that has cost them there. That's cost them 24 seconds. So what was a relatively small incident has really, really hurt the Mühlner Motorsport guys. So they're now interestingly, it says they are. They're sixth. I was just looking because, of course, if you look on the front left of the windshield there, viewers, you can see there's a little a number 6 there, 06. That's a kind of LED panel that the GT3 cars have to tell the spectators where they are in the class. So if it's a 01, then it's going very well, and then all the way through the field. So you'll see where the drivers are in their field. You won't see them on the GTE cars, but you do on the GT3 machines. Now, I'll come back to, I had a really good tidbit prepared there, I should say. Jonathan, do you know what Ayrton Senna and the engine in the back of the Dallara LMP2
I have no clue. I'm assuming you're about to tell me.
This is tenuous. Yes, it's very, very tenuous. But anyway, I shall carry on. So, Bill Gibson of Gibson Engines, which is the engine provider for all of the LMP2 class at this current moment. So Bill Gibson founded a company called Zytec in 1981, and originally they provided engine management systems for motorsport, and in fact supplied the first ever fully electric engine management system to the Toleman Formula One team, who, of course, debuted a young Ayrton Senna. So he used, when Ayrton Senna had his debut, he used one of Bill Gibson's Zytec electronic control units, and then it became, he later sold the company and started Watt Gibson Technologies as a new start. So it's so there you go. Is that the most tenuous link you've heard all week?
Probably, it is probably the most interesting fun fact I think I've ever heard. But it makes me smile though, because it is a weekend where the Formula One team is going back to Imola, and we're remembering Senna the statue outside, obviously, as we see, unfortunately, what has been a disastrous stint for the 285 could become even more disastrous as Sergey Blum of the team RaceGitter.de, I wanted to say Glitter as well. Again, that is a funny team name that we should propose somewhere. But another BMW is hunting him down, and that aerodynamic on the front of the 285 makes him weak and poo on, but he's given the brakes, and so is that LMP2 who came flying in.
Well, now this is full BMW driver handbook here, flashing the headlights. You see this on the road, you see it on the racetrack. Well, this is it looks like Jan van der Spreng, he's got big issues. As you said, that aero damage is really causing him problems, and Sergey Blum, he's saying out of the way. It's kind of like the kind of injured lamb here, and he's desperately just trying to get to the end of the stint. Now, looking at the stint, Jan van der Spreng, oh no, he's only 3 laps into his stint, so a trip into pit lane isn't necessarily an option right now.
No, that actually makes that spin that he had in the chicane even worse, because those tires have kind of lost their freshness a little bit, and now he's still under attack in this 235. We're also at a little bit of a moment in Wuhan, if you don't recall. So the two BMW drivers that have had a moment in Wuhan together for the first time as they head into the source. Deep on the brakes goes Blum. He's going to look to the inside, maybe get it down through Radulon. Oh, this is going to be a little touch and go. He's going to get alongside him as we head to Rouge and Radulon. Not enough momentum from the 235 to really get a run, but he's going to have a really good run down the Kemmel Straight.
Yeah, but whenever you see two cars going side by side through Eau Rouge, all you think is, well, this normally ends well. Not. So we see as they head down towards Lake Como, they're going to sort it out here. This is certainly an easier place to do it. Side by side, round he goes. Can he make it stick there in the RaceGitter.de machine? He can. Great move there from Sergey Blum. Gets the move done cleanly with a lot of traffic around here. There's a P2 car there blasting up the inside. That's the 77 Durner Motorsport Club machine going through, followed closely by the 40 car of Motul Racing Esports. Now, I presume that's the same Motul as in Motul Oil.
I believe it might have some similarities. I would look at the car and make sure we get the colors and the sponsor right on that one. But unfortunately for them, behind that other LMP2 car in front, it's a very, very cool livery. But unfortunately, again, running in 10th in class, it's a few laps into their stint. They've been a little off strategy as well. They've been noticeably pinning later and stretching these stints out as much as they can, but it has not worked out for them.
It looks like it is. So it is the same Motul. There's a Motul logo on the wing there on the end plate of the rear wing. So very cool. Of course, Motul, a major sponsor of the IMSA WeatherTech Championship, and of course had their flagship event, Motul Petit Le Mans at Road Atlanta a couple of weeks ago. It's a thrilling event, and Motul, I love the drivers in IMSA when they set pole position. They get out the car and they get given their Motul cap, but also they get a Motul pole winner sticker that they get to stick on their car for the race. I like that. That's a nice touch.
I think when I was go-karting when I was little, it was always my favorite part of getting like a top 5 finish or a podium. Just the little stickers on the side of the car. I could care less for the little medals or even the trophies, just the stickers.
Ja, vierte Flash.
Ja, und ehrlich, also den Hamilton, das ist ein sehr guter Schufer. Bon.
Ja.
Das ganz mein Fall kein so richtige Favorit. Muss ich
Ich
sagen.
wäre stoppen am liebsten, keine Ahnung, weil viel aggressiv und was gut und was schnell.
Ja.
Und
Ja,
das ist
absolut.
mir egal, was Leute, was du so, weißt du?
Ja, das ich will, dass der Verstappen noch zukünftigen Weltmeister.
Ich meine, wenn es gegen so eine Mercedes sitzen, da gegen den Hamilton.
Ja, der Zischer, du liefert Flammen.
So, was tun wir noch? Noch 9 Runden.
Und dafür ist nach ein Keier eine halbe Stunde. Okay, weil du musst mich vom ersten dann arrangieren.
Fährst du dann noch, oder?
Ich führe nur die einen Keier. Den Thomas Glück gefreut.
Wie lang?
Aber da waren schon ein 3, gell?
Okay, und da gehen wir ran.
Ja, guck mal, da müssen wir Martina nur eins klären. Ich finde geschrieben, wir müssen nur aber geklärt, wie wir das machen. Weil, auch wenn wir zu 3 ist 4 Uhr fahren, da können wir es einfach arrangieren. Gell?
Es sind doch 4 Weihnachtsfeuer. Guck, wir haben einen Platz gewonnen, da geht nicht mehr nur 4.
Natürlich. Also 695 Stunden hast du gesagt, das müsste man ungefähr fahren.
Moment, los ist der 694, wir müssen eigentlich...
Das geht nicht so...
Ja,
genau.
Wir sehen, ich muss nach 2000 Liter Nottanke für uns kommen.
Ja, wie der nächste sagt, also kein Ding zu hören. 86 Stunden vorher, gell?
Ah, Tom hat keinen Bock mehr, oder wie?
Ne, den Tom hat nicht geschrieben, du findest, das wäre der Jacques, die für den...
Mir wen hast dann, du sollst, da können wir zu 3 weiterfahren. Wen hast dann den, der keinen Bock mehr hat?
Der Jacques, mit dem für mich zu gucken, wann sie rumkommen, also hinkommen,
Auf ersten Mal.
schwätzen.
Oh. Gut. Ja. Ja, es hat ja keinem eigentlich kein Dart oder so.
Ja.
Sollen wir eigentlich nicht ein Auto von Mühlner rausstecken? Ja, obwohl er eigentlich 2, 3 Feier lasst dran. Stehen die Jungen noch immer, du?
Moment. Wo meinst du, dass ich steht?
Ja,
Die Progress steht. Ja,
ja.
ich stehe noch. Ich stehe noch.
Zwei Tonnen um Spoilerstau bei Staurettungsgasse. Heute näher Woll von 2 Sekunden. Oh je. Ich fand die Lackierung aus grünen Chain.
Die Gro.
Ja, das ist einfach so groß mit schwarzen Flecken. Wenn ich nur der Jack wäre, dann gehe ich noch voller Roland spielen. Mir haben schon genug Scheiß gebaut als Team heute.
Wo sind damit fertig?
Da ist auch die Tommy, gut, jetzt 2 Durchfahrtstrophen, ne?
Mhm.
Am Platz ist ein Stop and Go zu gehen.
Ja.
Das hätte es bis zum Monat Zeit gekostet. Ne, bon. Hab's erst mit ihm nämlich leisten. Yep. Schlussenzeile und der ist der Kerl einst. Vorhin hast du nicht noch. Nicht, ob man noch.
Ja. Plus noch verlangt.
Ja, Schlupf verloren, geil. Obwohl, nee, guckt, er verliert so viel Zeit beim Restbeschleunigen, der Kerl.
Plus den Uwen auf
Ja, voilà.
Kanal.
Da kriegt er sowieso genug Speed. Ja, ich weiß, dass ich den Schlein schlossen muss. So, ich schon auf 600 und auf 5.
Okay. Und du noch einen Jour absetzen, ich fit sind für einen zu fahren.
Ja.
Das richtig ist.
Der war läuft denn du?
Mhm.
Was ist denn?
Ja, die war live. Mhm.
Ah, ja. Ich hab nicht verstanden, ich hab mit dir selbst gesagt.
Nee.
A4, neues Positionskampf. Oh, das ist ziemlich schlimm. Was ist mit dem los? Geht Sprit mehr oder was?
Ich werde das denn so losgehen.
Ah, voilà, und ich mich auch gefreut. Das ist kein Sprit mehr.
Mhm.
Doch, da wäre eine Box gefahren. Hey, wo bremst denn? Sag da, all bremst so und jetzt fertig lösen.
Das ist doch scheiße.
So, guck mal, wo er bremst. Am ja vorne dran. Guck, wie das Ding ist. Sehr.
Okay. Verlieft.
Hallo, seht nice. Wir gehen auf Handeln in die Höhe.
Found him, and Alberts has already fallen almost 2 seconds behind. 247 has some front end damage, but I'm wondering if they're just really struggling right now. pace in the stint.
Yes, it's Sven Albrecht, running about 4.5 seconds off his absolute outright best pace. About lap 13 of the stint, so still got plenty time to go. Maybe just picked up some form of damage, or sometimes you can just get these, especially in a long race, you can just get these spells of 10 or 15 minutes where your lap times just fall off the cliff, and sometimes you can just go, I actually don't know why that is. It's just sometimes you just go out of form for a little bit.
Yeah, kind of like the rhythm thing too. And we mentioned that it's getting dark out. It's getting darker and darker. The lights illuminating the track from the cars. It's going to be very difficult for them to stay in a rhythm, so to speak. Because we have another battle right here. The Crimson Sim Racing Alpha car. Well, this has to be just as pretty paint scheme. Has tracked down the Race Union Porsche. And this is going to be a hard fight for fourth. We have the RaceGator.de car in the way. It's going to be an interesting fight. I think this is for the top Porsche. No, this is the second top Porsche honors right now. The two Corvettes in a league of their own still up front, the Bendigods and HM Engineering. But this is going to be a key fight, I think.
It is absolutely nothing to separate between these cars, of course, apart from the setup installed on them. And I have to say, this, to me, Jonathan, this Porsche, it's not a race car, it's a four-wheeled musical instrument. It's an absolute beauty of a machine, a 4-litre naturally aspirated, and it has that really distinct Porsche sound, that wailing flat six boxer engine, 500 horsepower. It's an absolute gem, this car. And interestingly, as we see the Prism Sim Racing Alpha car going around the outside, gets the nose ahead, heading into Les Combes. Can he make this stick? Oh, a little bit of contact there. Oh dear, that was a bit saucy. So yeah, flashing lights, the Race Union car. Well, that's getting interesting indeed. And if these guys are battering each other back and forward, the Ferrari, the 152 car, will be on them before he knows it.
And the weird thing is, too, the Race Union car is strictly for pace. They're only 5 laps into their stint, so it looks like they're a bit off cycle compared to their rivals. And they were 2 seconds slower, last time by compared to the Prism Sim Racing Alpha and compared to the Ferrari. So I'm wondering if there's a little bit of damage. There's a little bit at the rear there, but I don't think that's going to affect the Porsche very much going through these corners. We're going to have to see if Putzkin is able to set up another big attempt going into the combs, but that was very aggressive driving from Justin Wackman.
It was indeed, yeah. At this stage of the race, you don't really want to make any contact unless you well, there is no reason if you have to, but if you can really help it, it's good to try and avoid the contact wherever possible. But yes, this of course, this car won the IMSA WeatherTech Championship last year in the hands of Lawrence Van Tor and Earl Bamber, who both won the Spa 24 Hour last week with Nick Tandy. But of course, been replaced this year by a new model, a 4.2-litre naturally aspirated car with a completely different engine though. And as you rightly mentioned earlier on, Jonathan, it's not had it's had the pace of its rivals. The one-lap pace has not been an issue, but in the races they've just not been able to quite deliver. And finally getting the car's first win in IMSA at Petit Le Mans a couple of weeks ago. But of course, as you rightly said, Porsche leaving IMSA at the end of the season in GTLM, and that just leaves the Corvette and the BMW. And well, you wonder if with just two manufacturers, if that will carry on in that class.
It's something I do love about sim racing. Some of the cars and manufacturers you can race no matter where you are, and you don't have to pay huge amounts of sums of money just to get a brand car, as we see Workputs going again into Les Combes. He thought about it, but Roykman is going to pull him up yet again. But in sim racing, at least, you can race a huge variety of cars. You can still see, the Irish Series still allows the Ford GT, the 2017 car, in their GT classes, and that car actually did decently well. I think it finished 5th in their class there. So we had the Fords, the Ferraris, the BMWs, and I think it's something that in real-life GT racing we're not getting at the moment, but definitely in sim racing we're still seeing the wide variety of manufacturers going toe-to-toe. It's very entertaining to see, and I love seeing all the different cars on the track.
Indeed, yeah, absolutely. And of course that's in contrasting fortune, that's how the GT3 racing world, if you like, both in the sim and in the real world especially. Variety is certainly we're not short of variety there. We've got Acuras, Lexus, BMW, Audi, Porsche, Aston Martin, Glickenhaus. We've got all different kinds of GT3 machine, and for me, Jonathan, I think the GT3 rules, which we see the cars with the yellow indication in this race, I think the GT3 rules are, as a global formula, I think that's the way forward going for the future.
And it definitely seems like it's also a good balance as well. There's not one or two manufacturers or cars that are very, very strong. It seems like a very good, tight field. And, again, manufacturers can easily get into it. It's not as expensive as the GT fields we've seen on the inside of the Corvette multiple times today or tonight, depending on where you're viewing us, that it looks like a spaceship, a rocket ship on the inside of it. There's so many buttons and knobs in the review camera. There's so many little controls and things you can change. We see Luke Putz is going to get a huge draft into Eau Rouge and Radeon right now, and now maybe can try again into the Combs, but there's a prototype on the outside, so he can't move yet. He's got to get more of a draft, and now he's going to use the prototype draft. Weckman moving to the outside. It's going to be, last of the late breakers heading under the Combs again.
Well, it's a great battle, isn't it? Inter-Porsche battle here between the 187 Race Union and the 113 Prism Sim Racing Alpha machines. A little bit of damage on the back of the Race Union, which was there before that brief contact at Lacombe a couple of laps ago. And just coming back to your comment about the Corvette, you're right, it's an incredibly sophisticated piece of kit, and it's so much so that of course Chevrolet only play a part in that car, but of course they entrust the help of a company called Pratt & Miller to both build and run those cars. And Pratt & Miller's day job, if you like, is in the defence industry and satellites and all sorts of complex things like that. So race cars are really kind of a bit of they're pretty easy for them, I think, compared to what they normally do.
If he's doing rocket science, then, well, I'm going to tell you, this ain't rocket science. This battle is continuing to heat up. Walkman got a little bit wide there, and then the Prism car had to check up with Whitecoats, and this battle is heating up more and more and more. Unfortunately, OnlineSimRacing.de in 6th place has not been really to take advantage of this. His lap time is still similar to these two fighting Porsches. And he does have a big gap to make up to even get here, so it'll be interesting to see as we head down into the chicane. Hard on the brakes is that prototype behind, trying desperately not to nick the back of that Porsche, and then the LMP2s have to be so careful coming out of the chicane. Almost like the GT cars have almost an advantage going through the chicane compared to the LMP2s.
I think they actually do. I think if you micro-analysed each metre of that last section into the bus stop, once the cars come off the brakes, I absolutely agree with you. I think the GT cars, in the really slow speed technical stuff, particularly in the GTE class, they are quicker. I'm pretty certain of it. And then as soon as they come out the field, then the space shuttle LMP2 cars fire off into the distance as well. And so who's going to overcome this battle of the Porsches? The number 187 Race Union and the 113 Prism Sim Racing Alpha. Now, interestingly, Sim Racing Alpha, they're on lap 18 of their stint. Race Union are only on lap 8. So they're in quite different strategical places right now. So, stint-wise, we should expect about 23 laps, possibly, maybe 22 for these guys.
Depending on how hard you're going, you can get 24 if you're lucky, as we're seeing guys that have the 17 and 18 lap stints. That would be the LMP2s. All the top 5 have gone on a pit road. Simpson still holding the lead. Also done a driver change and almost 2 minutes in pit lane. Now the gap is only 8 seconds for the overall lead. Julian Reinhardt now for them, but it's about 5 or 6 more laps really for Luke Putz to get around that Porsche. And I don't even know if he wants to fight him. If they're on opposite strategies already, is it really worth fighting this hard?
No, possibly not. No, that's a very good question. It's hard to say. I mean,
Wann der Keier? Pass op.
War dat net doch beim 24 Stunden Spa als am anderen Team geschehen?
Doch. Die ist schon weg, nur ein Kritik.
Jo.
Der Malgerang ist das letzte Boyer.
Nee, in Deutsch.
Ja.
Du weißt letzte Mal das Nähren so gut vertröden.
So. Normalerweise ist es frei. Was du kannst. Weil du kannst GT3? Ja, so nie eventuell geschwommen. Musst du passen. Ja, und der packst da, weil du vom Speed.
Guck mal, ein Kimming Pneu.
Ja. Top. 81%.
Ja, wie viel hatten so viele Runden? 86. Also 400 Boxenstock.
Ja, kann man nicht sehen. Da hast du. Das ist die ganze Pneu verbraucht, also.
Naja, das...
Nee, pardon. Nee, stopp. 69%. 69.
Ah, okay,
Das
ich
war
verstehe.
geguckt, ja. 69 und oh ja, das ist tipptopp, das ist die 70, du kannst locker das Tinter fertig.
Ich frage mich aber noch immer, wo die längste Pneu für so viel verlieren.
Ja, schon so
Alle die Schnellkehre ignoriert.
Ja.
Vorhang, Franchement, so schnell.
Ja, den Ruck. Wir sind Telemetrie gucken und da gucken, wo wir am wärmsten wird, permanent im Tür. Für der Geseiste durchscheinen. So, Luca, lo vorbessen, ich sehe mal Zeit in Rum für zu wechseln, okay?
Ja, okay.
Alle, bis gleich.
yeah, going very, very slowly at the bus stop. Oh, he's made a mistake going into pit. That's a bizarre, but let's try and get another replay. Yes, so we're coming around out of campus, out towards Blanchimont. Now, Blanchimont is flat out in an LMP2 car. There's 2 GT cars up ahead. So what happens to Julian Reinhardt here? Coming through Blanchimont, does one of the GT cars lose it in front of him, maybe? No. Oh, dear. Oh, that's
another hit too. That BMW behind is destroyed for one. But two, that was he gets a big run through Blanchimont. They're heading to the chicane. He's gonna look. He had room on the right and tried to go right. That is a lot of damage now. The Simsa Esports car. Kind of speechless.
Yeah, me too. I have to say it's. I'm not often speechless. I'm normally got too many words, but my word, that was. And that's our race leader, of course, no longer. And that poor BMW, I'm absolutely destroyed. And to me, Jonathan, nothing that BMW could have done. He was on his normal line, doing, being predictable, and all of a sudden he's just ploughed by a prototype coming through. Maybe jinked a little bit, but the room was never there, I don't think. And I don't think there was a car's width there, so he had to go the other side. Oh, what a disaster for Simsa Esports of Julian Renard. And look at the front wheel. The front left wheel is jammed on, so they've got suspension damage or steering damage. And that is them. They have now got the next 16 hours to try and recover that problem.
They've been up front, and that's just the one thing that race control might need to look at too is if that BMW comes back to the side, who the blame is on. This was an issue again in a lot of other Spa endurance series that we've seen. Heading up to the chicane, trying to predict where the LMP2 car is going to go and where the GT car is going to go. It's always an issue. He's trying to get to pit. He was trying his darndest to get to pit road, but it just was not happening.
So we'll keep an eye on to see how long he's going to be in pit lane at the moment. Yeah, already a couple of minutes there in pit lane, so it's not good for Simsa Esports yet. Well over 3 minutes now. So, well, that changes this race completely, and it's Christmas come early for Phoenix Racing Esport Green, who lead by 1 minute and 14 seconds from Ringfazar Sim Racing LMP2. They both had 12 pit stops, and they're both on the 6th lap for those pit stops. So Phoenix Racing Esport Green are in the driving seat now in LMP2.
Yeah, with a minute gap, now they have, they had a little bit of a moment a second ago with GT traffic as well as Alan Knight. This is where things get dangerous as well. It's hard to predict where cars are going to be, and we don't have as good a vision as you do in the sunlight cars where we're fully bathed in the darkness. And this is going to be a good fight. Right here is actually Polar Esports has run away from W Racing Esports Magenta, so it's a good little stint that Alexander is putting together. He's got 2 spots so far, and maybe get a 3rd soon if he can track down that 77.
Yeah, crazy, isn't it? After nearly 8 hours of racing, there's a number of close battles out on the track. Tell you what, the little red Corvette, HM Engineering, driven by Mark McCormack, doing a great job at the wheel of that car right now with a reasonably healthy lead over about 26 seconds from the Bentley Gods team. So comfortable-ish. As we've just seen with the Simsa car, there's no such thing as a comfortable lead, which is, they were certainly looking good at that point, but put themselves right down the order now. But at the moment, looking good for HM Engineering, who are one of the real rising teams in sim racing right now.
Yeah, a lot of swerving back and forth. The slower M2 car gets out of the way. Lang trying to get back around, running comfortably there in the 5th spot, but now as they head down into Brussels and into No Name Corner. Yeah, it's nice to see them getting their name out there, and especially organizing an event like this as well. It takes a lot of resources, manpower, and communication to really make this work. So good for a team on the rise, not to only like showcase the driving ability here, get a good stint, pick up a few spots, but also making an event and drawing other teams in.
Absolutely, yeah, indeed, and of course, one of the Audis has got a spinning Audi there, GT3 car. Now, who was that? I couldn't quite tell in the dark there who that was. It's the 210, it's Wolf Motorsports, 11th in class. So, let's have a look then. What happens? Flashing his lights at a GTE car ahead, not happy at all. And here comes an LMP2. Oh dear. Bang. Oh. So it's almost as if he was kind of upset with the car in front, flashing his lights, and then all of a sudden here comes an LMP2 car and gives him something else to be upset about.
Like, I'm already upset at one class, now you have like 2 classes for me to be angry at. That's upsetting. And now the thing for the Mühlner Motorsport cars, do they have any front aero damage that might play into Lucas Lang's hands? And which I think he was angry at the prison cars, which is someone diving down the pit lane, but those types of spins and accidents, especially in the dark like this is where like things are going to get dicey, especially with guys coming back on track, and any little contact like that, it's going to be hard, I think, going forward if there's any more incidents like that. We had a relatively quiet last hour until a few minutes ago.
Yeah, it just seems that when the full darkness has come down, that's when the issues have really started to happen. So it might be that some teams now at their next pit stop, they try to get a fresh driver in there, just try and chase things up. Okay, you do lose a little bit of time with a driver change, but sometimes you've got a driver who's been, battering away for a couple of hours. You really need that fresh head for coming into the darkness hours, and that's going to be vital. We've seen it mainly be incidents between faster prototypes and the slower GTs, and both drivers just going about their race, but that's where the problems have come from. So let's see how the teams handle that going through the next little while.
Interesting to note as well, like, how does the strategy in the LMP2 class play out? I'm sure Phoenix Racing was all about chasing down Simsa. Well, after that incident with the BMW, well, that strategy's out the window, so now they gotta think about maintaining the lead and not losing it to any other races. So we'll really see how this plays out.
Yeah, and they're still in the lane. According to my timing screen, they are, well, over 8 minutes in the lane right now, and I think they'll be there for some time because that car had a lot of damage, I would suspect. I mean, for something like that, Jonathan, would it be half an hour, something like that?
Yeah, it really depends on how hard he hit that front end of the wall. He hit very hard, although that BMW that got hit did not get got the worst of it, I think. So it really is a shame for Simsa, but I think if they can get back out, maybe run some laps, maybe pick up a few places as well, seeing what other things go wrong. Again, we have not really had many incidents. Only had 2 drivers retire from this race, the 11 Progressive Sim Racing car and then the 222 Phoenix Racing Esport Orange car are the only drivers not in the sim. So a few more incidents, a few more retirees, and maybe Simsa can get another, a top 10 out of this, get some a little bit of redemption back.
Well, the good thing for Simsa is they're right in the battle with the Familian Bomber team for the win in GT3. It's BMW versus BMW there, so there's a good battle going on. So their day is far from done, and it's not done in LMP2 either. There is still plenty racing to go. We're going to ride on board with the number 159 HM Engineering Little Red Corvette of Mark McCormack, who's leading the GTE class at the moment. So we're going to go for an on-board, nice and dark and gloomy inside the Corvette C8R. We're going to go for a race spot fan immersion and allow you to enjoy a few laps on board this wonderful Corvette, and we'll be back very soon.
So Lokation du.
Yes. So, wenn du willst gucken, wie der Wolf aufgeräumt geht, guck, mein Onboard rund 200 Dele war am pur.
Okay. Ja, direkt.
Zuerst von Mühlner selber aufgeräumt ging.
Ja, das ist okay. Am Puhan siehst du.
Ja. Schön eng für alles. Und da gesehen ich seit Uhrzeit.
So ist richtig abgegangen, du.
Motul 94, die stehen an der Box. Gänge ich mit Menge. Nummer 40.
Gucken. Ja, die Führerin.
Ah, da sind sie im Rest gefahren.
Die Führerin.
Ja, jetzt sind noch 4 Runden. Wenn da 7.
Ah ja, richtig. Motul, die hatten aber Probleme, effektiv. Weil die sind
Ja,
überhaupt noch Prisse.
Ja, voilà. Die waren noch nicht die 13.
Nee, die sind zurückgefahren.
Wenn ihr könnt, dann Jack und Tom.
Ich hatte dem Tom geschrieben, ich schiebe eine halbe Stunde vor und ich hoffe, dass du dann aber wissen könnt. Aber nicht nur vorher, kannst du ihnen eine schreiben. In dem Motul an dem Prism Lumolo, weil die sind direkt an den Nähen und die sind bestimmt nicht ganz gering.
Wo sind sie da gerade? Da Piste.
Vorlo Richtung des Blanchiment.
Ah, okay. Ah, da sind sie ja ziemlich schon da ist. Ja, mein Cap steht mal 700 Sekunden um ob's gut gemacht.
Okay.
Meinst du dann Mühlner Rennkommissare gegen den Mühlner Auto einstrom?
Da waren Protest gemacht, wussten sie überall, ne?
Sie haben bestimmt Proteste, ja, ist aber ja ist. Recht sowieso 10 Stunden dort.
Weil es so mat gët mé Simse sinn zréckgefall op die 10. Platz.
Op 10.
Ja.
Hä?
Ja,
Das ist
den
doch
Shit, keine Ahnung. Ich just am Ringe gelesen.
Stell dafür, mir wäre kein 10 Runden an. Was wäre
Ja,
das?
ja. Das wär cool.
Probier mal am Replay rauszufinden, was geschieht ist. Wenn du willst.
Ja, ich fahre aber direkt.
Kann er nicht so lange hier sein, weil bei mir im letzten Boxenstopp haben sie noch richten.
Ja, sie wollte 400 Buchstopp überholen. Jetzt lernst du von, nur zack den ein bisschen nur wärts und war ja ein Auto fragt. Können sie nicht lenken. Ja,
Tja,
ehrlich.
ich hatte übrigens nur 290 Stopp.
Ja, gut.
Was lebt heute? Oh Mann.
Dafür ist so, es kann alles halt geschehen. Ne?
Ja, mir das Problem ist halt just, dass mir keine Ahnung, 13 Runden Rückstand tun.
Ja, nach
Ein
4
normaler
Jahren.
Temperatur hält einem keinen. Hält einem 3 Runden.
Nee, das ist einfach so.
Obwohl, ne, die Montom und die Uhr, das ist jetzt 10 Runden kostet, stimmt. Mir das war auch so pech, wo ich gesehen, wie oft dem Wolf sein Audi noch an dem Tom sein
Ja.
Das müssen wir. Da sind 3 Mal an Negern. Die Echkeit wurde getaggt und die haben sich gedreht, sind eigentlich an Neger. Die haben zum Schluss nicht. Dann Daniel mit der Schnur.
Oh, damage, a lot of optional repair that they decided not to repair, which I will be okay. I think they can probably lick a little bit of away of it throughout the stints, but I don't think they're going to be able to progress really through the field with that kind of damages again. These a little bit swerving there from the H&M Pro cars. He didn't know where the GT car was going to end up. Lucas Lang, these two have been inseparable so far, and Alexander Jacob gets a little bit of a gap now as they head through the chicane. And we're nearing the end, actually, of the stints for the LMP2 cars, so it'll be interesting to see stuff play out for these two since they're right next to each other.
Indeed, yes. At the moment, Mühlner Motorsport, they've done 13 laps. WS Racing Esports Magenta done 18. Mühlner Motorsport Club 14. So yeah, I mean 18 laps. That's right on the fuel limit for Lucas Lang in the WS Racing Esports Magenta car. So that car is bound to come in probably at the end of this lap, I would suggest.
And probably a little bit, backing off there to save some fuel, maybe get a draft, realizing, all right, it's the end of the stint. Let's not push it right now. Maybe a little bit of an undercut here. If they're on slightly different strategies, an undercut could work out for Lucas Lang, and they can get back ahead of the 21. But they still have an uphill fight to go chase down the Junior Motorsport Club of Dominic Spiker in the 77, almost a full lap behind him.
Yeah, it's strange, isn't it, to see that, you know, only the top, well, actually the top three are the only ones on the lead lap at this stage of the race. So we get kind of spoiled, don't we, with endurance racing now with so many cars on the lead lap. There's so much that can happen, as we've seen already here at Spa. And of course, it's not like it's completely different to, or even to Le Mans, but it's very different to somewhere like Daytona, where they have the Rolex 24, where you've got so much lighting, but here there are parts of the circuit here at Spa which are just like driving into the abyss.
Sometimes that's why, you know, sometimes being in traffic may be a good thing, because there's enough lights on the road to see what's ahead. Is Lucas Lang getting very, very close now. There's a slower car ahead, and they're both going to have to take evasive maneuvers. There's Audi plopping himself in the middle of the corner. They're going to head to the chicane. Offensive goes to Giordero, or unless he's just backing off and letting him pass. Yeah, he's just backing off and letting him by. So that's a very interesting tactic there. And, oh, never mind. Lucas comes into the pits.
Yeah, he was maybe not expecting him to do that. He's probably thinking, that's very kind, but not on this occasion, thank you. Maybe another, save it for later on. Of course, Lucas Lang there right on the end of his stint. 19 laps, so about 38 minutes on a tank of fuel. That's a good run from Lucas Lang in the 64 car. So he comes in down this endlessly long and slow. And just coming back to that little incident we had between the Prism Sim Racing Porsche and the Race Union Porsche, if one of those cars does get incident responsibility and has to serve a drive-through here, it's got to be the most punishing drive-through penalty in the entire world.
And I believe one of them has gotten a drive-through penalty. Drive-through penalty, 3 laps time, causing a collision. I don't know who that's to, though. It doesn't say who that's to. It just says the 2 cars involved, so we may have to double-check or poke something to get clarification.
Oh, both maybe. Maybe them saying it takes 2 to tango, you can both sit on the naughty step.
Yeah, that was a bit of a... There was, you know, it did take 2 to tango on that one. I'm wondering if it's actually towards the 187 for the contact at the very end of the combs there. And it's going to be interesting to see because I believe that just got updated. So we'll have to see which one of those 2 it would be. I'm sure we'll get an idea of it in moments' time, as we see now. Different stints ending for different drivers. Looks like the GTE cars stints, some of them on pit road. And the end of the stint's going to be for the LMP2 cars as well.
Indeed, so we'll see how they get on. Interesting complexion to this race now. How there's a few drivers that have hit issues, a few teams that have hit issues, and a lot of drivers there's very few cars out on the circuit that haven't got damage, and those that don't have damage are usually the cars that are running up the front. I mean, particularly HM Engineering doing a great job to hold off the battle in GTE from the Bentley gods. It's just about 30 seconds separating those guys at the moment. They're on a relatively similar strategy. Interestingly, the HM Engineering guys have actually taken 1 more pit stop. They've taken 9, Bentley gods have taken 8, and they're both on a similar stint length at the moment. So I wonder why that is that HM Engineering have had that extra stop.
Maybe we're back at the penalty? No, I don't think they've got any penalties or anything like that. Maybe a little bit of damage from earlier on or something like that, but obviously it doesn't seem to affect them as much as they're currently still leading the race. And it was a close fight between those 2 for quite some time, and lap after lap, the HM Engineering car continues to just gap the leader. It's been just a second or so a lap, so you see like right there on the graph, 2 seconds 2 laps ago of 112.4. That was a fantastic lap for us. But we'll really have to see how this battle plays out. They were very, very close at the end, you know, of the day into the evening kind of transition there, and it seems like the HM Engineering car has gotten the advantage.
It looks like it, yeah, it certainly does. And For HM Engineering, interestingly, they have their fastest lap of the race is a 2-minute 11.9. The Bentley God's fastest lap of the race is a 2:12.8. So there's on outright pace in those cars. There's a little bit of an edge for HM Engineering, and as that graphic quite clearly shows, there is a big difference in pace at this stage as well. So HM Engineering starting to turn the screw a little bit with Busk and McCormack. Let's see, and that's also the thing that I've noticed as well with this Corvette, Jonathan, is that it's a brilliant car to just consistently click off laps. It's a really predictable car. It's nice and balanced. It doesn't spring too many surprises on you, and it's quick as well, obviously. And I think that's when we come through the darkness hours, this Corvette is going to really come into its own even more.
Yeah, I think that's really the key in terms of what car you would enjoy really in the GTE. I think that the Corvette and especially the BMW as well, I think are very, very predictable. The Porsche, more unstable, you don't really know because it is a bit of a different build, but it's still a good, consistent car. You see this fight, the Austrian sim racers are tracking down Racing Alpha car with authority right now, under a second. And going to be a close fight within a few seconds here as they go through the source. There's a slower BMW on the outside there. They might get a huge run heading down to the Lacombs.
Yeah, get a bit of a double bubble draft here. Will the Austrian sim racers, and of course the Prism sim racing car has the potential of a drive-through penalty as the Austrian sim racers car gets that a little bit, just tiny bit held up by the BMW Z4 GT3 there, and that's just allowed the Prism car just to edge away ever so slightly. So want all to do once more.
Yeah, but he's been consistently faster than the Prism. He's also been in front of the Prism most of the race. It's just that it appears the 137 has done a driver change on that last stop. Chris Scarf getting in the car, while Tom Wankpez in the Prism car staying in. So these are probably the first two times these two cars have been close to each other in quite some time. And the Austrian sim racer is definitely trying to flex a little bit of their muscle here, showing like, hey, we're definitely faster.
Yeah, they're of course running, as you rightly say, running third for the last couple of hours or so, but just shows you making that driver change. It's quite an investment, isn't it? You do not get a driver change for free in terms of time. You've got to sacrifice some time in the pit lane to make that driver change, and you've got to make sure that whoever you're plugging into the car there's going to be a benefit to it. Otherwise, you just got to you've got to use the guys as much as you can and try and avoid those driver changes. However, there will always be an invoice to pay, if you like, when you get to the end of the race after 24 hours. It's if you've had guys that have been doing super long stints, they're going to be really fatigued.
Yeah, and then also with the endurance pit as it is here at Spa, even the LMP2 cars, it's almost 2 minutes down the pit lane in total, which is almost a full lap for them. So it really is quite an investment over there.
Ah, 0,4 man statt gesehen.
Schon nach 0,5. Lohn auf 0,5.
Schon den Dash gewechselt, da gesehen ich nicht, wie viel noch dran ist.
Naja, die Stress. Oh, das ist aber schön gesprengt.
Du fährst ja, ne?
Ja, ich fahre nicht die Brett.
So. Okay, also Pneu wechseln oder alles so, ne?
Das ist alles okay.
Okay.
Ja. Okay, den Tom fährt noch mehr und dann Tom fährt den Jacques.
Und da fuhren sie die ganze Zeit?
Ja, da muss man klären, wenn sie noch da sind, ne? Oder wenn der Jacques sagt, okay, ich fahre los, wenn ich schon am Morgen noch reden für fair Scherz kommen, dann muss man nur die sonst ja nicht das organisieren.
Ja.
Wenn du geh mal ins. Also wie gesagt, wir sind noch nee, nicht.
So, also Pneu sind nun... Ja, alles okay.
Ja.
Ah, ich hab mit
Okay.
Witz.
Ist okay?
Ja.
Passt du raus?
Ja, du kannst auch.
Okay, du fandst ja nur, du bist noch bloßen hast, dann kannst du dem Jacques anfragen, dass es echt der 11 Euro gibt, weil ein Tom auch 3 Stinte wird fahren.
Yes. Mensch. Holy shit, 24 Mitteilungen, 51 Mitteilungen.
Mhm.
Ja, ja. Also, was soll ich dem Tom so? Wie viele denn?
Nee, dem Jacques. Dass es der echt der 11 Euro gibt, weil ein Tom soll 3 Stinte fahren. So, du konzentrieren.
Ja, pass auf, kein Aufjagdszene, ne?
Ja, final im Kalpnieren, du.
Jungs?
Hello.
Hallo.
Okay. Was soll man kennen um Tom, ne?
Maar ja, ich wird
Ja, ich hab ja geantwortet gerade an unserer Gruppe. Du misst 11 Uhr aufhören.
ungefähr.
Ja, voilà, weil Tom 4:30 sind.
Wenn er wird 10 für jedes, sind ich kann genau so.
Ja, das ist ja. Ja, 10:30 Stunden wahrscheinlich noch kein Besuch kriegen.
Das ist das so, Jacques. Mit 3 Stints geht top, ne? Auch
Und
mit
dann,
vier.
und dann der Rest oder nicht, mit man dann?
Maar ja, du musst was länger fallen lassen, gell? Wie man. Fährst du nach 4 Uhr oder nicht? Das
Ja, wenn der ich kennt nicht und der Schluss, da kann ich mal der Moyen sind ich dann durch.
ja, jetzt. Ja, da waren wir den wieso. Okay, da muss man Tom ein wenig schwätzen.
Ja,
Alles klar.
Übrigens, Sammy, wie viele hatten den Knöll schon mehr nur den 13?
53.
Ah, meine hat nur 52.
Nein, das ist so identisch.
Ja. Ich gucke mal, was mit Sim geschehen hat. Ah ja, der Status, der gesagt ist, dass das Autonomie gesteuert wird. Stimmt.
Vielleicht komme ich noch mir ran. Das sind meine Team Sessions, ne?
Ja.
Ja.
Wir sind aber gut, sie sind viel sich connecten und disconnecten.
Steht registered, ich kann aber noch nirgends beitreten. Ja, ich gehe auf nächstes. Ah, nee, ich bin noch drauf, das ist gut.
So, sind ich fort, ne?
Ja,
Wie viel dann? Sammy?
ja, ich für den Moment.
Aber ich meine dann auch Pneu aus, da ist
Ja,
nächstes.
sehr gut.
Sind wir auf Platz 19, ist das richtig?
Ja, also wir sind zweitletzte und
Wir sind 14.
Okay, der hat den GT vielleicht ein bisschen haben.
So, Pneu müsstest du aussehen, Sammy.
merci.
Nee, das ist echt.
Yep.
Ah ja, 14. Aber wir sind der Letzte noch von der Klasse, ne?
Nee, zweitletzte. Den du wäsch gehalt. Du bist wie weit am Klassement. Du hast navigieren.
Gesehen sie länger, weil Schluss nicht danach, ja? Bis ja noch.
Ja, ja, kein Problem.
Okay.
Allez,
gleich.
salut, ciao, ciao.
Great car, and actually the engine, the crazy part is with this car is that the engine is, of course, here in the GT class, you're thinking, how can a Ferrari race alongside a Porsche 911 and a BMW and a Corvette? Well, we have a thing in sports car racing called balance of performance, where each of the different cars in the class are balanced to try to go around the track at a similar pace. So if a car is too fast, they'll either take away power or turbo boost, or they'll add weight perhaps as well. Or if the car needs a little bit of a help, they'll take weight away and give them more turbo boost or whatever it might be. So the Ferrari, the crazy thing is that the race car is about 500 horsepower. The standard street car of this 488, which is now, 4 years old, is 660 horsepower. So they actually have to take power out of the road car to balance it up because it's such a sophisticated machine.
Yeah, and I really do love watching the Ferrari 488 go around the track. I love seeing like the little support series with all the Ferraris and all the Lambos, doing well and seeing like some of these cars perform well. And obviously, this one's performing well in a class where there's only 2 of them. So hopefully, it brings home the banner for the Ferrari team. It's got that scarlet red color, and again, if it gets better mileage and it's doing better on these longer stints, it could be a factor later on, maybe for that last podium spot. Right now, the 2 top Corvettes on a lap and league of their own, the Bendy Gods and HM Engineering. But you know, that last podium spot is still very, very much up for grabs for GTE.
It is indeed, and of course Ferrari have, well, like they do at almost every racetrack in the world, they've got the most amazing heritage here at Spa in lots of forms of motorsport, and they actually won in one of the most beautiful cars ever made. They won the first ever 1,000 kilometre race of Spa in 1966 when Parks and Scarfiotti won with the Ferrari 330 P3, which for me still remains one of the prettiest cars ever made.
Now, transfer over below P2 class. Looks like there's another bull that's knocking on the door of the P21. It's not the Angry Bull. Before the Angry Bull has gotten ahead and is now in 6th. It is a bull out racing that is now tracked down Spa-Francorchamps. I believe they made a driver change to that 21 car, so this may be a little bit further back than they want to be at the moment.
So Bull is out of the gate here for the number 41, Tobias Grumkotter, chasing down the Mühlner Motorsport sim racing car, that lovely white and blue machine there, the 21 machine. Separated by 0.2 of a second after 8.5 hours of racing. Amazing. And here goes Bull out racing down the inside into the bus stop. Can he make the move stick? Just about. Yep, seals it up. Nice, clean, safe move there. Well done.
That was a really brave move, really good move as well. And he's a few laps into his stint more than the 21 car, so it's really key also for looking for tires. Also, because they're not falling off that much, you know, depending on if he has new tires now. His last stop was a 32-second stop, so he's already almost in the tires. The tires are still good. You can put on some fast laps still. Maybe triple stint if you want to be really risky. I know we've been talking about the double and triple stint of the tires, seeing which one will be better. You probably could try and triple stint at this stage with the track completely.
Yeah, I think so, and certainly in the coming hours. Of course, it's a long, dark night here at this time of year. Here at Spa, of course, the sim basically replicates those conditions exactly as they would happen in the real world. So this is, yeah, I think in the depth of the night, I think the triple stint is definitely on for the LMP P2 cars. Normally a double stint during the day isn't an issue, in usually running for about an hour and 20 minutes at the very most, but of course with the triple stint you're going just over the 2 hour mark. I think it will be possible, and of course taking the tires does add quite a bit of time in pit lane, so you can afford to be a little bit more gentle and take a few less risks. So I think, all being told, I think the triple stint could actually work at some point. We'll see if anyone tries it.
And if you're towards the, you know, if you're in second or third in this field, the Spa-Francorchamps machine or the T3 Esports machine, and the Phoenix Racing machine is almost a minute ahead of you, you have to try something drastic, and you have to push them and put them under some pressure, because now with, you know, the Simsa car being now in 9th place, he has picked up a spot in 9th place after that collision from earlier. It's going to be really hard, I think, for Phoenix Racing to lose this race without some sort of big mistake. But again, you know, Simsa was leading by almost a minute. The back end getting really happy on that 21 car right there.
Yeah, that was a huge moment there, and of course we see that all the time with this Dallara. It's really, really lively on the power. You just see, manages it really well there, just using a light throttle application, then squeezes the power on up the gearbox, and of course these Dallara P2 cars, they have a lot of technical adjustments you can make with the suspension, the chassis, you know, the aerodynamics and all those kind of things. But interestingly, the gearbox, as we see the Mühlner Motorsport cars in a slight issue there, but the gearbox, you can actually only choose 3 gear stacks. You can't go in and change each gear individually, so you can either have a short stack, a normal stack, or a long stack. So for places like Le Mans, they'll use the long, tall gearing stacks to get maximum speed, or somewhere like, Detroit or Lime Rock Park, they'll use the short stack to get maximum acceleration. I don't know if they would use, maybe some teams will use the normal stack, others might use the long, but I think the normal is probably going to be about right for here at Spa.
It also depends on what you want to set your car to be great for, because if you want it to have that great straightaway speed, maybe you do risk it with that long stack. And see where it goes. Also, that longer stack maybe a bit more gentle on the fuel load as well. So it's really just a balance of how you want your car set up and how you want your drivers to, conduct themselves throughout the race of what you want. Obviously, a place like Spa that has so many different corners, it is a challenge. But obviously, it's easier. Let's say Detroit. Oh, well, you're going with the short stack. Obviously, it's a street circuit. Or Le Mans. Well, there's that long straightaway. Well, you're going with the big stack. So here, I think it's a bit more of a touch and go. Like, who chooses what areas they want to really focus on it for a big segment.
Indeed, yeah, of course it's and if you've got the long stack in, of course you need to really, to make that work, you've got to have the car very slippery in a straight line, so you are very much going you're all in on the dragster strategy, aren't you? Then you've and like you say, a good point on the fuel as well, because of course with the longer gearing stack, obviously the gearing is taller, so you don't have to, you can sort of be a bit more flexible as well with the throttle. So interesting to see how that pans out and what the drivers have got in. Of course, we won't be able to know for sure, but we will certainly try and speculate, that's for sure, as we see the number 41 pull-out car going past the GTE leader. Still HM Engineering leading at the front in their red Corvette. Rasmus Busk, who is on board that car right now, and HM Engineering really starting to really build on that lead from the Bentley Gods team. Trevor Pastrami on board that car. They've now built it up to about 37 seconds, so just edging away from the pack there are HM Engineering.
And they're consistently like a tenth or two faster every single lap. Even if their lap time stopped dropping, they're still a tenth or two faster from the Bentley Gods. So it's been a really, really good race for HM Engineering. They really haven't been under a lot of pressure. They haven't been near any incidents or anything like that. They've been really good navigating throughout the traffic. So this is like a textbook example of how you endurance race right now is what they're doing.
Indeed, and Vlad Kamichev, he was racing in the IMSA iRacing Triple Crown Challenge held at Laguna Seca here on iRacing.com on Sunday past, and did a great job, was up there fighting for the podium in the HM Engineering Corvette, and so yeah, obviously getting some good track time in that car, and HM Engineering obviously got a good setup on that car as well. It's running, it looks super stable, not a wheel out of place right now, and it flashes the lights there as well, and comes through on one of the comes from the 9th place GT3 runner, BMW, which is Albrecht Motorsport Max Steineken there.
Yeah, right now the field's all kind of spread out, all kind of settling into rhythms, trying to plot out really next move and next stints. And this is where you really take in their track conditions as well, because we're now into the full of night. This is where you need to make those adjustments if your car was not as strong in the day. And this is where you can make up some spots, or even if your car was good in the day, how can you change to make it good in the night as well? So it'll be interesting to see on these pit cycles and such who leapfrogs who and what the strategy is. been in our cameras a lot. It's been hunted down by several cars, and yet somehow it's still in 5th place. It's had the Angry Bull behind him. It's had Bull out. It's had Mühlner Motors, and still holding that top position. So, team strategists and drivers doing a really, really good job of keeping this car in a really good spot. And they have not put a foot wrong yet. No major accidents or collisions either. Keeping the car clean is a big key.
Indeed, and of course this from fifth place, the WS Racing Esports Magenta car, all the way down to car in 8th, the Mühlner Motorsport Sim Racing Pro. They're all on the same lap right now, so that's going to be interesting to watch how that midfield battle kind of stretches out. Angry Bull Racing, the number 10 car, they are in 6th place overall and in class, with Flo Bossen, Jules Bourgnon, Jeremy Morin and Thomas Mourinho in that team at the moment. It is Jeremy Morin who's at the wheel of that car. His lap last time around was a 2:03.2, so one of the quicker cars actually at the moment. So watch for that Angry Bull car, that white, red and black machine. Jeremy Morin going quick at the moment.
And he did get to the gearbox of the 64 car about 2 stints ago, so it looks like this 10 car does have a little bit of pace and speed, but I don't think the pit strategies have played out to what he needs. There's a couple seconds slower in pit stop, almost seconds, and that's really where this gap has come from. He's only 14 seconds behind 5th place. But yeah, it's been a solid, steady race, and they've been able to pick off and move through the field whenever they get behind. They were able to pick off the 21, and maybe they can get the 64 on the next stint, because it's going to be ending. Bull Out Racing car right behind in 7th, which is pulling there as well.
Yeah, that car, like you say, the Bull Out car was only about 2.5 seconds behind the Angry Bull machine, so going into pit lane to take a stop. Now, the Angry Bull car is 14 laps into the stint, so a little while to go till they have to pit. Probably another 5 laps or so before we see the number 10 car in. So this little midfield battle, this is what we're really going to be, we're really going to be watching in the LMP2 field over the next hour or two, because Phoenix Racing Esport Green, their lead is hovering around a minute. So the midfield, the sort of 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th, this is the big battle really that's going to play out over the next hour or two.
Yeah, and the Mühlner Motorsport Sim Racing Pro team, obviously the team that helped organize this event. You know, Alexander Duhandro, Michael Fingenbacher, Robert Kunis, and Stefan Rossmann for the team, and they've been in the thick of this midfield fight. They've been as high up as 4th in these past few hours. So it's just going to come down to strategy and implementation. They do have a little bit of front end damage, collision in the chicane. I don't know how much that is affecting them, but they've been running a solid good race so far, and they're still contending for a good result.
They are indeed, yeah. It's very, very close for them. The 21 car, Michael Finkbacher, Robert Kunkis, Stefan Rossmann and Alexander Djaco in that 21 car. They are currently lapping very strong as well, 203.2. And their fastest lap as well, only about 6/10 off the outright leader on outright pace. And Mühlner Motorsport, they're about another 5 laps before they come into pit lane.
Yeah, we're starting to see a little bit more discrepancy between the LMP2 cars in terms of strategy. Everyone was kind of lined up on the same lap up to pit, but now a little bit different. Phoenix Racing actually went 1 lap shorter than some of their other rivals, so they're going to have to pit a little sooner. And obviously the 21 car still has a couple laps left. This is the Bull Out Racing machine, fresh out of the pit lane. It was bowling out for a couple seconds, gained a few spots all the way up to 6th. There's a very mean looking livery right there. It's a very angry red color.
Do you think that car, it makes itself angry? Of course, being a bull, if it's red, you look in the mirror and just go, oh, I'm so angry, I'm so red.
I kind of want to see the bulls race each other, because they're both red. I'm assuming that they both get angry, right? That's how that works.
Absolutely, they both get really angry with each other. Absolutely. So in 9th spot in the P2 class is, of course, with Sims at Esports, who we've talked about. Let's look at 10th, though, in the number 99 machine. Fit Fuhr racing Lars Leibniz on board that machine, that very, very blue car. Even see that through the dark, the blueness there. Also Lars driving with Sasha Lukning, Robert Thiem and David Ruprecht. And of course, Thiem is a name which has had with two M's, with two I's, my apologies, Nicky Thiem, who's had quite a lot of success here at Spa-Francorchamps.
And it's been an okay race for these guys. They've been kind of hovering around towards the end of the LMP2 field, and it's been a bit unfortunate for them. They're probably hoping for something a little bit better, but they're still in contention maybe for a few spots. Again, something happens ahead of them. Easy pickings for a good spot. They were ahead of the Simsa Esports machine, and now there's a 50-second gap that Simsa has gained on the 99. So hopefully maybe a little bit of adjustment or changes can help them gain a few places.
Indeed, so let's look at the 68 car, running in 11th spot right now in the LMP2 class. And interestingly, they've got a 5-driver lineup there, as you can see at the moment. The driver on board that car is Dirk Walter. So they've got a little bit more flexibility in their driver lineup. Having 5 drivers, you don't have to fatigue everyone as much. They can circulate them around a little bit more if they wish to. So they're in 11th spot in class right now. Their pace, a little bit off the pace of the other drivers ahead of them. So they've just got to try and just keep the mistakes away and just keep lapping at the pace they're comfortable with. And if they can keep mistake-free throughout the race, they can come together with a good result. But for Phoenix Racing Esport Yellow, they are sitting in 11th place in class at this moment.
Yeah, it's hard to see the team car doing so well. The teammate, the 66, running so well, leading this race, and then you guys are running in 11th. It's probably not the best thing, but they've also had 3 more stops. I'm wondering if there's been a few issues on this car, collisions or whatnot, where they've had to go down pit lane 3 more times, or maybe even a penalty that I'm missing in the review board.
Yeah, it looks like it's not maybe gone quite their way up to now, but still plenty of time to go. In 12th, the Prism Sim Racing Beta car, certainly for me the nicest looking car on the track. This beautiful, you can see when the light just catches those stripes, it changes from blue to red to green. Really, really cool. You can just about see them there. If you see a car with the headlights behind glinting off those stripes on the car, it's very, very cool indeed. Excellent design work there from Prism Sim Racing Beta. And they, you spotted earlier on, Jonathan, they had a kind of unusually long stop, which we didn't really get to see on camera why that actually was.
No, we didn't, and I think there was someone in chat saying there was a collision of something down in the chicane, but they weren't sure what was going on. But obviously, it is a shame, really, for the 23, because they had been putting on a really good race and making that midfield battle even more interesting, staying out of trouble and fighting hard with the 64 and the 10 car. But maybe they can fight back and gain a few places. Their pace isn't bad. It's actually really, really good. A 203 last time, faster than a leader. So it is a long race. Things can happen, and maybe they can close down the gaps as time goes on.
Well, if they've got the pace, that's the main thing. In 13th spot, we have the Moto Racing Esports team, the 40 car. Of course, Motul, a very significant oil and lubricant manufacturer. You'll see Motul, one of the major sponsors of the IMSA WeatherTech Championship. And you'll see when you get your pole position in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship, you get a nice Motul sticker to stick on the front of your car, and a very fetching Motul cap as well. And a few weeks ago, we saw a dramatic conclusion to the Motul Petit Le Mans as well. So, although not such a good day for that car at this moment, currently sitting in 13th. Another brilliant looking machine. Finally, to round out our LMP2 field, running at the moment, the Low Grip Racing Team, Sammy Loeb in the 14 car at the wheel of that machine right now. And he is driving with Jack Rotevale, Tom Mackel and Luca Becker. So they've Low Grip Racing Team, hopefully they can find some more traction out there.
Yeah, they were way down in the order early when we started our broadcasting stint, but they've actually managed to pass all the GT cars that were ahead of them, so maybe gain a few more places here, gain a little bit more experience for the team.
He's got one of the P2s in pit lane.
Absolut.
soll sinn ne
So doch. Von mir
Wetter Mallorca
Nee, so und du hast doch, du sind immer auch die ganze Zeit du, ne?
ja méi dat techte Jack fir lo nach en Trippel sinn an dann hier fertig
4 Minuten nur ist wahrscheinlich, ja. Das ist,
Ah.
ich fahre nur noch eine Stunde. Da fährt den Tom an eine halbe Stunde, und da fährt der Jagger an eine halbe Stunde. Ne? Und dann,
man halbe Stunde
ja, zum Beispiel.
an dann du
Ja, und dann
Und dann
muss man
Tom.
gucken. Und dann Tom, und dann, ja, aber eventuell, dass du vielleicht erst direkt drin hast, und Tom, von dann ist du ein bisschen Pause, verstehst du? Das meinst du, sie übersprungen, denke ich, ja. Da muss ich nur ein paar Bayer abschreiben, ich kann ja beim besten Willen nicht machen. Ne?
ja okay mal heute weil du dein nächstes sind ne
Ja, ich bin noch 2. Ich kann doch an einer Stunde abschreiben und dann gucken, wie nicht fährt, das gibt Probleme. Du willst dich für konzentrieren.
ja
Guck, ich kann mich mehr von schläft.
erst
Ja, aber weit weg.
so längs 486
Tipptopp. Perfekt.
wie gesagt 6 Stunden Reckstunde op dem
Ja, ja.
Gesché noch besagt nur nicht doch
Dürft ihr vor, immer.
ma ja eben mengst du doch also was du doch bald sicher doch noch gesagt Geschä
Sind die Ziel länger 24 steht immer etwas, dafür sollst du nicht abgehen.
ja voilà ich kann in den Server 12 Stunden von sagen 15 Minuten UP
Okay.
und zum Schluss sind sie noch 60 oder so
Ja, dafür kann immer noch etwas geschehen.
war das ein Dane 20 war für den Dinge neu im Discord das hat Streaming PC
Ja. Ich weiß nicht, das ist ja bei unserem Channel.
Ja.
Okay.
ich Ich meine, aufgesehen von den nächsten 2 Stunden können wir am Anfang zufrieden sein mit dieser Performance, gell?
Absolut.
Ich meine, mir fuhr gut Zeit, konstant. Und wir waren auf 37 und wir haben als Rennen zurück auf 14 gekämpft, ne?
Ja.
Was sie machen?
Salut.
Hallo.
Zu den Clubs.
Tom?
Ja.
De Jacques fährt nur der. Und ich so dann so um zu gucken, wie der schnellste kommt, und ich war nur auf Freitag drauf. Kennst du ihr zwei Plan, ne? Nur Jacques, also ja, nur Jacques. Da sind wir jetzt zu 3. Dass man einfach, weil ich meine, das geht. Das steht für ihn aber 4 Stunden oder für eine halbe Stunde kann schlafen. Weißt du, dass der eigentlich ist fest. Sam, Tom, Sam und dann hat der Luca hier für eine halbe Stunde. Und für den Luca, ja. Also Tom, jetzt wieso?
In läuft mit Quatsch.
Nicht ganz. Wir sind wenn noch 22 Stunden Le Mans. Geht irgendwie fest. Ich kann mich just nicht darauf konzentrieren, dazu wenn uns fahren.
Ja, ich gucke. Wie lange ist es noch?
Das ist schon noch 1 Stunde.
Du fährst so eine Stunde?
Ja.
Ah, okay, weil das mir so um halb 10 Uhr sind.
Wie viel Euro ist das?
Feierlob.
20 nicht?
Ja.
Oh, merkt, ich schon so verrechnet. Weil, bist du am zweiten?
Okay.
Aber just recht gestartet. Und zweiter.
Ja, du musst mich verrechnet wahrscheinlich. Ja.
Ja, eine Stunde.
Weil der fährt Jaguar ein bisschen spät. Geht ja nicht.
Was meint ihr damit, so, moje frei, wie viel hast du das für?
Ja, keine Ahnung. Ich muss schon auch ein bisschen adaptieren, einfach, gell? Wenn wir schon nicht, schon ein bisschen adaptieren.
Ja.
Tom, scheren dich ganz weit weg, ich weiß nicht für was.
Aber mein Mikro steht um halb 7.
Ah, okay.
Los, besser.
Ja, ja.
Es wird mir nach 500 Tag.
Ja.
Die wird löscht. Also ob die nächste
Wird löscht.
2 ausgefallen.
Sind noch 2 ausgefallen?
Hin?
Nee, 7 sind
Ah, ja.
einfach geschrieben.
2 sind
Ja,
ausgefallen. Für den Max das 64 Runden an dran. Also
Ja.
Progressive Simracing Alpha ist 64 Runden an dran, die haben aufgestellt.
So.
An Phoenix Racing Esports, die ganze Zeit 4 waren, die sind 23 Runden an dran.
Okay. Schön gemacht.
Weil das heißt, war 16 LMP. Nein.
Ja, das stimmt.
Ah,
Das weil
das
er
ist positiv feiert sein.
Ja.
Naja,
aber die-
am 15 am Ganzen.
Aber ich habe es falsch gewesen.
Also bei mir geht progressiv sind die entschanner da. An Phoenix als 1. an 10.
Okay, aber mir weiß alles falsch. Alles.
Gemerkt.
Zum Beispiel infiziert auf der ersten Platz. Mein Tier.
Ah, infiziert das 2.
Ja.
Mühlner, sie hat für selber den Wolf aufgeräumt. Für Ja. 4 am Pur.
Wolf kann ich das Gedanken machen, wie das immer hin aufgeräumt wird. Ne?
Ja, ja. Nee.
Das ist nur für
Das fährt doch noch immer an da und dann damit, gell?
Ja, das
ist
ist
schlimm.
voll an damit. Das ist brutal. Du kannst es nicht überholen, weil es fährt Motzen an damit. Ne? Ah, guck mal. Das spielt dann. Halb 11 geht ja dann.
Ungefähr, ja. Ich habe schon 1 Stunde vor du. Toll.
Halb 11 ist in 15
Das
Runden.
ist- Ja. Das ist mir wie einmal schon.
Pass auf sein.
By the contact, if you see what I mean.
So I think, unfortunately, like live timing registers that we have, just when they pit and when they get into the pit box, I don't think when they go through the pit lane. So it would appear that it actually race union penalties there are now over a lap or so behind this Prism Racing Alpha machine, and they were very close to each other. So obviously the Prism Sim Racing Alpha not getting a penalty is a good thing, but they still have that damage to contend with, and we really don't know how badly that's affecting the handling.
Yeah, it's bound to have some effect. As you can see, just a little bit of damage to the diffuser underneath the bumper, which is very visibly damaged, as you can see. But yeah, it's hard to tell. Mind you, this car, the RSR 17, did win at the Long Beach Grand Prix, the IMSA race, the 100-minute sprint race back in 2019. In the hands of Laurent Van Tor and Earl Bamber. And Earl Bamber, for basically his entire stint behind the wheel, basically the rear diffuser had detached itself and was flapping up and down, so it definitely wasn't doing its normal job, and he still managed to win the race with that, and they were lucky not to get black flagged actually. But the rear diffuser, the deck just battering off the ground, and Earl thought they would have had to have retired, but managed to nurse the car to the win, and so it is possible to win a race with a damaged diffuser. So you should hopefully get that message through to the Prism Sim Racing Alpha guys, and hopefully give them some motivation to keep going.
Yeah, I don't know if it's affecting lap times right now for this fuel saving, but they are a second or two off the pace from the other guys around them. And it'll be interesting to see, like, if they try and repair this damage moving forward, or if they just kind of leave it be. You know, how does one go about doing this for strategies points? Because they're in a solid 5th place. Well, I say solid, and then I realize I look at the timing and it says only 7 seconds ahead of the 188. So maybe not a solid 5th place.
Yeah, they've got to worry about the Ring Desert Sim Racing GTE machine, the 188 car, the black Corvette here. Or sorry, is it? Yes, it is. Yeah, the black Corvette, the car by Culture Birkenfield, Soren Matsgerth and Sven Hall. At the moment on board that car is Soren Matsgerth trying to chase down that number 5. Sorry, number 5, the 5th position on Sim Racing DE car. So it's pretty tight in that midfield in GTE, so we'll need to keep an eye on how that progresses. In 7th place in the GTE field right now is Race Union, who, as you mentioned, Jonathan, appear to have been the ones to serve that penalty. Either that, or, interestingly, if you look at the back of that car, they've repaired some damage.
Yeah, I'm looking at the timing to see if they did have a longer stop, and they did a 134 stop, so they did repair some of that damage they got, but it was very good defensive driving up until the contact in the cones for the 187. And they had been putting together a good race too. They were up into the podium places at one point, and this is just going to be something to try and really fight back from. And they appear to have the pace. They had a 2-minute, 13-second lap, fastest so far in the class on the last time by. So they have the pace, I think, to get back up into that fight, even for the podium as well. It's just a little squirrely out of the source right there.
Yeah, that's the one thing where the Porsche does have a really good traction. That slightly more rearward, from mid to rearward engine position, just gets a little bit more weight over the wheels, just squidges them down to the ground that bit more. Very classic Porsche attribute, that kind of out of corner drive. And of course the kind of little brother of this car, the Porsche 911 GT3R, of course won the Spa-Francorchamps last weekend, using that very same attribute to its advantage in the wet conditions that they had. But yeah, like you said, coming out there out of the source really needed that the extra grip. Moving through the field, the Valkyrie E-Racing Green Corvette sitting in 8th place, the number 142 car.
This has been a car that's been up in that like top 5 fight a little bit. When Nicole Richters that we were watching, Manuel Bastian, Peter Hagel, and Pete Snake on the team, they've kind of fallen off a little bit. They've taken a couple longer stops, and the lap times aren't, as good as they'd wanted. But they're still in this fight. However, if something goes wrong, collisions happen, that would be great for this team.
Indeed, absolutely. They'll keep ploughing away. In 9th spot in the GTE class, we have the Mühlner Motorsport Sim Racing Blue car, driven by Daniel Schnur, the 1-2-3 machine, so it's nice and easy to spot out on the track. It's Porsche 911 RSR with, now there's a famous name, it's not the same one of course, Phil Hill, who, well, one of a legend driver who won a lot of races with Ferrari many moons ago, nearly 60 years ago. Phil Hill was a bit of a Ferrari legend, so it's not the same Phil Hill, of course, but nice to be named after it.
Sometimes I like seeing like those famous names on famous people. Sometimes I love seeing my parents and friends getting confused. But the Mühlner Motorsport Sim Racing Blue car has had a very quiet race, definitely better than their BMW counterpart that has seen a collision or two in their field, but not as good as the prototype counterpart. So maybe hoping for a better stint here, maybe as things get in the morning, if things get hectic again, pick off a few places. But it's been solid and quiet for them, so they've at least kept the car in one piece.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the positive that they can take away. Next along, another further lap behind, is the Stage 1 Racing Black number 179 machine, piloted right now by Rob Nowens in their Corvette. Now this is, unfortunately, we have to mention it, don't we, Jonathan? This was the Corvette. It's running in the beautiful championship leading colours, the number 3 Corvette colours, the yellow car. But this is the car that quite famously, or infamously, ran out of fuel on pit lane with the 2 LMP2 leaders right behind him.
Yeah, it's unfortunately going to become the infamous car of this race, and was a major setback for this team as well. As look at where they are. They're 10th in class and have not been able to make up spots. As you see the 66 overall leader right ahead of them. But yeah, that running out of fuel cost them dearly, as they had to coast very, very slowly down the pit entryway. And unfortunately, they're going to need something here to really pick up some spots.
Indeed, and the behind them, another further lap down, is the 11.9 219 Sim Sport car of Jason Proctor at the wheel of the second of the Ferraris. There we are, we haven't seen that car out on track, and a beautiful paint scheme on that machine, almost right Motorsport Porsche-esque actually. Blue and black colour scheme on that Ferrari. They've got 5 drivers: Dave South, Sven Hartmann, Nicholas Bakenfuso, Matthew Giddens, and at the moment is Jason Proctor on board that machine. And finally, in 12th place in class is the GMS Racing car of Marcel Kiefer, who's a further 8 laps behind the next car, so they've not had a good race at all so far, so it's a long night for them in that GMS Racing Porsche in the Martini inspired colours on that car.
Yeah, you even see like the damage in the front, the wing, the rear. Clearly this car has been through a war, and it's going to need to try and just limp home safely. Again, unfortunately, they're several laps behind some of their other competitors, so if they can get some damage repaired and maybe pick a spot or two again if anything happens to our one towards the front.
Absolutely, indeed. Well, we're as we come into the real depth of darkness here at Spa, here in beautiful Belgium, we're now going to go for our race spot fan immersion. We're going to go on board with the Ferrari, the 152 Ferrari of the online simracing.de machine, and we're going to have a couple of laps around the beautiful Spa-Francorchamps circuit. Enjoy. Olaf Matzenbacher will be your chauffeur.
sind die 3 Stints.
Ja, die 34,85 Minuten, ne? Also die 35 Minuten in Tank. Du musst ja manchmal fürs nach ran bis den Tank. Das ist doch gerechnet, her, man in 3, ne?
Ja.
Man 2 Minuten 3 Tour. Du so viel Tier, die von 2 Minuten 3 sind,
Ja.
so oder so. Also passt, sind wir beide gut dabei, ne?
Immer wann du so gut fett am Gringe bist, dann kann ein Auto.
Ist da drin den Wolf für
Ja.
uns? Oh Mann. Ah, du hast ein 4X?
4X? Was schon eine 4X?
Kurz nur dem Schrock rum sind.
Hä?
Ja, 4X auf 4 Off-Tracks. Ich hatte ja eigentlich Stimmen 2 Incidents.
Free off tracks, kein Kontakt.
Ich fahre bei keinem Auto. Was war das dann?
Sind wir überhaupt an links? 60?
60. An der Halsche.
Alles gut.
Ja.
Ich bin nur noch nicht schon 4X hat. Keine Ahnung. Ich hab
Kann noch
keine
Ghost
Nummer.
Contact gewesen sein.
Ich hab keine andere Nummer. Das war alles cool.
Jack sieht das okay.
Gut.
Den hat von 2 bis 10 mit denen sich Pause.
So, Mann. Das ist schon eine Panne.
Ja, aber wieso? Ich kann 2 Jahre lang fahren.
Ja.
Ja, stimmt. Ich gehe jetzt. Wir sind auf Nordschleife gefahren, sie sind auch 1 Stunde vorher. Also wir sind am Jackzimmer gefahren, wir sind alle 2 quasi allein gefahren. Ne?
Okay.
Ich hatte zwar den Headset aber den iRacing aus, just den Voice-Chat hatte ich schon so von der Besatzriefst schwätzte, ne? Und dann sind man sich nur 1 Stunde vor und ich bescheid im Donner über dem gelöst, ne? Oh ja, wir sind dann eine halbe Stunde rum da.
Okay, bis gleich drum.
Ja, bis dann.
Zeit du los, hast bist du noch gerutscht.
Wie viel Stunden Schlaf kriegst du noch oder so, meinst du?
4 oder 5, muss ich richtig verstanden.
Aber, ja, du kannst halber 11 kannst du pennen gehen und dafür erst für nächstes
5, ich soll um 4
5.
los, den hat Tom gesagt.
Ja. Maar ich fuhr um 4 für 4.
Ja, aber das
Das
ist...
sind ich keine Ahnung, wie viel meinst du Job stunden?
Also wie du willst, Luca. Ja,
Ja, aber ich
weiß
weiß
nicht, wie du fühlst.
ob es gut ist. Also, kann ich sehen, der Zeit noch ein bisschen, dass er ein bisschen wie frei ist, wie für einen Plan, oder?
Ja, vielleicht sagst du einfach, muss man so in 20 Minuten erst die 4 schon beim Computer was. Ich weiß nicht,
Ja,
wie lange du
ja.
warst, du warst schon.
Ja, da stehen schon 4 auf 3 Uhr.
Okay. Selbst trinken oder so, das kleine Siehst du.
Ja. Was du eigentlich schon am GT4 auf der Nordschleife gefahren?
Nee, ich muss halt nur meinen, ich hätte nicht gemacht.
Ich sind eine Runden gefahren.
Okay. Ja.
Also ich konnte nicht eng zu summen.
Ah, okay.
Und ich meine, das war ein 13 oder so.
Okay. Ich habe gar keinen Gedanken, du willst gemacht. Bis wo ich muss Spa haben oder was.
Ja. Ich weiß ja noch, bis noch nicht, ob wir gehen fahren oder nicht.
Der wird auch nicht vor.
Ja, ja, das war noch nicht fest, weil den Dingen hat mir am Anfang gesagt, dass ich irgendwie schaffen muss.
Ja, den Reden.
Und dass du wenigstens am Anfang sich 2 Fahrer da sind und dass man dann nicht gehen fahren. Und zum Schluss fahren wir aber.
Ja, ja, das ist kein Problem. Den Max Mussmann fährt auf dem Auto, der Jeff Everts, der René Hogenhaut, du an euch, ich weiß nicht, 5, das ist locker.
Ja.
Wird es genug
Kriege ich
Raum.
mich schlafen.
Ja, ja. Ganz relax.
Am Anfang, ja, wir hatten. Am Anfang hat man 9 Runde Rückstand auf P14, und wir 5 Runde Rückstand auf P13. Du weißt, das ist gar nicht so schlimm.
Nee, geht.
Kann ich ja den PC ausmachen und alles.
Ja,
ne?
ah, Merd. Ja, ja. Kannst alles machen.
Waze auch gut, ich hab mein Headset gekauft, gell?
Mhm.
Und dann nur ein Woche nur bringt sie den an der Wireless-Version.
Ah, Merd.
Ich gucke mal, ob nicht Neues gibt an ihrer Rennkommission.
Ja, das.
indeed. Yeah, it's and strangely, do you know, it's funny because it's based upon, to be honest, a pretty bland and pretty normal street car. The Z4. It might look like a sports car, but it's not really a proper sports car like a Porsche 911, for example. But the race car that they made out of it is an absolute cracker. And actually, the Turner Motorsport organisation in the United States of America, based over. In fact, they're not too far from the East Coast, I understand. And yeah, the Turner Motorsport, led by Will Turner, they basically turned this car into an amazing GT3 machine and took it out and won the IMSA GTD Championship with Dane Cameron, who now drives for a gentleman called Roger Penske. You might have heard of him.
Might have. It's not like he owns an entire series or has a NASCAR team or has an IndyCar team. No, he might have.
He's had some career, hasn't he? Has Mr. Penske? It's incredible to not only own to own the Indianapolis Motor Speedway is, I mean, in anyone's career, a crowning achievement. But for him to own that and to be the most successful IndyCar owner at the Indy 500, and to now own the series as well, it's something that you very rarely see as a dominant team owner actually owning the series at the same time and be accepted by their competitors.
It's definitely something that we can, IndyCar at least can focus on going in the right direction with. I think Penske being a famous name and having so many teams and the marketing genius that Penske team is, always getting funding, I think for IndyCar really, really helps out. But let's take a break from the GT3 rundown. We actually have Gustas Ridvagas, one of the drivers of the current leading car, that is number 66 Phoenix Racing Esport Green. Peter, you're with me.
Gustas, welcome to the RaceSpot TV commentary box. Tell us a bit about your race so far.
Yeah, sorry, I logged in with the wrong team, so we're number 6 IMSA Esport. Sorry about that. Yeah, so as you saw, we had the incident there at coming into the bus stop. Let's see, I think an hour ago. But up until that point, our car has just been on the rails. We've been the fastest crew, taking pole position, stretching that gap in the first stint. Then obviously losing a bit of pace, but then going back into the lead and leading quite comfortably, if I can say that. And then just that incident really set us back, and now it's just damage limitation from here.
And forgive me, speaking of damage, I mean, you've spent about 10 minutes in the pit lane. Now, I'm guessing that isn't all the damage sorted. What's the state of the car, and how long did you take to take the repairs in the pit stop?
Well, we had to tow the car back into the pit lane, and we had then 8 minutes of repairs. We think we've done everything, and the driver's been quite happy in the car. We haven't seen any real top speed damage or cornering grip loss. I haven't personally been back in the car after the accident, so I'm just waiting to see in a few hours how it feels for me. But yeah, looks like most of it's been fixed. That's been the case with this new Dallara P2. The damage is fixed quite well, so we're hoping it's all done, and now we're recovering. We're gaining time. We're hoping to be back on 3 laps with the race leader very soon. And yeah, just looking out for that top 5, maybe even a podium at the end.
Well, Gustas, we wish you all the best and good luck for your stint. We'll be cheering you on here from the RaceSpot commentary box.
Thank you.
Was Gustas Grimberas giving us a great insight there into how the damage took place. And Jonathan, that's interesting that in 8 minutes they managed to get all that damage more or less repaired.
Yeah, there was heavy contact with the wall and heavy contact with the car in front, but at least they were able to get repaired. Unfortunately, that BMW that was a part of that spent over an hour on the pit lane, has just recently rejoined the track. So, but it's nice to see that team still has a really good fighting spirit.
Absolutely, I love that, the never say die attitude, that tenacity is really what you need ingrained. It needs to be part of your DNA for any form of endurance racing, and we've seen it, so many times across all the big endurance races where some drivers where they look down and out, where they just they find that little bit of inner pace and just dig that little bit deeper, and then something happens ahead, and hey presto, you've got a result when it never looked like there would have been one. So brilliant job to the guys who are keeping going and getting their cars back out on the circuit and lapping in. Well, what a great way to spend a Saturday evening lapping around this amazing circuit.
It's probably the best way to spend a Saturday evening, in my opinion, is driving around Spa in a very fast, very good race car. As we looking at an Audi going very fast right now, is the 299 Absolute Motorsport design car, currently driven by Andreas Savai. And the highest placed Audi right now is an Audi and a C of BMW. So the Audi's really been very quiet this race, but they're starting to creep up a little bit.
Indeed, yeah, the Absolute Motorsport Acco design car, the 299, up to second. And yeah, the like you say, it's been very much the story of the BMW Z4 so far, but the Audi Pro. We've got contact. We've got contact at La Source. The number 41 LMP2 machine and the 7th place GT3 car. So that is the 7th place GT3 car. That was Team Race Gitter. And the 41, is this the Angry Bull car?
Well, it's not Race Gitter, it's actually the Muller Sport car, I think, again involved in the 41.
Bull out, sorry, my apologies, Bull out, and the prototype gets hit by the GT.
And hit again!
Oh, for good luck. Oh dear, it's Mühlner Motorsport, thank you, yes, you're spot on, apologies for my mistake there. 285, Mühlner Motorsport BMW plows into the back of the innocent prototype there, and that's not so good news for either of those cars, really, as we look at the the 3rd place GT3 car, the other Simsa Esports machine. So although it's not gone very well for the prototype division, the GT class, they're in a good spot for they're in the podium contention right now.
Yeah, they're chugging along. Lewis Goodway had a little bit of an issue down here into Puhan where he spun out, and that stint was a little bit rough for them, but they've been able to recover really well. Michael Davis and Burkhardt and Maring as well driving that machine. They've been able to recover well, and they're sitting pretty in the 3rd spot. They have a nice, sizable gap right now, and just manage their time and see if you can try and hunt that 2nd place car down.
Absolutely, the only way to do it is clean stints, and they're maybe at an ever so slight disadvantage where they've only got 3 drivers, which in the real world Spa 24 Hour would be quite normal for a pro car, but most of the Pro-Am cars would usually run with 4 drivers. But 3 in the sim that's long. That's a lot of driving for each driver, at least a minimum of 8 hours each. So it's going to be my apologies, maximum of 8 hours each. So it's going to be really, really tricky for them. Getting to tomorrow afternoon, they're going to be very, very tired.
Yeah, I think that the varying team sizes also brings up an interesting point of how drivers and teams are planning the stints. If you know you're racing your rival with a small team size, you might plan your stints to do a few driver changes towards the end of the race and get that fresh set of eyes and arms in the car.
Absolutely, yeah, and we did mention that the driver changes do cost time in the pit lane. You have to basically make an investment in time to get that fresh driver in the car. And of course, you'll have some drivers who are slightly quicker than others, and you want to deploy those fast drivers accordingly. Of course, we see this so often as well, don't we, Jonathan? In a lot of sports car racing now, it's very much focused around the Pro-Am model, where the amateur driver is usually, like I say, an amateur driver usually the one who is funding the program, adding the finance, and then hiring pro drivers to share the driving with them in endurance races.
So op der Playstation.
Ja, mal Sonne. Schmengen iRacing an Assetto Corsa Kompetitionen sind die Entstinger, die da unterstützen.
Okay. Just iRacing gespielt bislo.
Schon Assetto Corsa Kompetition enker probiert an direkt im deinstallieren.
Ja.
Schon als so schlimm von. Schon zum Glück kauf wie der Early Access war für 10 €.
Okay.
An net den no für 60 oder was auch immer. An den hun jo Playstation rausbrechen an du hue nimmen 30 FPS.
So. Guck ein Kipp Pneu wann schlift. Ungefähr
Jo.
wie zu Stu sinn.
Für längst 72.
Okay. Locker.
Ja, dat geht easy. Das ist komisch, wie falsch eigentlich die Fuel Calculator. Du hast am Anfang von der Box für Seten wären 21 Runden.
Okay.
Steuerrad ja bestimmt doch.
Mehr sieht in 16 Runden.
Steuerrad.
Wie Steuerrad.
Ma Steuerrad weißt du da drin, wo wir längst drüber redet.
Halt. Schon. Ah, links kommt.
Irgendwo weißt du da Estimate
Ah, ja,
Lags auf Liter.
21,4. Ja, das ist falsch.
Was meinst du, wenn sie sollte ja, wenn Serverprobleme wäre, wäre ja rot Handel, ne?
Ja.
Wenn sie da gingen neu starten, dann gingen im Jitfrin an der selbst Rund starten.
Keine Ahnung, wie sie das dann machen.
Komm her, schnell der Server.
Hey, Luca, mach mal ihr Gefallen, du schwätzt nicht zu viel, man geht das.
Okay.
Ich bin richtig konzentriert, so. Sorry.
Nee, das ist nicht schlimm.
stints right now, and you see the leading BMW getting a little bit in the way of the HM Engineering car, and evasive action has to be taken. But Ramos Buster is 4 laps longer on his stint. His tires are slightly older and his fuel is a little bit lower. So maybe trying to save some fuel, trying to stretch that stint out more. That Ferrari, the 488, has been stretching the stint out like no tomorrow. He almost has an extra stint in hand. He's been going to 26, almost 27 laps. Whereas these guys have had to call it quits around lap 24 or 25. So it'll be interesting to see what HM Engineering does here. Does it stay put, right along in second, or does he try to attack now?
Yeah, this is maybe this is the point where he just shadows for a little while, possibly, but we'll see. And he's in the draft now. Does he decide to take it? Of course, you get an option here. You can just flat out and use all the draft and try to make a move, or you can short shift. You can lift off nice and early, Scott Dixon style. That lift and coast that he's so good, where he can still do lap record pace and save fuel at the same time. That he's an absolute wizard behind the wheel of both IndyCar and the sports car as well. Amazing sports car record is Scott Dixon. He's won multiple big races, including a win at Petit Le Mans a couple of weeks ago for Wayne Taylor Racing. So, tell you what, it's been a great performance then by the Bentley gods. Well, regardless if HM Engineering had a problem when we were off camera, or whether whether the Bentley gods cars kind of run this gap down, Trevor Pastrami, he's right there on pace, isn't he?
He's equal on pace, but here's the key thing though, he's not leaving the HM Engineering car. The HM Engineering car is still there, looming large in the mirrors, so this is going to be a fight until the end of the stint, and I'm sure HM Engineering is now thinking what you were thinking earlier. I'm going to put the pressure on, see if he makes a mistake, and take advantage of it.
Well, that certainly could be more of an imposing sight than having the HM Engineering Corvette looming in the mirrors. That's not what you want to see. And I know that Rasmus Busk is bound to have a little bit up the sleeve in terms of pace, but will he deploy it at this stage? Is that the right thing to do? Is it better for him to save a bit of tyres, save a little bit of fuel? We're coming into the point now where you could be wanting to stretch out more on the tyres as well. So let's see. A little bit wide there from Pastrami, and here goes Busk side by side in the middle of the night here at Spa, and it is going to be HM Engineering. Rasmus Busk gets the move on the exit, gets around Pastrami, but coming through Eau Rouge and Radion, they get onto the Kemmel Straight. Rasmus Busk, does he have enough in hand to hold off Pastrami on the draft? Here goes one of the prototypes going up the inside, so that might just slow. Oh, it's the Prism car. Is that going to bring them together? It's really close. Oh, I thought they were going to run into one another there.
They had to back out of it a little bit, Busk, because he was worried about the braking zone. And now here comes the Bentley gods of Pastrami. He's looking down into Russell's, and deep on the brakes he goes. And he retakes the lead. This is fantastic in respect for racing with these two. They head down into No Name Corner. And it looks like right now the Bentley Guts have once again re-secured the lead, but for how long? That 159, that little red Corvette, is very, very good and very, very racing.
It is indeed, and interestingly, it just took the slightest mistake there from Pastrami, and Rasmus Busk took no delay and blasted by down the straight towards Eau Rouge. And this is a great battle, these two mid-engine Corvettes, these 5.5 litre flat crank V8s, just completely different noise to what we've come to get used to with Corvette, but amazing car as well, and really nice balance, and of course a car with a lot of pedigree under its hood already in just one season. Sadly didn't get to see it at Le Mans this year, but hopefully next year we will do as they come around Blanchimont, flat out through there using all the exit room on the curb there, and then hard on the brakes. And Pastrami just covering the line slightly. Rasmus Busk gets a perfect apex, clips the curb on both sides, back on the gas again. And this, Jonathan, this is a cracking battle here under the moonlight here at Spa.
Yeah, and this allows the overall race lead, and they're somehow really, really close in stint time. Only 4 laps difference again for HM Engineering. Again, it might be better for them to ride right here, save a little bit of fuel. Some of their competitors further behind have gone quite far. The Prism Racing went 25 laps in the Porsche. And we know that 488 has stretched out his fuel a lot. So now we go down to the Kendall Straight. Oh, now we're getting defensive from the Bentley guys as here comes Rasmus Busk charging as they head into the cones.
Here he goes then, up the inside, and Kevin Pastrami gives him the broom. Oh, and just has to back out of it, has to check up quite a lot actually, as Rasmus Busk was a little bit offline and then was slower in the middle of the corner. Yep, I don't think there's nothing to, well, I was about to say there's nothing to be upset about. Yes, losing the lead is certainly upsetting, but no, that was a clean move there from Rasmus Busk, but of course checked him up in the middle. But oh, look at this, out of Jackie X corner. Oh, Pastrami's giving him no room at all, just moves him onto the marbles, and through he goes, changes the lead again. Brand flashes him back, brilliant.
Oh, these two are now racing each other hard. They're racing each other just out of pure spite. Like, this is now, we're both angry. We want this lead. And brilliant racing. They're doing some fantastic overtakes in places that we really have not seen a lot of good passing opportunities yet tonight.
Just a little reveal. I've just looked to see who's in third place, because you never know if these guys get, like you say, if this battle gets any more bitter. The Austrian sim racers Porsche could be looking to get involved in this leaders battle if they come together. But full commitment there from Kevin Pastrami, and Rasmus Busk is he's met his match here, hasn't he? It's one of the prototype dives up the inside. That's the 77 machine of Durham Motorsport Club in 4th overall.
And I think the key for this battle is there is no GT3 traffic that they've had to come across. And the prototype traffic has been relatively light. It's like a second or third car to really go through these two. So it's just a pure dogfight. There's no shenanigans, there's no picks or anything in the way. This is just a pure fight of skill.
Yeah, you kind of get that feeling that it's they know it won't last. They know that the field there will be little pockets of traffic that they've got to worry about, and that could be where they maybe perhaps decide to just play a little bit of a joker on strategy, maybe just sacrificing one lap to get track position, maybe, perhaps. It would take a pretty gutsy call to do that, but Rasmus Busk, the one thing you can guarantee is that this stint for Rasmus Busk is going to be nowhere near as fast as if he were out on his own. And I think for the Bentley gods, they've done exactly what they need to do to get under the skin of the HM Engineering guys and let them know, going, we are not letting you have this. We are going to get under your skin. We're going to get into your head. And at this stage, with 14 hours to go, they're doing a great job of doing that.
Yeah, and I think the Bentley guys able to showcase a little of their pace as the end of the stint is coming for the HM Engineering car, so they'll be diving in at any time now, probably another lap or two, and then this battle will probably get started again in about 6 or 5 laps time.
Absolutely, yeah. We'll just see how they keep going until they get to the pit stop. Like I say, I think this is going to rage on until they get to the pits. Now, what I want to know is when they get into the pits, do they, is there any driver changes going on? I suspect this is the last time you want to do a driver change, because you're going to lose all that track position. As particularly for the Bentley gods, they want to effectively mirror whatever HM Engineering are doing here, because they want to kind of upset the rhythm. Anything they can do is another prototype comes through, the 99 car. Oh, this is going to be tight. Oh, a little bit of an oversteer there from Pastrami. Oh, is he going to use the prototype as a pick? They go side by side, then down towards, La Source. They make contact. Banging wheels into turn 1 here. Oh, it's going to be very, very close indeed. Whew. To me, is Pastrami, has he got the inside line? Is he going to take it? There's a prototype there again. So here comes the prototype shuffle. Side by side, the prototype can't get through. And HM Engineering, Rasmus Busk goes through.
There's a lot of angry headlights flashing. Wow. That was brave. Rasmus Busk going toe-to-toe into the Source, down into Radillon, into the Rouge. And just sticking it, just looking that stamp and sending it.
Ja, das vom Gas kann.
Okay.
Wenn die nicht vom Gas geht, da geht es sauer. Da fährst du zu zweit durch. Wenn man mal ein B ist, ist kein Problem, zu zweit durchzufahren. Wenn man dem anderen geht, nimmt nicht weh.
Ja. Ja. Stavelo Richtung Busstopp verlieren wir ungefähr 15. Zwischen dem Auto. Also
Ja,
sehr weit.
dann eigentlich, also verlieren 1 Sekunden Tour.
Ja.
So ungefähr. Das hat,
Schon im Moment auch ein bisschen der Pech, dass ich so ganz schlechte Plätze erwischen. GTE und GT3. Das haben wir richtig Zeit gekostet. Nice. Putain.
Sie gucken sich an der Rennkommission Sachen mit Livestream so, weißt du?
Okay.
Kannst du am Discord Sachen streamen. Komisch.
Was dann gesehen was
Ja, we've access your live am Channel, that steht dabei beim Stream. I had gerade an den Talk Channel geschrieben. I want to speak to Stuart right now. This is a joke. Shit.
wollte dat geschrieben
On den Talk Channel.
ein Platz wo du kannst Protester gucken go ne
Ja.
was de
Oder am Discord.
Das am Docs Channel, da geht es ein Waste Control Report Link. Da kannst du gucken.
Alles am Gringe, Junge.
alles gut
Alles gut.
Also ich bin da nur mit dem Sammy, ist das richtig?
was siehst du
Ich will nur mit dem Sammy.
ne ich hatte geschrieben du fährst nur mir Tisch um Sammy da fährst du an der vorne Schneinkehr Tisch von zu fertig was man fuhren kann ich auch aus den die 3 Stunden allein fuhren das geht Problem
Okay.
der Tisch total weil ich kann ich gucken denke was ich geschrieben dein Timing aus 0 15 bis 2 und dann müsste von 2 bis 10 raus oder so wie schon sich die längste Pause krä oh nie wenn du noch Sammy fährst dann muss ich 16 vor
Ja, vielleicht ein bisschen viel, ja?
dann gibt vielleicht ein bisschen alle Mensch
Und die GT3, du zahlst komplett.
Das ist komplett frei, wenn man so los.
Aber ich gucke mal, wie eine Position die überhaupt sind. Boah, wie hat vorhin die noch Mod verklebt? Sie feiert sich Runden an dran.
Ui. Also ich würde vielleicht du kommen.
Lines, watching their braking points, and you're going, Ah, that's the line around there. Okay, and it's amazing that how much you can learn there. So the Sims of Car Brazier just got to try and live with the leader here and try and just pick up some tips and increase that pace a little bit.
That midfield battle in LMP2 has heated up a little bit. The Angry Bull and WS Racing Esport Magenta are right on top of each other, and they've also hit traffic, including at least the broadcasting favorite Ferrari right now, so it's going to be really tight between these two.
Yeah, we've got a soft spot for this this Ferrari that's really really fought its way hard back up the field. It's sitting in 5th right now as the online sim racing DE machine, although 2 cars ahead do owe pit stops very soon, so it will probably hop back to 3rd once more. In fact, I think it is that Ferrari did have, it had 3 green lights on the side of it, which means it's in 3rd spot. So yes, so it's looking very good for that Ferrari right now for a podium.
We have the Angry Bull behind WS Racing Esports Magenta. This has been a battle that we've, I think, gone back and forth from the entire time you and me have beaten here, Peter, because a couple of these LMP2 cars cannot seem to get away from each other and always find a way to find each other again after a stint or two. And the Angry Bull has been quick, but has had a few mistakes as we've seen.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes that can work really well. Oh, as we see the Mühlner Motorsport car diving to pit lane, their yellow and black machine. In he comes in, Otmar Pinner, the 64. Now, if I remember correctly, was it the 64 car or was it the 68 car that was involved in that incident at La Source? I think it was the 68.
It was the 68.
It was, yes. I thought, yes, the Phoenix Racing yellow car. I was getting my yellow cars mixed up. We've got a spinner, the Ferrari, the 11.9 car, the number 219 Ferrari, a bit of a spin there. The only other Ferrari in the field, driven by Dave South at the moment. But the honour of Maranello very much being held up by the online simracing.de car with Olaf Matzenbacher. He has been in that car for pretty much the entire time we've been on air.
There was someone in there earlier, I wish I had like a name sheet with me. Unfortunately we don't, we just have the team names with me. But there was someone else in there for that first stint or two that he was on. And then he's been in there for quite some time, but that team is doing a good job managing the stints, the tires, and I think they're the team that's showing like, hey, we can't beat you on pace, but we can definitely outsmart you and put on a solid, good races. Again, that 219, showing that, the other side of the Ferrari garage, unfortunately, a little bit of a rough ride so far, but sitting in 11th ain't too bad in a 16-card class.
Indeed, yeah, absolutely, and getting, working your way through the race, keeping the car moving, that's all you can do. But yeah, we got the 152 Ferrari, they're the Simsa car! It's the Simsa BMW! Oh no! The Simsa BMW Z4 has been ploughed by a prototype. Now he's just at the pit lane. Can he get around there? I think he might be able to just about get into pit lane to get that repair. So what happens here? He's minding his own business at the moment. There are prototypes approaching from behind. There it is. That is the Phoenix Racing. No way is that the leader. No.
I don't think that's the leader. That's the 8 car. That's second place. That was second place.
Oh.
That was the other second place.
No way. I think we need to see that again. Was that the second place Audi in GT3 that he then collected after that? Oh wow. What a... Oh no.
Now I know we shouldn't take hot takes, but that was completely on the 8. I believe the 266 gave him the necessary room to get past, and really a shame for that Simsa team because they've been sitting pretty. Scott just got in the car.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, he's 10 hours watching his teammates, minding his own business, and then the Audi. Oh my goodness me, the Audi there. Oh. The Audi of, now who is that? That is the Absolute Motorsport number 299 car, was sitting second in class, just ahead of the Simsa car. and driving along, mind his own business, and then a torpedoing BMW just comes flying along here. Oh! And then a prototype from behind. Oh my word. He's probably thinking, guys, leave me alone.
And that's... And I kind of saw as soon as we went to that first image of all that traffic heading down there, that was going to be an issue. Ooh, oh, and then the prototype hitting the Audi behind. Actually, that's the Corvette, I believe. That's a high-ranked Corvette, too. There's a lot of, like, good midfield cars involved in this accident.
Yeah, no, it's good. To the poor old Sims at BMW, it's like he's been punted like a snooker ball. And through he came, and it made such a lot of... now it was the Familian, but the leader, Familian bomber, Michael Bessich, did he get contact? This is the GT3 leader, the runaway GT3 leader. Now, I tell you what, if it's not their day, I don't know when it will be, because they've had a brilliant, perfect day so far, and he was, a couple of meters back, a couple of meters forward, that GT3 leader was in big trouble. But look, he hits the brakes, he sees that accident happening, he sees the Simsa car coming torpedoing along and goes, I think I maybe just better back out of this for a second.
Sometimes you don't have to be good, you have to have a little luck on your side. There was the flying prototype car. Yeah, it was a lot of things. Look at that. The 8 was struggling so much towards the end right here.
The ring to start sim racing car, and he just goes straight into pit lane. He knows, the look at the wheel. Huge steering damage there. It's the steering at a 45-degree angle. It was. It looked like it. A little bit of steering damage. It looked more. But yeah, you think as soon as he had that incident, he thought, damage.
That was a lot of higher up running contenders just kind of in one little bubble right there, and that could have gone horribly wrong for a lot of them. And fortunately for the Reinfurt Sim Racing, that's awful because Phoenix Racing is already a minute ahead of them.
Exactly, yeah, exactly. Now, just an update on the front. We have a driver change in the GTE class for both cars. We have the Anton Gulich on board the HM Engineering red Corvette, and the Bentley Gods have now got Andreas Dahlstrom on board as well. So, and the online sim racing DE car about just under 4 minutes behind the leading two, but they're now in a place where if the leaders hit any problems at all, they would be right there.
Yeah, and I think the driver change might have been for the best, at least for both these two, because I know both teams, both drivers were a little bit angry when they were racing each other for the lead, but this fight is going to start up once again, and again about 5 laps different this time. The Bentley Gods have just fresh out of pit road, whereas HM Engineering has been on track for a little bit. So they do have, warm tires as well if they have a driver change with tires. So now they have full fuel, full tires, and fresh drivers. This should be fun.
Absolutely, and this is exactly what the Bentley Gods were wanting, because, well, they need to keep the physical pressure. And there's a big difference, I think, between pressure on the timesheets and actually a physical race car behind you putting pressure on you. It's a completely different matter, and that's exactly what the Bentley Gods have been able to get themselves into that position where they can really make the HM Engineering guys' life a little bit more difficult than it was. And this is for HM Engineering, they're probably thinking, this wasn't what we're used to. We're now we're going to have to really start pushing pretty hard now.
Yeah, it's like we were taking a nice little Saturday night stroll around Belgium, and then all of a sudden there's now another green Corvette behind me. And now the strategy as well could be completely different. They're now on the same strategy in terms of drivers and tires. So this is just going to be another pure dogfight from here on out.
It would appear so. I mean, this is what we want to see, a duel throughout the night between HM Engineering and Bentley Gods. 159 versus 169. And I have to say, I do love the HM Engineering colours. They look really good on any race car, but particularly on this Corvette. And of course, John, we here on RaceBot TV, we were lucky to broadcast the brand new SimPower Motorsport Carrera Cup, and HM Engineering won the team championship
En dingen ha gefallen.
Ja, das Simse.
Was Sim sei die 2 hingefunden.
Ja.
Aber
Tom und Chance.
Ja, sogar ein GT ausgefahren.
Oh, Merd.
Just in time.
Hast du jetzt gespielt?
ne, am Sprit ist ja aber kein Problem. Muss immer vorgehen.
Ja. Dass du weißt, wie ich muss ran.
Du gesagt hier an der Blackbox. Also wir hat die Geschichte am GT, wo du gesucht mit der Lizenz.
Na ja, wenn
Das
du
ist
willst,
bezahlen.
ja, die weiter updaten, dann musst du ob Jo eine neue Lizenz füllen. Weil ich fange die mit verstehen, dass von den Enkel so kriegt und so viel Zeit dann investiert, dass dann nie Geld verdient. Ich
Ja.
möchte das so als Abo für Jahre.
Hm.
Ich will das ich die ganze Zeit benutzen und ich würde okay, komm, 10 €. Ich bin sehr froh, dass du die Zeit investiert wird.
Het is wel een dikke rating am iRacing, ja?
Den, also, die Joel, ja. Also Tom, du willst, dass ich feieren Zweck sind, ne? Ich hätte richtig verstanden.
Bestimmt op den
Ja. Also, das
Dingen gepost.
ist cool. Ja. Das ist ein Feierzweck. Ja, Feier oder Feier. No, das. Dann führt gut, dann los bis hallo.
Bis mich spät.
Hallo, ciao.
Ja, bis dann, ciao. hast du auch gerade den Dingen Test.
Ja, ich wurde doch den Tester geschickt.
Soll ich dem antworten? Okay. Weitere Minuten des in Durchfahrtsstufen und untere.
Keine Ahnung.
So, ich gehe auch pennen, ne? Ich sehe um halb 4 mal.
Tipptopp.
Ciao.
Ciao, bis dann.
Für was schreibst du sorry?
Ich hatte den lo bisschen gedivebombt. Also nicht gedivebombt, mehr. Es sind halt schon nie mit der Gebremse mit allen 2 Zeit verloren, du wennst.
Maybe they're just running to the end of the stint to get it repaired. But that car is a little bit. Yeah, you can just sort of see it there. Just a little bit of damage at the back of that car. So we'll see how that plays out over the coming stint or so. In 5th in class in GT3 is the number 200 Reparix by Artel Motorsport, also running a BMW Z4. It's great to see so many of the Z4s. I have to say, I do have a soft spot for this car. Marcus Unkoff is at the wheel of that car right now. Now, this is the car that kind of triggered a bit of a chain reaction with the front runners in LMP2, but managing along fine at the moment with Daniel Wilhelmi, Patrick Schmidt, and Daniel Epkins and Rennie Penque, who are the other drivers in that car, but currently holding down 5th spot.
It's the quiet 5th. I mean, He has been, unfortunately, involved in some of that lap traffic fiasco, but the 200 car minding its own business, and again, with that incident happening to its rivals, he's only 20 seconds behind the 288. Like, the podium race now for this class is a much wide open as it was earlier, because we also don't know how much damage is in the 299, and the BMWs have good pace. It's unfortunately, this car, it looks like it's been through a bit of a battle, a bit of a war, but it might be able to pull something together here.
They need some I'm assuming that Reparex is some form of car repair business, so they've got the right sponsor anyway. That's for sure. At this moment in time, you see that the Reparex BMW. In 6th place in class is the team RaceGetter.de number 235 machine of Siegfried Beuchner, with Sergey Bloom and Michael Yost, his teammates in that car. Now, they've only had 3 drivers in the car so far. Are they a team with a couple of fresh guns up their sleeve, as we say, a couple of hot shoes just waiting in the wings, ready to get into that car?
Yeah, this is a team that has been towards the front of this class, and it was a bit of an issue at Puhan. They've had fights with some of these guys in the mid-tier, and right now they've just been kind of mired back in 6th place. But now 6th place is all right. They are a little bit of ways away from their rivals and a little bit off sequence as well. So it'll be interesting to see how they try and combat from this and whittle that gap down.
Well, indeed. Next up then is in GT3s. We've also got in 7th place the number 285 Mühlner Motorsport sim racing car. Kevin Hilgen Hovel is at the wheel of that BMW right now, and this is another one where this car has been involved in a couple of little skirmishes as well. One with Jan van den Spring, I remember earlier in the race, where he was ambushed a little bit and involved in an incident that wasn't necessarily his fault.
No, he's also had a little bit of a tussle with the barrier on the inside of Puhan as well, so it's a major race car that's definitely been through the war, but they're still in 7th, and they're only 7 seconds back from that 235. So they're showing they still have a little bit of pace and life in that BMW, despite it going through a war. They actually just ran a 219 last time, which is one of the fastest laps in that class. So, you know, there's still potential with this 285 to come up with a really good result.
43 seconds further down the road from the Mühlner 285 machine is the 247 Albrecht Motorsports car, the BMW of Matthias Kraus. Next along in 8th spot, Matthias sharing with Mike Stenicke, Tobias Gabler and Sven Albrecht in this. Well, I have to say, I love this paint scheme here, this white, blue and red paint scheme. You know, that wouldn't look out of place on almost looks like an NFL jersey, that paint scheme.
It's almost like sports colors. Like, it's a very nice, clean, eye-catching. Unfortunately, the eye-catching thing for me is a lot of that front-end damage is going to be definitely hurting on the straights, and it looks like a bit of rear damage as well.
Speaking of damage, and we're skipping out of order here, but the car in 11th, right behind this Albrecht Motorsport car, is the Simsa machine. Yes, it is. Scott Brazier. Poor old Scott Brazier, what can you say? I mean, look at the state of the rear wing of that car. It's bent out of shape. And he'd been in the car for a tiny amount of time. He's waited 10 hours to get in the car. And then he gets absolutely plowed into the middle of next week by a prototype. That's gotta hurt.
It's going to be frustrating for the Simsa team too, because we just mentioned right beforehand how good of a position they were in to really fight for 2nd place, and now they're going to have to claw back and maybe have to overtake that 247 as well, who's also seen a fair bit of contact as well in the right front. And these are the cars lower down in the classes that have had struggles, that have been through the wars, but they're still chugging along, still doing all right.
Yeah, indeed. Yep, they're still carrying on. The spirit of endurance, that's what it's all about. In 9th place, in the GT3s, we have the number 210 Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing Lupus machine, one of our very few, sadly, very few Audis out there. That's Jan Mende, who's at the wheel of this car. This is a 5-man team till now, with Max Damert, Johannes Witt, Merlin Mark Wolf, and Jörg Patsch in this Audi. And I have to say that I love the noise this Audi makes. Of course, it shares an engine with the Lamborghini Huracan. Of course, they're owned by the same parent company, the Volkswagen 5.2 litre V10, normally aspirated, and it is just lovely. Mounted in the middle of the car. Of course, in road form, this car most of the time is sold with four-wheel drive, but of course the racing car, rear-wheel drive. And actually Audi have just started releasing this car in road form with a rear-wheel drive setup. But the Audi R8 has such an impressive competition history. It's won the Spa 24-hour, it's won the Nürburgring 24-hour, it's won the Bathurst 12-hour, and the Daytona 24-hour.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that we only see a handful of them in the field. And obviously for Motorsport, Sim Racing Olympus, they all want to do well. It looks like they've kept the car pretty clean, maybe just struggling for pace, setup, anything like that. A penalty here or two might have also set them off, but they still have a little bit of potential. They're not too far off the pace, at least of their other classmates, but, you know, it's definitely going to be a challenge, especially, again, being the only Audis in the field.
Indeed, and also just looking at our timing screen now, every driver on the iRacing service has something called an iRating, which basically is effectively like a world ranking of their results, good or bad. Your iRating goes up and down according to results. And looking at the guys in this car, slightly lower iRatings than some of the front runners, but that is often to be more to do with experience rather than actual out-and-out skill. So they're doing a great job to be wheeling this Audi along. It's not an easy car to drive quickly, and yeah, they're doing a great job at the moment, and you know, keeping the car clean and keeping it ticking over. In 10th spot in the GT3 runners is the AMC Birkenfield EV Pre-Alpha. That's a nice short team name for you. Number 211 of Marco Selnick in this. Oh, look at this car. I like the look of this with the Race Union windscreen strip there. Yellow, black and red in the, of course, German colours. I have to say I like that one. I like the elements sort of graphics along the side of it as well.
It's kind of like a honeycomb, like Bumblebee kind of feel, but it's more menacing than like the Corvette, the Camaro Bumblebee you see in like the Transformers movies. Like this is a bit more dark, a bit more racy.
Yeah, I tell you what, the BMW Z4 GT4 would make a great Transformer, wouldn't it? It kind of looks like it could just morph into a massive robot, couldn't it? Oh, as it goes straight to perfect timing, the AMC Birkenfield machine going into pit lane for repairs, and I tell you what, especially when it's in pit limiter mode with those flashing lights, it looks even more like a Transformer.
So are you going to be pitching this to Michael Bay as soon as we're done here?
Why not? Yeah. We'll spend all the proceeds on beer in Munich.
And you also mentioned iRating and license rating. Previous team, well, the current driver, Marco Selnick, has the lowest iRating of anyone in the field, but is able to do all right. And he's only a D licensed driver as well, but again, he's kept the car out of trouble. The car's still running. It looks in one piece. You know, they're doing all right.
Absolutely, yeah. To be running, he's running 2:23 right now. It's his last lap, and that's really, really impressive for someone who's clearly, obviously, quite new to the service. And it's completely different. I remember when I first came on to iRacing, I've driven racing games my whole life. I mean, it's been a huge part of my love of motor racing. It's been now I wonder, was he serving a drive-through penalty there?
I guess he must
He didn't
have
stop.
been.
Ah, okay. But yeah, coming back to that, he.
kann ich dich allein los.
Okay, Problem.
Ich habe den Benzin angestellt, Pneu angestellt für nächsten Dinge, ne? Für nächste Stunde.
Tipptopp.
Du fährst 3 Stintel, ne?
Ja,
Okay, ist immer Zeit drin, ne?
tipptopp.
Aber halt streng riecht.
Manisch.
Bonjour Tom, chef. Salut. Ça roule, ma poule.
Ja, ja, so geht.
Sie dann eine Zeit schon dabei, oder?
Was siehst du?
Sie dann eine Zeit schon dabei.
Ja, ja, also mir mal alles, dass man da den Film durchfällt vorher.
Okay. Schon merkst wieso, aber.
Oh, scheren das mega los.
Ich finde dich wieso die ganze Zeit am A so nicht.
Also, mal tipptopp.
Ich bin so weit ausgestaut.
Ja, ein Auto, also mein früherer Leute über 1 Sekunden pro Tür.
Nicht gut.
Also ich weiß nicht, das Stint, den ich wieder gefahren bin, konnte ich noch einmal muss eine Zeit im Mod gehen. Wir loben sie Lunch für ein Auto und sehen auf. Wir haben nur ein Auto eigentlich aufgebaut.
Ohne Kontakt?
Ohne Kontakt.
Oh. Vielleicht sind sie nicht ob der Dingens, ob die Pneumen in der Weg, ich weiß nicht. Keine Ahnung, ich sehe
Nee, es ist nur mit frischen Pneuen und so. Das ist mein erstes Ding.
Okay.
Gar nicht zu melden. Also gar nicht ohne einen anderen zu melden. Ne? Und noch Zeiten sind eigentlich über 1 Sekunden mehr los wie für du. Ne?
Ja, das möchte Temperatur gerne, dass der Nudel noch mehr heiß gehen lassen.
Ja, ja.
Ja, dann Chance beim Mächt, ja. Dann, das ist lange.
Oh ja.
Who knows?
Guck mal, wie viel Leute ich gehen.
Ja, das ist ja gut in der Zeit. Weggesehen, ne?
Yes.
Na ja, dann Tom schon, ne? Dann,
Bis mich spät.
ciao.
Ciao, ciao.
So it's going on in all the classes. Let's do a little update on the GTE, and yeah, so that, you know, interestingly, that gap has been pretty steady. 6.5 seconds to my timing screen, just in case. Yes, it's been at the moment 9.5 seconds between HM Engineering and Bentley God. So just what we thought then, Jonathan. Once HM Engineering were ahead, they've been able to lay the hammer down and start to pull away.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's really the traffic that's hurting HM Engineering's lap times. You can see right there getting held up by that BMW, the 6th place car in GT3. It has to be this traffic, and it's not. The car is probably just not set up to really deal with both the GT3 and the prototype traffic. So, you know, Bentley guys are still not out of it. Obviously, they're on the same strategy and on the same cycle in terms of tires and drivers. So, this is still either driver's race.
Indeed, yeah, and you know, even being within 10 seconds after nearly 11 hours of a race, that's close. Even if it's not quite in the mirrors, it's close enough that the Bentley gods, they're just going to just keep what they're doing, try not overdrive. If HM Engineering car is 2 or 3 tenths a lap quicker, let them do it. Just don't chase after those 2 or 3 tenths that you don't have, and then make a mistake. That's where the problems come in, is when you try to match somebody's pace when you don't have it, and let them make the mistakes. Make sure you stay on the track, and it's a really intriguing sort of, almost like a cat and mouse battle here in the GTE pack.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see the different strategy as well for those two teams playing out against each other. Again, 5 Live 7's a big lockup there, I think, from somebody in front. It was the 3rd place guy in GT3, the 03, now the 288 Riding Sport Sim Racing GT3 Pro, and a major lockup there. But again, back to GTE, it is going to come down to the strategy and who gets on the right tires when, what drivers are in there when. It's going to be a big chess match between these two for the rest of this race.
Indeed. Well, it's one class where it's certainly chess match. It's not necessarily. It's an absolute pulverization from the Million Bomber team. Patrick Henn at the wheel of that 257 BMW right now, lapping a lot quicker than all of their other competitors, and 2 laps ahead at this point from their nearest competitor, and for them it's just a case of just click off those laps and cruise it home.
And it's just, I honestly think it's really, really impressive that, you know, we have a car field that has a lot of BMW Z4 GT3s, and this team has just been able to click off lap after lap after lap, and they have 2 laps in the field.
Indeed, yeah, it's you know, to have 2 laps on the field at this stage is very impressive indeed. So, in the LMP2, another intriguing one where lap traffic has been a bit of an issue for the LMP2 runners, specifically trying to get through it cleanly. The Simsa Esports car of Teemu Toika, they're now back up to 8th, and they're now only 1 lap away from the 7th place car of WS Racing Esports Magenta. So, Jonathan, there, but I tell you what, the Simsa guys, although they had that big incident earlier on and a long pit stop, they are just slowly but surely working their way up through the field, and who knows where they'll emerge when daylight starts to come up over Spa.
Oh, we talked to one of the team members. They were really optimistic about their chances. They were saying top 5 and podium are both still on the table. So they obviously think they have the pace and they have the good strategy to get this car to the end. And again, they're up to 8th. They're only a lap behind. I say only, but there's a lot of like big gaps in the field. And they can work with this. They're running consistently clean and well good laps. 2:03 last time by. It's actually a couple seconds faster than some of the competitors that they're going to be racing with here in a few hours' time.
Indeed, if they can stay happily in the 203s, they will make pretty swift progress throughout the night. So that's their kind of target number. If they can consistently break the 204 barrier, be in the 203s, they will work their way up the field. The critical kind of caveat to that is they cannot afford any other mistakes. They've got to keep the car on the road. So if they feel they can do a 202, don't do it. Do a 203 and make sure that you're in that bracket consistently. give a little bit more room to the GT runners. There's a lot more slower GT runners out there who are basically dealing with their own damage issues right now. So I think this is going to be one of the stories of the night when we hand over to our colleagues. Jonathan, is you know, how far can Simza in the number 6 car get their way back?
Well, again, they sounded optimistic, and I'm willing to side with their optimism if they think they can pull it off, and if they think they have the driver's skill and the strategy to bring the 6 car home. And they were leading. They were your overall leaders by almost a minute. So they have the pace. They just need to make sure they have, you know, the proper strategy and no more mistakes, no more running into BMWs or managing traffic.
Yeah, that's like, it's one of these things. Easy to say, very difficult to do. But that's their mission. Every car in this race has their own separate mission. That's what endurance racing is all about. And for Simza Esports, the former leaders, they talked about it. Maybe a top 5, potentially even the outside chance of a podium. And why not? They keep running at the pace that they are. They've got every chance indeed to do that. Just looking at as they come over the line, what their lap pace is looking like for Simza. 202.7 last time around. That's flying.
Yeah, someone's driving with a lot of authority. You can see the lap difference between these last few laps between the 64 and the 6. That 6 car is on rails, and again, remember, they were your overall leaders until an accident with a BMW at the tail end of the GT3 field at 289, who's still limping along, but it's definitely a race where they can still manage to do things, and they're showing good pace.
Yep, and bearing in mind that they're right on it, because their absolute fastest, which you're not really going to get close to at this time in the race, a 201.348. So actually, all things being considered, if they're able to do 202s, well, they are right in the ball game right now. That car, whatever damage it had, has been repaired. I don't think actually they're really contending with any damage issues right now.
No, it looks very, very smooth. And if lap times, 202s, and it doesn't seem like there is much damage to be had. Obviously, the steering issue has gotten fixed, and maybe they've had to make an adjustment or two to also compensate for any damage. But if there still is anything wrong with the car, it's obviously Team Mortoika hasn't found anything yet.
No, obviously not. Well, we're just gone past the 13-hour to go mark, so we're approaching half distance now of this 24-hour race. We're racing into the night here at Spa-Francorchamps. We're going to ride on board with a fan favourite car, the number 77 machine, the Mühlner Motorsport Club car of Nick Zaleski, who is in one of the Dallara P2 cars. So we're going to ride on board. Now, perfect timing. He's just gone into pit lane. We will go on board in a couple of moments with the number 77 car. Once it's taken its pit stop, etc., we'll follow it along. And we know there's a number of fans of this car in the watching right now. So you'll get a few laps on board thanks to your chauffeur, Nick Zaleski. They have indeed, and it's interesting that that it's the Team Magenta car, but because you think, well, hold on a minute, it's yellow and black, but actually, if you noticed, the little 3 lights above the driver's head on the top of the safety cell there, they are magenta, so that's a nice touch.
You know, like a little like magenta stripe somewhere or something a little more visible, because I'm assuming again in the day that's going to be a little bit harder to tell, but only one team car for this team though, so it's a little easy right now.
Maybe a better team name before them might have, it could have been WS Racing Esports Bumblebee, might have been a better one.
Alright, well now we're coming up with naming ideas, and I don't know how the iRacing community will respond to this.
Saying, yeah, here's a better name for you because I say so.
Well, we already have, Team RaceGitter.de in 6th place, the 235. We already said Team Glitter would have been a really funny and amusing name.
Yeah,
Paint scheme
we've got the Bentley,
opportunities too.
We've got the Bentley boys as well.
Now, speaking of which, it looks like the Bentley gods have been able to grab the lead on the pit stop cycle. They still owe us another stop. However, that gap is large enough to where maybe the Bentley gods can overtake them depending on what they do on the pit cycle.
Indeed, so at the moment they are 1 minute and 8 seconds to the good from HM Engineering, but as you say, they owe a stop, so I would suspect that it shouldn't be an issue given the length of the pit lane here at Spa. It should be an issue for HM Engineering to come in, take their pit stop, get fuel, etc. And as we know, there was almost a complete reset, wasn't there, as you mentioned, Jonathan? Both of these cars took a driver, fuel and tyres all at the same time in the last stop, so they're kind of as they were as far as that's concerned.
Yeah, the delta right now with just taking fuel is about 130, so he's going to need to fly, basically. He's going to need to put the nitrox boosters on the end of this car in order to really put some pressure on it. But this is a good time for them to really shave a little bit of that gap down while he has that lower fuel load.
Indeed, yeah, absolutely. That certainly helps. He needs the Fast and the Furious quarter-mile 25-speed gearbox.
Well, that would be super useful in this situation. I think that would definitely close down 20 seconds in about 20 seconds.
just drop down that 24th speed in the box, and you just make that overtake just when you need to.
And hopefully the other GT cars, hopefully this battle continues and they can get some others in here. Our commentary favored the Ferrari 488, sitting comfortably in 3rd, and again we got on and they were 9th place, and they've really done an excellent job just meticulously working through the field.
Yeah, they have, and that's Stanislav Lenarts, who was in the car when we came on to the broadcast. So they've done basically a 2-man relay over the last 5.5 hours. So brilliant job from this Ferrari, and mid-engine machine can have a little bit of a fickle nature if you let it, but it's as we said, Rachel Fry, who races the car in endurance races in the European Le Mans Series and at Le Mans, says it's a brilliant endurance racing car. Well, she's certainly been proven correct here. As we watch, we're riding aboard with the helmet cam coming down into the bus stop, down to first gear, tucking into the apex. 1, 2, and round. Well, I tell you what, they've done a great job to get up to 3rd, and any problems at all from HM Engineering or the Bentley gods, or both, you never know what this little Ferrari could do.
They've also outperformed all the Porsches in the class, which I think is something that we should really note here, is that the Porsches were up there competing, but there was a bit of calamity involving the Prism Sim Racing Alpha and the Race Union ones that were towards the front end of that group. Damage on the Prism car and a penalty on the Race Union car. Austrian Sim Sport as well has a little bit of damage, so it's a bit of an interesting midfield fight. We have a couple guys that have had issues and struggled through, this, as we're closing on halfway, this first half of the day, but there's still a lot on the table, and it's 12 more hours of racing. Anything can happen.
Absolutely, yeah. We've got, darkness hours, maybe another 8 hours of darkness, possibly. for this race, and that's a big aspect as well. When the sun starts to rise and come up, that is where you really take stock and look at the race, and it almost enters a new phase altogether. It's more than just a difference in turning the light on or off. There's quite a lot of mental impact to it in endurance motorsport. So, at the front of LMP2, let's have a run through of all the LMP2 runners and see how they sit. LMP2 at the moment led by Phoenix Racing Esport Green, who are a lap to the good from the Ringfisar Sim Racing team. T3 Esports are in third with Durham Motorsport Club, the 77 car, which we just ran on board with for a few laps. They're in fourth. They're running a good race indeed. Angry Bull Racing are fifth, followed by WS Racing Esports Magenta, and seventh is Mühlner Motorsport Sim Racing Pro. And finally, Simsa Esports LMP2, the former leader, they're in eighth, but they are very much on the charge, back up through the pack.
Yeah, this midfield is going to get interesting with a 77 on down. I think with the charging 6 as well and the different strategies that are going on there, it's really going to get interesting to see how each team and each driver reacts and what they do for tires and what do for drivers, going forward. Obviously, the long pit road is really, I think, helps create a lot of interesting scenarios. You get like a minute 30 just for fuel. It's almost a full lap for these LMP2 cars for a tire change and even a driver change. You risk losing a lap. So it's going to be interesting.
Indeed, yes, of course. There's no, we don't have any safety car intervention to worry about, or fuel course yellows or what have you. Only local yellows being applied here in the sim. So we don't need to worry about that. But you're absolutely right, Jonathan. That length of pit stop can really just sort of, we saw it. I mean, with the Bentley Gods guys, they were really able to basically hassle the HM Engineering guys when they were, actually not necessarily in the same race, and that allowed them to get back into the competition. So, and that wouldn't have been possible with a shorter pit lane. So, as we ride on board, and I tell you what, you mentioned it just off the air there, Jonathan. These Dallara LMP2s are just rocket ships, and they rev so quickly with that normally aspirated motor, and they are a pleasure to ride.
Well, just look at the inside of them. Look at the LED lights, all the buttons on the side. It's really, like, looking at this, it's a very complicated and awesome machine, but it's running so well. As we're riding on board the Motul number 40, who's been in a little bit of bad luck situations. They were fighting in that LMP2 midfield for quite some time, and now they're going to bring a little bit of heat and a little bit of a charge back towards the front. You can see traffic right ahead of them.
Yeah, big traffic there. We've got the third placed GT3 Audi, the leading Audi just there. That is the Ringfisar Sim Racing Pro Audi, I think. No, I apologise. It has a number 3 on the side of it, but actually it is running in second spot right now. That's the Absolute Motorsport Accolade design car of Andrea Dalla Valle.
We just don't know how much damage is on that car. It's blinking lights from the 40 who's out on fresh tires compared to the overall leader. I'm not sure how kindly Phoenix Racing is going to take to the blinking lights, but maybe not move aside, maybe not bother.
No, that is a strange one, and they are not in the same race at all. And actually, for the Motul guys in the 40 car, they've got a great opportunity here to actually get a little bit of a tow along for a couple of laps as they head through Eau Rouge and Radion. Now look at that there, just fighting a bit of understeer. Oh, and he's going to make a move on the leader. He's going to try and get one of his laps back. Down they go to Le Com. This is sketchy for the leader, and very smartly, the number 66 Phoenix Racing Esport green car just dipping back slightly, saying, okay, if you want to go, fine, I'm not going to compromise my race legal.
Yeah, if you want to go have some fun, go ahead. You're on fresh tires. Have fun. And again, the leader being very, very smart. And I think that's something that Phoenix Racing Esports we haven't really mentioned, but they.
between number 8 car and the 71 car. So that is getting really quite spicy at the front of LMP2. And yeah, actually that gap is reducing, as we can see there from our screen, a little more up to date. So yeah, ring for out sim racing. Philip Boer, he's now getting put under pressure by Mike Rang, and you can't afford any mistakes, and also have to really keep a move on in traffic as well, and that is not straightforward at all.
You see that Mike Rang is going to hit a bunch of traffic ideas. There's several Porsches and a few BMWs in this mix. They're also coming to the end of their stint, so I'm wondering if this T3 esports car just really comes alive towards the end of the fuel stint, whereas the Rangsport Sim Racing LMP2 is a bit stronger towards the beginning, as again, several Porsches and 2 BMWs. The race gator car we were just commentating the battle on also involved, and a little dicey there.
Very, yeah. You're running out of braking room pretty quickly there, coming off the end of the Camel Straight into Le Con, down towards Brussels hairpin we go. And then
who is that just behind that just split the 2 GT cars? There's a prototype back there, and I want to replay it.
It's the Simsa car. It's the number 6 Simsa car on the tear, a couple of laps down, but absolutely getting a move on to the number 6 Simsa car. Let's have a look. Great spot there, Jonathan. So coming through like Com down towards Brussels, and then that's gutsy. That required both of the GT cars seeing him, and I don't think he could have guaranteed that from the cockpit of Crystal Harbor.
I didn't guarantee it. Like, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I was a little speechless when I was watching it. I was like, wait, he did not just try and go 3 wide. And, well, made it work.
He really did, yeah. Wow. That was some really impressive, risk and reward ratio was certainly high there. As we see the number 8 car, Philip Boer comes in, so this is interesting. Will Mike Arang follow him in? He does. So, this is now a race on pit road, really. What are these guys on a different strategy? Does one of them need tyres and one of them doesn't? We will see as they come rolling down the very slow, constant pit lane here at Spa. We'll see all the people up in the hospitality up in the right hand side. Normally they would be enjoying a nice cool maybe a Leffe or a triple Carmeline. That's a nice beer as well. Perhaps even now the holy grail of beer, Jonathan, is a Westflater, and I would think you would need to be in the top hospitality to get offered a Westflater in at the Spa 24 Hour.
Maybe you can negotiate your way into getting sneak in somewhere or something like that. It's probably just gotta use some good negotiation tactics.
Or being a cheeky Scot sometimes helps. Sometimes not. But sometimes does. Yep. I actually do. I am very proud to say I own one bottle of Westflater beer, brewed by monks who don't speak. You have to go up and you put your money through a little window, and then they push the beer towards you. You don't get change. You have to have the exact money. If you won't be getting change. So it's one of the few Trappist beers in Belgium.
I'm gonna say, I'm assuming you have this bottle and you're saving it for the ultra special occasion.
Exactly, yes. And actually, the crazy part is that you bottle age the beer. So actually, a Westflater, and you want to basically have it in bottle for 3 or 4 years before you drink it. Now, normal beer, you would never want to drink beer that's been in the can or in the bottle for 3 or 4 years, but with Westflater and similar beers of that type, you want it to bottle age in the cellar, or my cupboard as I call it.
So I'm assuming that the second job you have besides our play-by-play commentator is you are our Hall and beer connoisseur.
I'm going to take that, yes. I'm going to get business cards printed but for that tomorrow. Race Spot TV. Beer and alcohol connoisseur. Yeah, that's me.
First in class right now for Phoenix Racing Esport Green has stayed out an extra lap on his stint while his other 2 rivals have come down the pit lane and I think are about to exit. Or no, the Phoenix Racing has actually pit 1 lap earlier, so they're 1 lap earlier than the rivals, and really BMW getting a very, very close indeed. And actually, it's a bit racy. That's second and third in the GT3 category, right on top of each other.
Yeah,
Well, I say that, and they dip into the pits.
There he goes, yeah, and I tell you what, the leader there having to pick his way through very carefully the 66 Phoenix Racing Esport green car. Now, let's see what's happening with... whoa! Now, isn't this interesting? So, when they went into the pits, these guys were about 7 seconds apart. But now, Micah Rang in the 71 car, only 3 seconds apart. And now they can... Critically, Micah Rang can see Philip Boer up ahead. There he is, just a little bit further up. So, ooh, this is getting very interesting indeed in the LMP2 field. And, interestingly, for the 66 car, our leader in LMP2, this is probably ideal for these guys to get together on track because that potentially slows two of their rivals up.
And creates even more of a cushion. He already has that 1 lap buffer in the 66, does Daniel Longman, but any sizable gap, any bigger cushion would be something that everyone else would also enjoy if you're leading a race. So thing to keep in mind is traffic held up Michael Rang a little bit, but critically he's been lap by lap, he's been tearing away at this 8 car. And I'm wondering again if that 8 still has a little bit of damage from that incident earlier. It's caught more traffic, slower BMW dying down into Brussels, clearing him as best he can. He's hoping really for some clean track is what he needs to go chase down the Rangsfeld machine.
Yeah, interesting. You can see he's just got a little bit of problem with understeer there. I mean, it is something that the Dallara P2 does suffer from a little bit, is that low-speed understeer, but it doesn't seem to be such a problem here through Wuhan. In fact, definitely not nice and smooth through there. So let's just keep an eye on board then to see, does he have that same understeer issue? No, it seems to be okay. It seems to be alright. Just perhaps not on the one section there. So, This is going to be an intriguing battle to see if Micah Rang can pull in the last 3 seconds or so to Philip Boer. And, of course, the great thing for us, quite selfishly, Jonathan, is that they've just taken their pit stop. So if they do come together, they'll have a whole stint having a battle. Yeah,
critically also, the T3 Esports car was 2 seconds faster down pit lane as they're running up now. It looks like on our GTE leader in the HM Machine Engineering car, who's still got a couple laps on his stint to go. But if he keeps clicking off fast laps like this, it really won't be long. And then once you see him, I think he'll even go even faster. I know when I'm behind the wheel of a race car, that's normally what I see. If I see someone right in front of me, if I can physically see them, I'll go faster.
Yeah, it's that Coyote and Roadrunner syndrome, isn't it? It's you can't help it. You've just got to go chase after the guy in front. Interesting, they're going through Eau Rouge. It just shows you how much aero performance, how much aerodynamic grip these cars have. You notice the very small steering inputs they're going through Eau Rouge. The car, you just have to think about the corner and whoosh whoosh round it goes. However, when you get into the slower stuff here, like the Com, much bigger steering inputs. Look at that, you really actually got to work the wheel pretty hard, say, come on, turn in, come on, go. But in Eau Rouge, when the car just gets really, it starts to use its aerodynamic grip, it's a lot actually easier at high speed.
Yeah, and I think that's where like the challenge of driving these LMP2 around a place like Spa comes from. It's those like slower corners, the cones, the sauce, the chicane. It really comes down to trying to manage here. But right here in Wuhan, look, a little bit of steering, gets a little bit of the curve. This is not dramatic. This is not much of an issue. It's once he gets to these slower corners, as we see an LMP2 car head cut it off a GT. But so once he gets to these slower corners, like in this section right here, he's having to really work for it, making sure he stays steady, he keeps in the lines, doesn't overdo it on the throttle.
Absolutely, and it's just so easy to do as well. And if you get into a habit where you're too overeager on the throttle in these cars, the traction control just cuts in and it just kills your momentum. And if you're riding into the traction control too much, you always end up using too much fuel as well, because it's very inefficient for fuel economy if you're just battering into the traction control all the time. So look at that, look at full lock there going through both right and left. at the bus stop, and then you've got to try and catch that little bit of an oversteer moment as well. So let's see, this gap is sort of just, it's kind of pretty. element all the time. There's always something different to come across, and you've just got to overcome, make your way through, and you've got to try and guess what the car's going to do. And of course, by now, this is a stage in the race where you'll know every single car in the race. You'll know it inside out. You'll know a sort of pattern of behaviour of what the cars are likely to do. And that will, a lot of the smart drivers will really play that in their favour, knowing which GT cars are maybe more predictable, or maybe the prototypes that are going to dive on or whatever it might be. But here goes Mike Orang. He's right in the draft here. Is he going to be able to make this move cleanly? Boer just maintains his line, doesn't put up a fight, hard on the brakes goes Orang, and there's your answer. No problem at all. Through he goes. So Boer very cleverly thinking at the long game.
It's a bit of a moment there, though. He had a back end come out. I don't know if the traction control kicked in, but yeah, I think that had to be the smart move if you're the Rocks Sim Racing team and Philip Boer. You're on the same strategy. You are fighting each other, but then again, the big picture, that 66 is way out in front, and we need clean lap times and good racing. But again, it was a good move by Mike Orang, and whale of a job getting through that traffic and closing him down.
Absolutely, yeah. There was lots of potential risk there. As now he's thinking, "Oh no, don't hold me up now." As one of the H&R BMWs there getting out the way. Good job. So now, for the 71 of Orang, he's really got to push, because the last thing he needs to do now is pull around Philip Boer for the rest of the stint and give him a little bit of a fuel advantage. So Orang's really got to lay down the law here, and already you just look at the physical distance he's pulled out in those just few sectors, and if he can get past this GT3 BMW cleanly, which he does again, catches it at just the perfect moment, this is Orang's opportunity to take. Oh god! I was about to say it was his opportunity until he nearly gets punted up the back by the number 8 car.
Boer was really brave on the brakes. I didn't expect that. He pulled out such a gap, and I think that BMW just disturbed a little bit of the air off the 71. Now it's still a fight, and now Boer has a huge draft heading down into Eau Rouge and Radion, and it'll be another drag race down the Camel Straight if he still wants to put up the fight, or if he's just willing to ride behind him.
That's the thing is, and do you know what? Boer didn't lock up or anything, so it wasn't a mistake on the brake. He was just really late on the brakes as well. So riding on board with Philip Boer, looking at the shift lights. Well, I think we talked about it earlier, are you going to use the regular stack or use the long stack? I think definitely this 8 car is on the normal stack, because he was topped out in 6th gear there. So that's interesting, whereas a lot of the other drivers have had a bit of time to go in 6th gear, so maybe using the tall stack. So that is quite insightful there, actually, that one board there with Philip Boer. And is he using up? Oh yeah, he's using every last bit of every gear. So he's trying to hang on to Orang here and try to at least keep him in sight.
I don't know if he wanted. I think he didn't want to do like really aggressive defensive driving, because maybe he knew the move was inevitable, and he wants to still keep a presence and still, put pressure on him. Obviously, a mistake made by the 71 gives the position back to Boer. But again, these two keep fighting. Phoenix Racing Esport Green and Daniel Long are going to continue leading.
Indeed. Well, why don't we have a little run through the LMP2 standings as we see. Of course, Phoenix Racing Esports Green, a lap ahead of this incredible battle between T3 Esports and Ringfisher Sim Racing. It's going to rumble on for the next few hours, I'm sure. In 4th at the moment is the WS Racing Esports Magenta car. Angry Bull Racing are in 5th, followed by Mühlner Motorsport, the Renner Motorsport Club, and Simsa Esports continue their recovery drive. Jonathan, how are they looking in GTE?
Well, GTE HM Engineering in that Corvette now on a 23-second lead over the Bentley Gods. It's been consistent good laps times that have really given them the lead. But and a big moment actually as they headed through Planchemont. That could have been disastrous for the team, but they have a good lead. It's going to go down a little bit. Austrian Sim Racers, ROT, Prism Sim Racing Alpha, the 2 Porsches right behind, and then our commentary favorite, the online sim racing, that DE Ferrari in 5th, Race Union in 6th. Bragg's Felt Sim Racing GTE and Mühlner Motorsport Sim Racing Blue round out the top 8. Let's head on over to the GT3 category.
Wow, before we do, wow, that was a big moment there for HM Engineering and the GTE. That would have grabbed the attention for sure. And well, in GT3, this is an absolute clinic from the Familian Bomber black BMW with nice little homage to the German mark with the little blue and red accents there. Very M Motorsport, I like that a lot. And well, I'm sure they like their pace a lot. They are just dominating this GT3 class. Absolute Motorsport in the leading Audi, the 299 car, are in second, with Ringfazart Sim Racing GT3 Pro in third. German Performance Sim Racing are in fourth, followed by Reparix by Artel Motorsport, Mühlner Motorsport, Albrecht Motorsport. Finally, Team RaceGator.de are in 8th. Well, it's been an absolute pleasure to bring 6 hours, the second 6 hours of this Spa 24-hour to you, along with my colleague in the commentary box, Jonathan Burke. We're about to move over to a new stream. The details of that are in the YouTube chat right now, so check that out and switch straight over here on RaceBot TV, and you can see the remainder of this motor race. It's time to say goodbye. Thank you so much for watching and enjoy the rest of the race.
Of battling, and so far, field's starting to get quite spread out, but I have a feeling that as the sun begins to rise, battle's going to start closing up, and the action on track going to start heating up.
Absolutely, here, Arjuna, because here's the thing. Unfortunately for the LMP2 class, everything kind of like dwindled down. We kind of had a battle between Phoenix and also have Progressive, and then Simsa, but Simsa got into an incident about 5 hours ago, roughly 4 or 5 hours ago, and then had to relinquish that P1 to Phoenix Racing Esports screen. So now Phoenix with quite of a lengthy lead, 1 lap ahead of T3 Esports, but everything's not decided. In the GTE class, I think that's where thing gets more interesting. HM Engineering has about 25 minutes, 35 seconds of Bentley Gods, and that's where the battle is more heated, because they've been trading places back and forth during the pit cycles. And the GT3 Familian Bomber is in a good spot right now, but again, There's still about 4 more hours into the night here at Spa-Francorchamps, so nothing is decided yet.
Absolutely nothing decided yet, and it's been a fun and interesting one so far. A lot of incidents up and down that have separated out the field, but let's bring in to the race spot commentary box Wei Han Chan. And Wei Han, Spa-Francorchamps, usually known for 24-hour races involving the GT3 class, but good to have a 3-class affair here. It means that traffic becomes that much more interesting as we see one of these LMP2 cars making their way through the GTE race leader. Seems like Wei Han is having some technical issues. We'll wait for him to jump back into the commentary booth. I'll pose this question to you then, Lorenzo, because like I say, GT3 at Spa, 24-hour racing at Spa, usually a 1-class affair. It's good to have 3 classes here today.
Yeah, it is really good, you know, because normally when we see these 24-hour Spa action, we basically see a single brand usually taking the dominance over here on the track, but now we're seeing a kind of a multi-affair balance with most of the cars being BMWs Z4s, but that doesn't mean they are the worst of the bunch. They are really, really good cars, but it is kind of mixed away between the Z4s, the AMG, and also the Audis, and they're quite very well balanced. There's still no like stronger car. Or what would say the OP kart here in the section.
No! Big drama there. HM Engineering off the road. What has happened there for the race leader, the number 159? Let's try and take a look at the Race Spot TV replay, but this is down at one of the bottom ends of the racetrack, coming up on the run up towards Blanchenois. This is coming out of Campus and Stavilo, so big drama for the GTE race leader. Race Spot TV replay up on your screen right now.
Yeah, we're gonna. Yeah, I just saw they actually touched the patch of grass right at the entry of the right-hander just before the Coq Frere. I usually try to remember the names on Spa, but it's very unfortunate because that made the car spin the back wheel. You're gonna see the slight touch. The car just locked the brake, and the Ferrari on the outside had nothing to do with it, and just hits the right rear off the HM Engineering car. I hope they did not have suspension damage, but that wasn't a high-speed crash, so there's less likely to be a suspension damage, but that will set them back about 20 seconds on Bentley Gods.
And let's jump on board with that Ferrari, the 152 Stanislav Lennart at the wheel down into this corner, and Wei Han, just an unfortunate one. 3rd place on track, getting caught up right behind your race leader, and you know, hopefully, like Lorenzo's saying, that 159 hasn't taken too much damage from that.
Most certainly, that's going to set him back quite far behind, and he's going to have to regain all the lost pace over the next few moments to come. And we're now riding on board one of the other guys. We're now back with HM Engineering. The HM Engineering guy who's currently in the leader of the class, and we'll sit with him as he tries to catch the cars in front of him.
Yeah, he's going to make his way back past some lap cars that he'd already done the hard work on. There you can see the gap as well to the Bentley Gods, now down to just 9 seconds. A big chunk of time being taken out there of the lead. There you can see 16 seconds. That is a big chunk of time lost for your race leader in class. And there you can see stint length for the 159 currently sits at 26 laps. So diving down onto pit lane in just a matter of time. You take a look then at the 169. Also, Chevy Corvette C8R. They're just 20 laps into their stint. So a bit of fuel strategy being played here between the two teams. And one of these cars might have to ponder the prospect of a splash and dash come the morning hours. We'll see how that shakes out. They are, like we say, 1 lap ahead of 3rd place, the 152 in class. So a lot of time still to go in this race, but right now 159 and 169 locked in a fierce battle. Take a look at a battle happening for the podium places in LMP2 because, well, just at the end of second stint of the broadcast, we saw Mike Orang get around the number 8 car. Still 1.5 seconds in this one, Lorenzo. LMP2 is separated out quite a bit, and your race leader has a full lap on these drivers as well. But right now, Mike Orang trying to pull away, not able to get away from the number 8 behind him, though.
Yeah, and Mike is basically one of these LMP drivers. We've seen him drive LMP1, if I recall correctly, on SCO and some other leagues, I think even NEO at one point. So he's highly competent in that car, and I've drove roughly a few, I was going to say a few rounds, but a few weeks with him in ILMS, and he's a highly competent LMS LMP2 driver. So it's going to be really interesting to see he try to break away. Maybe a different tire strategy here could be played out between the P3 and the Fiziev Racing LMP2 cars. So even though you don't waste a lot of rubber here in Spa, it's not a track that you're gonna basically waste like 30% in just one stint. It's a track that if you go deeply into the braking zones, you kind of lock them up. It's gonna be really complicated, and there are some braking zones here which can allow you to do that. But if you just take it carefully and handle your equipment properly, you're going to be in a good position. And I think that's what Mike usually does whenever he goes out into his stints.
And Weihan, I mean, we're racing in the middle of the night right now. 19 degrees is the track temperature, but you should also note that in the virtual Spa-Francorchamps, where all our competitors are making their way around the track right now, we're looking at a race set in the September month and at the end of September as well. So we're looking at a bit less daytime hours, more nighttime running. And when we're talking about tire strategy, I have to assume, especially in this LMP2 class, could potentially spread out your stints a little bit further then, and maybe look even into triple and quad stinting your tires through the dead of night.
Yeah, it just so happens that with lower track temperatures on iRacing, it does afford your cars a little more grip, or rather a little more tire longevity as you go through the different stints. And that kind of allows you to stay out longer and, in fact, be able to last longer on one set of tires. Of course, there is kind of like an optimal track temperature that some of us have kind of found out on the track, which means that if the track is maybe a little colder than, let's say, 23, 22 Celsius, I think you might see the grip levels, the longevity of the tires kind of plateau around that. So we're now on board with Philippe as he makes his way through the traffic in the dead of night. Without the kind of floodlights that we might be used to seeing in some of the nighttime tracks, it does get a little difficult to kind of find your way around, especially when you're a faster class, trying to make your way around the slower GT classes.
And sometimes you can get just a bit discombobulated with all the lighting around you. Maybe lights flashing as the faster class approaches behind you. The slow class is trying to pick out their braking zone. Maybe in the tricky Camel Straight braking zone down into the Comms chicane, but riding on board with the number 8 as he tries to close in the gap, but Orang slowly starts to pull away just a little bit. Does appear to be a car stopped on track right now. That is the 137, and they are stopped, I do believe, in the bus stop chicane. What has happened to Austrian sim racers? Not diving down onto pit lane, so something seems to have happened, Lorenzo, but not exactly sure exactly what.
Yeah, I'm trying to take a little bit of a look back here on the replay. Alright, I just found the incident. He actually got touched by another car just as he enters the bus stop. Ooh, rough crash as he goes nose into the wall barrier on the entry, on the outside part of the bus stop. And then he comes back on track. That will damage the aerodynamics of that car a little bit. Might take a little bit of the top speed, I would say 5 kilometers roughly. But not looking good for the top 5 car in the class. Actually 5th place in the GT class currently.
Yeah, and contact's made with another Porsche 911. Not able to really pick out which car that is. Another issue, by the way.
No, det är Zelvish, det ska bli efter att gärna säga att
Gewoon zet logisch, ze zien hem 2 auto in huis gevallen.
Am gesamte meinst du bei den LMP?
Nem gesamte.
Am gesamte, ja, sind nicht viele. Zwei Runden.
Wie viel dann noch die noch mir de Luca? Nee, nur dir daran.
Was siehst du?
Nur mir fest du, aber da könnte Luca oder wie?
Da könnte Luca, ja.
Juhu!
Jubel!
Jubel.
Jubel! Schwer Motivation zu halen, lecco mio.
Mhm.
Does mean that you're spending a lot of time for of that one lap in your pit lane, and that kind of means that you have to plan your pit entries more carefully in order to not make the wrong entry and potentially lose perhaps 2 minutes of your time as opposed to perhaps half a minute or just 1 minute on other tracks. So it does set you back if you do make a mistake in planning your pit strategies. But this is where it's going to be interesting. So this is Jack Boyd of HM Engineering, his second in class in the GTE class, and we'll see if he's able to in fact close up with the first place GT car with Bentley Gods. So of course there's some time in between them. This is them closing it up, and as we have a look at the Bentley Gods in the pits right now, Jacks are up, and that means that perhaps there's a tire change at this point. So this is going to be quite tight as they converge with each other. This is Robin Sundqvist. He's gone around the bus stop chicane, and it could be anyone's race lead at this point in the GTE class.
There's been an issue, by the way. Let's take a look at a RaceSpot TV replay. Not sure exactly which team this is. It's for one of the GT3 entries. German Performance Sim Racing down in the bus stop chicane. What's going to happen under braking for the 291? Is he going to lose the rear end on the entry? Indeed he is. Going to park it up then on the middle of that corner, get out of the way, and fortunately going to be all good. Let's jump back then to live pictures and see where that battle for the race leader cycled out, because HM Engineering has just come out of the Eau Rouge and Radion complex just as the Bentley Gods were coming out of pit lane, so they've managed to retake the race lead. But take a look at the graphic up on your screen, Lorenzo. Gap now down to 1.3 seconds, and as a result of making that mistake, the 159 car being put under some pressure now.
Yeah, Robin Sundqvist over here just grabbing 2 seconds out of the HM Engineering Corvette as they go down into Brussels, and they're setting up themselves for Jackie X corner, which is a very interesting thing. Lap timing kind of is the same, but in general 3 seconds quicker. The pit stop from the Bentley Gods Corvette, it sounds like a little bit of Lamborghini. I was going to say pit stops just like they did in the real life 24 version we just had like last week, where Lamborghini basically getting everybody by 3 or 4 seconds quicker per pit stop. So good job from the Bentley Gods.
Yeah, and the Bentley Gods have to get those tires up to temp and pressure as well. Interesting as well that the HM Engineering car is getting stuck behind some lap traffic right now. That gap coming down all the while, now under 1 second, just 0.6 is the gap. They power up on the run towards Blanchimont. That's one of the Audi GT3 cars on the inside line. What's going to happen with the Bentley Gods? They're going to go around the outside here down into Blanchimont. I think that Audi helped them out, in fact, and the gap all the way down now to 0.2 of a second. 159 and 169 prepared to do battle, but the 169 just going to tuck into line for now. As we head through the bus stop chicane, going to slot himself in. I wonder here, Weihan, if you're the Bentley Gods, you now have this big buffer in terms of the pit strategy. You're now 6 laps ahead of the 159. Maybe an opportunity to do a little bit of fuel saving here and just try and pull yourself along using the draft of the 159.
Yeah, that's probably going to be what the Bentley Gods might be able to do as they come upon this straight section. It's going to be Rouge and then the Camel straight route to them. But right now, they've got a bit of things into the mix. We've got a faster car coming up against your rear. It does kind of shake things up a little bit, and that has unfortunately extended the gap between Boyd and Sundqvist by a second or so, and now they're 1.2 seconds apart. So a bit of work.
That was race lead, by the way.
Oh, right. So a bit of work that they have to do to close that up. And yes, this is, of course, your race leader, overall race leader, Kevin Volk, in the Phoenix Racing Esports screen.
So let's take a look then at this RaceSpot TV replay. Down from turn number 1, the run all the way from Les Sources up the hill for Eau Rouge and Radion. He's going to get himself in between these two cars here. You see the lights flashing. And the 169 car, as we jump on the rear end, you can see just compromised on the entry there, Lorenzo. And I don't think he's too happy right now, as you now see as well. The number 66 car has to go all the way to the right-hand side of the track, crossing over into the pit exit. And that's another dangerous move there for your race leader, who's already got a full lap's advantage. There's no need to take that kind of risk this stage of the race.
Absolutely not. And now the problem is, you nearly compromised Rob Sundquist's line, and I would say even Sundquist kind of, we got an incident just at the exit of Pro Frere with the number 8 car. So Rings Fizier nearly taking one of the Z4s out of the Pro Frere.
Let's take a look then at another RaceSpot TV replay. So clearly something is starting to happen out on track and more action taking place. We'll see what happens here. So you said the number 8 car, right, Lorenzo?
Yeah, so we're over here on the pit path. They're just about to get into Stavolo. Things get a little bit hectic over here because we can see Sundquist trying to go for a move. They just do Stavolo going to Pro Frere, and you can kind of see Bauer just going for that inside line and touching the Z4 on the way out.
Yeah, that's an aggressive passing opportunity there for the number 8. We'll try and take another look at that, maybe from an aerial view, to maybe get a better angle on that one, as the number 8 car tried to send it to the inside of that corner. Here you can see the Bentley guards making their way through, compromised pretty heavily there. They're now 2.5 seconds behind the 159 car, and you can see the number 8 car all over the grass. That really was never on there. And Wei-Han, we're talking about risk here. That number 8 car trying to hold on to the back of Mike Orang in front of him, now 4 seconds behind. I wonder if just Philip Bauer thought that he was able to get the move done, but a little bit too optimistic there. And in the dead of night, we talk about attrition being a big factor. I think the number 8 car needs a stern warning from his team manager.
Yeah, also perhaps down to the fact that, when especially from the point of view from the GT3 car, sometimes when you have a much faster LMP coming up in race, sometimes it's a bit difficult to see it coming. So, usually you would traditionally expect one car to make its way past you, but right now the second car just wasn't what the GT3 car kind of expected. So, certainly some action might have to be taken. But Bauer still continues on. He's still in third in class, and he's making his way past more lap traffic, and he's doing so quite fast.
And remember, there is live race control, so maybe race steward's going to take a look at that one. And just about to tick over the 30-minute portion of this third quarter of the race. Let's take a look then at your top 8 in each of the classes, and let's start with LMP2, and it is still the number 66 who crosses the start-finish line once again, completes another lap, moves himself onto lap 351, and he leads by a whole lap from the number 71 and T3 Esports. The number 8 car trying to chase down the number 71. A good battle there for second and third, but it is WS Racing Esports Magenta, 2 laps down, the number 64 machine. And we've got a whole host of cars 3 laps down. Angry Bull Racing, Mühlner Motorsport Sim Racing Pro, Simsa Esports, the number 6 car on a fight back after a number of incidents. And then the Durenner Motorsports Club EV, the number 77, rounds out the top 8. Lorenzo, you want to take the GTE class?
Of course I will. Let's go. So H Engineering still has a lead, with Bentley Gods now following it right about 2 seconds behind. We have OnlineSeamRacing.de in third, Prism Sim Racing Alpha in fourth. Austrian Sim Racers Roth is in fifth, with the Race Union in 6th place. 7th goes to Ring Fizier Sim Racing GTE, and then rounding out the top 8 is the Mühlner Motorsport Sim Racing Blue for your top 8 in the GTE class, Arjuna.
Wei-Han, why don't you take the GT3s?
So along the GT3 chart side of affairs, it is Family and Bomber leading the GT3 class, and followed by Absolute Motorsport Ace Leaf Design in second, and that is in fact a 3-lap gap. So I think the Familiar Bobber guys are in quite a safe position at this point in time. Ring Fit Z Sim Racing GT3 Pro in third in class, and German Performance Sim Racing in fourth. Following that, we have in fifth repairings by Arthur Motorsport Sim Racing, Albrecht Sim Racing in sixth, Mühlner Motorsport Sim Racing Black in seventh, and Team RaceJitter.de in eighth. So these cars are all within a range of 4 to 6 laps behind the GT3 class leader. So, of course, this is we've still got 12 hours of endurance racing to go. So the drivers do have plenty of opportunity to close whatever gaps that they have.
Absolutely. Still a long way to go and a lot of night hours still to run. Let's take a look then at some replays that happened while we were running you through the order. I think this is an issue between two LMP2 cars. Let's take a look then. The number 68 Phoenix Racing Esport Yellow. Sister car having a much better run at it, but down into the bus stop. She came deep under braking as my...
Und richtig frech.
I would say DTM or not DTM 2020 and Super GT. At Portimao.
Interesting.
No, that's interesting.
It's a car that fits the track. It's the track that we saw in F1. Please, F1, you're not listening. I know you're not, but bring Portimao back to 2021. It's the track that is made for these cars.
I tell you what, we got a better plea here. iRacing, if you're watching, please bring Portimao to the iRacing service.
That too, please.
It's like it's so fantastic. It's like a combination of so many different tracks. You think of Zandvoort and the elevation changes there, but then you've got these off-camber corners and all sorts of things. It's such a fantastic track. It produced some great racing, and you know, Weihan, I don't know if you watched that race, but the racing between Carlos Sainz and Kimi Räikkönen is some of the closest racing we've seen in F1 for a while. I mean, Portimao is a great track.
Gasly and Stroll, if I recall correctly.
And that too, yeah.
Unfortunately, I think I missed that round of the race. Unfortunately, did not catch those racing action. But look, I'm just going to, something just came up my mind, and I'm just going to continue with the earlier question we had on like an imaginary,
Go for
kind
it.
of race. Same radicals, but on Macau Gia street circuit.
Ooh.
You've never seen prototypes there. You've seen Formula cars there. You've seen GT cars there. You've seen touring cars, even motorbikes racing on Macau Gia circuit. But you don't really see prototypes there. So I think if you do it there, it's going to be really interesting.
All right, I have one over here from the iRacing Spa-Francorchamps chat here on YouTube. So Jacob 84 just said, multi-race weekend first have a sprint race with the BMW M1 Pro cars, and after that the Group C monsters. I really want to know the track he's talking about, but I'll put one over here because I did a combo of this on Anderson's Bathurst.
Ooh, yes, and thank you for everyone who is talking to us in the iRacing Esports Network chat. We are watching. If you have more questions for us, do pop them over. Not much happening on track right now. The gap in GTE is starting to close in just a little bit. It had closed in, rather, I should say. Now back up to 2.5 seconds. Traffic rearing its head once again, but Bentley gods will be reassured that the traffic giveth and the traffic taketh equally as they make their way around the GT3 race leader. So the GT3 race leader basically out for a lovely Sunday afternoon drive at this point. 3 laps to the good. Just got to hold on to that race lead, as it were, but continue watching now. Let's ride on board with the 169 for a few laps here, but we're talking about fantasy cars, fantasy tracks rather. We're talking about wanting to bring Portimao to the iRacing service. Lorenzo, you say DTM. I want to bring DTM to the iRacing service, and I know that DTM is changing. A lot of changes.
Unfortunately.
A lot of changes coming, based on the GT3 spec. And we talk about the iRacing curse. I mean, what better time to bring them into the service than right now?
Yeah, it's, this is a funny thing, because we are getting the DTM of the future in the feeder series of DTM. If you look there at the feeder series, you can kind of look into the DTM of 2021 because they're running cars that are kind of like built up in the DTM GT3 fashion. They were going to run towards that category in 2021. But I really wanted to bring, like, for example, give me the best sports car on earth, which is a supercar in my opinion. Super GT. The Japanese Super GT. For me, that is the best, and I mean by a long shot, racing series you can see on YouTube, on TV, or anything of the nature. Good tracks, good cars. They're fast to blitz. They're even faster than the LMP2s. So give me those cars, and I'll be a happy man for the rest of my life.
Yeah, you know what? I am honestly very, very disappointed that I spent the majority of my childhood growing up in Asia, and I didn't watch a single Super GT race. And, maybe the fact that it wasn't on TV that much didn't help, but, such a shame, Weihan. The GT500 cars, they look like regular sports cars, but then you see them take off, and the way they corner, it's just like a prototype. And, Jensen Button, who made the trip over to Japan to race for a year, won the Super GT Championship, I think talked very highly of that series, and Lorenzo's talking highly of the cars as well. That might be a fun one to have in the iRacing service.
Yeah, well, it's kind of like wolf in sheepskin. You know, you have a GT car, but it's actually like a prototype, but with a GT lid on the whole thing. It's very nice to see. Look, you know, I think, you know, many years ago, I think Super GT went to Malaysia. In fact, went to Sepang for some time, but you know, I think I've never got the opportunity to visit there. But you know, when it raced there, I think it was quite fabulous as well for the Southeast Asian crowd to visit. But yeah, definitely, I think if it's on iRacing, I think a lot of us would really appreciate it.
Yeah, so really quickly, you said about Justin Button coming into the Super GT. He drove the Ray Brig NSX, and that was a fun thing because the NSX, when he actually drove on that season, was the best car. The NSX struggled quite a lot during the season. You can see he won the race at the Okayama. Then he kind of struggled, had a few good results because they have the ballast of success, which kind of levels all the cars. In a sense, they give different weights to depending how you're doing well in the class specifically. But you could see the NSX couldn't drive anything. Like the tires were getting wasted rather quickly in comparison to the GTR and the Lexus RCF. Because it isn't the Toyota Supra that we have on 2020. We have an issue over here on the replay with the Ring Fizier GT3M car. Just as he kind of misses out, the bus stop managed to make himself back rather safely, but the front end of that car is thin.
Yeah, look at that car. They are 87 laps down from your race leader. So what does that put them in class? Let me just try and do some quick math in my head. Or, you know, there we go. Makes it easier when I can just click a button. 49 laps down from your race leader right now. But my word, they're doing a fantastic job here to just continue pounding around the track. True endurance racing spirit. Never give up. But despite that fact, they're proving to be a bit of a roadblock on the track, if you will forgive me saying that. The lap time really not there for that car, given all of that damage. You see the lap time there, in fact. Not even a valid lap time the last time around, and they're a few seconds off the pace as things stand. But Lorenzo, finish your train of thought. We were seeing an issue there for this 289 car, but you were talking about Jenson Button and his trip to Super GT.
Yeah, and he said the car was very complicated to drive. You know, it is very different from what I actually drove the F1. And I kind of asked Jan Madenborough about this because Jan is a very avid driver on iRacing. You're probably going to catch him in these hours nowadays, in this night time for the US time zones and Japanese time zones, where it's actually early in there, Asian or Oceanic, whatever you prefer. So I asked him about this, you know, how does it feel about driving the GTR? How is it a hard handling car? How much power it is? How much work goes into the car? He says it's quite of a big work, you know. It's a fun car to drive, but it demands a whole lot of work. It's a different beast from him driving the GT3 car. He usually drives around Mount Panorama in the 12 hours of Bathurst. So it's a really good approach from these drivers to talk good about these cars. Unfortunately, they're going to be like soon to be extinct cars because it will be the only series who will run these highly costly cars. But unfortunately, you know, I'd love to see them, but it's soon to be extinct, and that's the way of racing. You know, it's constantly evolving. The GT3s are constantly evolving. They're going to be more cost effective in the future. They've been looking towards this as well. So it's some of these aspects of racing we like to see, but at the same time we don't like to see that as well.
Well, Super GT and the Class 1 regulations in general would be an interesting addition to the iRacing service. Pit stop. The overall race leader, Phoenix Racing Esport Green. Kevin Volk down on the pit lane now, and 22 seconds stationary in the box. You see car slightly further behind him, going to make his way out of pit lane. That is the number 64 WS Racing Esports Magenta, 5th place on track, but for Kevin Volk, 29 seconds stationary. No tires there, Wayhan, so clearly going for the double stop here, and as he makes his way back up into racing speed, he's going to have to be careful to rejoin safely. No worries there. There was an interesting crash once, I forget which year in the Spa 24-hour race, but Wayhan, that pit lane merge between that, cars charging up the hill through Eau Rouge and Radion versus cars trying to get up to racing speed can sometimes... see there, now up to 7 seconds. I wonder if that 169 just maybe losing a little bit more performance throughout the course of the stint on their tires, maybe just wearing them that little bit more. Boyd is able to get some very consistent runs, even through traffic right now.
Yeah, no, you know, with this track, the tire burn is real, and I think that could have been affected, you know, wearing down these Michelin tires that these GT cars use. Yeah, I think it's probably down to that, and as we observe the trend, so it's just progressively increasing this gap. But of course, you know, the landing guys still have, you know, 12 more hours, 11 more hours to in fact make whatever gains they can. So, you know, they've still got plenty of opportunities to do what they have to do.
Plenty of time indeed. So we've just ticked over another hour, then 10 hours, 56 minutes still to go. The H&R 24-hour race powered by Mühlner Motorsports. It's time for Race Spot Fan Immersion then. And Lorenzo, I'm going to let you pick which car we want to go on board with here. Do you want to do some LMP2 action, whiz through some traffic? Do you want to stick on this GTE battle for the race lead?
I'm gonna actually go a little bit more bold over here because we might have a battle for the top 5 in the GTE category though, because we're seeing Austrian sim racers Roth from Norbert Windholz he just got out of the pit. That's his out lap, and Fonia Boldan just right ahead of him is also on the out lap, and they're not far behind, 2 seconds from one another.
Gap pretty close then between 5th and 6th place on track. Let's take a Race Spot TV fan immersion. We'll be right back. But for now, enjoy the onboard sounds of the Porsche 911 RSR in a few laps around the Spa-Francorchamps circuit. Sim Racing Alpha. Something happened to Danilo Hopfen. Let's take a look at a RaceBot TV replay then. And this is down at the end of the Camel Straight, in through the Lacombe chicane and through the right, through the left, setting up for Malmedy. Loses the rear end of the car and lucky not to get collected from behind there. Let's take another look at this replay then on board with the 113. You see that blue light which helps with night visibility, one of those innovations in endurance racing. But the headlights from behind as well, helping illuminate the way. Gets on the curb on the left, and oh, it's just on that transition as the car's weight shifts over. It maybe even touches the curb a little bit there for the 113.
I'll let Wei go deeply into this, but that's what we call the famous Malmedy curse. Because every car, there will be at least one car in every Spa race that will catch that curb on Malmedy and spin out. There is always one. There is always one.
Well, it kind of looked like a tech slapper to me. You know, of course, like with that contact with that curb a little bit, it kind of did set the car off with the weight shifting the other direction. But you know, I think when you're changing direction from left to right, there is an element of destabilization, and sometimes if it goes over, that does kind of make your car go wrong. But you know, he's on a recovery drive now, and he's driving quite well in fourth at this point, and he is on his way. Let's have a look at how far behind he is from. Oh no, my lifetime is crashing. But he is quite a fair gap behind the third place GT3 car. Of course, there are some LMP2 cars right between the fourth and third place GT3 cars, and you know, I think it's up to him to kind of close that gap at this point.
Gap is 26 seconds to the 152 online simracing.de Ferrari 488. It's a lot of work to do then for Danilo Hopfen. I see a question in our YouTube chat, by the way, asking about the prize pool. And yes, thanks to our wonderful partners, H&R and Mühlner Motorsport, who are putting on this 24-hour race. Uninterrupted coverage brought to you in partnership with RaceBot TV. There is a prize pool in each of the classes, and that is 330 euros in each class. So a total then of just under 1,000 euros. The winning team in each class is going to receive 150 euros to be distributed amongst their drivers. Second place, 110 euros. Third place, 70 euros. So there is cash prizes on offer here, as well as this broadcast that I think a lot of the teams have been enjoying. We love having the interaction in our YouTube chat as well. So come and say hi to us, ask us a question. We've still got about 4 hours and 30 minutes left in this section of the broadcast. So myself, Arjuna Kankipati, joined by Lorenzo Bonder and Weihan Chan out of pit lane, by the way. Number 169, who has just come down pit lane. You see the gap between those two leaders in the GTE class showing as 2.3 seconds. And despite the fact that Sundqvist had lost quite a lot of time towards the middle portion of that first stint that we had just seen here in this third portion of the broadcast, that gap to HM Engineering is really holding fairly steady now. Lorenzo, not exactly sure what's happening out.
Yeah, I'm just going to take a quick look over here on the gap advantage, on the lap advantage, or the lap relative between Robert Sundqvist and Jack Boyd. But Jack doing 214s, 213s in average per lap. And Robin Sundqvist actually kind of turned up the heat in the last two laps, basically lapping nearly a full second quicker on lap 351 in comparison to Jack Boyd. Actually, not a second, 2 seconds faster than Jack Boyd on the previous lap, and that's why they brought the gap down to 2.1 seconds. But I think that's going to increase with that Audi just right ahead of Sundqvist.
I wonder if Sundqvist just putting in some hot laps on low fuel, whereas Boyd had he's already done 7 laps since he came down pit lane, so full tank of fuel, double stinting the tires, maybe some slightly less flashy pace from the Australian, if you will, not trying to push the limits of the grip as much. The 169 now 2.7 seconds back from the race leader in class. There was another issue, by the way, that I'm seeing on my timing screen, as we see Sundqvist sending it down the inside of one of the BMWs in that GT3 class. That's the 5th place running car, the Repair X by Auto Motorsports 200. There was an issue for Valkyrie E-Racing Green, the 142. Let's take a look at a RaceBot TV replay. And this is coming down in through Bruxelles and just getting it wide through the marbles, takes a trip through the gravel straight into the tire barrier. Wei-Han, that's going to be some damage to the left rear on that car.
Yeah, if there are any corners that you do not make such a mistake as Spa, it's definitely going to be Brussels corner because it's off camber. It's so easy to misjudge your corner entry and just going with a little too much speed and touch the outside and run off, and that would be enough to send you barreling into the tire barriers. That is the case, unfortunately, for Manuel Bastien, and unfortunately for him, he kind of fell victim to that. And right now, I think he's going to have a bit of a hard time with the damage that he sustained on his left side.
I just wonder if it's often approached as a double apex right-hand corner there, and I wonder if he was trying to send it as much momentum as he could into the first apex of the corner. Sorry, go ahead, Lorenzo.
I was gonna ask, can we see that replay just from the cockpit camera or anything again? Because the car looks like he's in third gear in between the turn, so it's not natural for the car to be in third gear during entry and exit. Then he kind of he downshifted quickly. He just brought that car way too quickly. I thought he relied way too much on the trail braking. All right, here we go as we goes into Brussels. Brussels can be a corner if you don't know how to properly brake and try to trail brake the car a little bit. All right, he goes into second. All right, the car basically lost control. He out-braked himself in there, and that's what brought the car all the way down to the outside. So it was just my quick perspective playing mind games over here.
Well, we see the very actiony slow motion shot as the 142 makes contact with the tire barrier once again. Jump back to the live pictures as they run in 11th place in class right now. They're about 45 seconds behind the GT3 race leader as things stand, so not being the smoothest event for Valkyrie E-Racing Green. They are still in front of it, must be said, JMS Racing. So it's good to see a lot of teams out here, despite having some issues earlier on in the race, persevering, pushing on. That's what endurance racing is ultimately all about, and good to see a good, strong complement of cars still out there. We started with 40 cars out there on track taking the green flag, down to, I believe it's 37 out there still circulating, so only 3 retirements. That's pretty good when we think of these iRacing special events and these longer endurance races especially. A lot of action and a lot of attrition through these night hours, especially in the winter where the night hours take even longer to go through it. Let's take a look then once again at the battle out in front of this class, because I'm not sure exactly what's happening for Bentley Gods. They seem to be getting closer every once in a while, but there you can see gap up on your screen once again, Wei-Chan. You see there, last lap, they lost 1.8 seconds, did Sunquist. Gap between HM Engineering Bentley Gods continues to trend in the wrong direction for the 169.
Well, I think before I break, the gap was at around 7 seconds-ish. So I think Robinson Chris is doing quite a decent job in kind of mitigating all that pace difference. But yeah, of course, I think it's kind of extending once again. So yeah, I think that there's plenty of opportunity more, and very much so. I think the focus for the Bentley Gods guys would most definitely be on trying to keep the car on all fours and as much as possible go within attacking range with the HM Engineering guys.
So overall race leader has just come down the pit lane once again for Phoenix Racing Esport Green, Kevin Volk for the 66. 34 seconds was the pit stop time. Just over 90 seconds in total pit lane delta. Appears as though the 169 had some rough luck with traffic. The number 8 from position number 2 overall also down onto pit lane. There was another issue for the second place running GT3 car. Let's take a look at this RaceBot TV replay. And for Alessandro Vanavossi, I totally butchered that name as I read that very, very quickly. I apologize, Alessandro. But you'll see here, going through Pujon, just on the braking on the curves, loses the car as it pitches down under braking. And for the second place running car, very, very fortunate to only lose a few seconds there on track. Fortunate also not to get collected by that LMP2 car as he came through the corner.
A very tricky section for you to lose the car on Pujon. The only way you can actually lose that car is if you come way into hot and the traction control out of the car doesn't help you any little bit. As we're looking over here, it just goes over the board. It just under the board, goes into the corner entry. have. Back in the day, they had with the HPD, now with the P217. So, of course, I'm not going to say that they're not going to come back. Sims is a great team. They have a great staff, so they will come back eventually, but it will take them some time to bounce back. I'll be very honest.
Well, we'll see how the rebuilding process goes then for the Simsa team. Just under 20 minutes ago till the end of another hour. You know, I've already done a lot of broadcasting from Spa today. I did a 3-hour stint as a producer on the Deutsche Sim Racing Championship GT3 action around Spa-Francorchamps. Some fantastic battling. Who would have thought 2 wide around Blanchimont would work out 3 laps in a row? Well, René Kirchhofer apparently did in his BMW Z4, managed to make the outside of Blanchimont. His preferred move to try and make passes happen down into the bus stop chicane. It's been a little bit more of a strategy battle here, though, in the last hour and 45 minutes since we took over from Peter Mackay and Jonathan Burke. Delighted to have you here on the iRacing Esports Network and Race Spot TV for our uninterrupted coverage of the H&R Spa 24-hour race powered by Mühlner Motorsports. We're watching second place Ring Physette Sim Racing in their one of their entries in this race. They've got a number of entries. Another one down in GT3 that is currently running third place in that class as well. So currently on for a fairly impressive run. 2 podium positions, nothing to sniff at. They might be hoping to try and poke their heads a little bit higher, but right now the leaders in both of those classes have laps advantage over the rest of the field. Stefan Rossmann, we just talked about him coming down the pit lane. What has happened to him? This is, I believe, coming down into Broussel's corner. Don't tell me. We've had another issue at Malmedy. Let's take a look at a RaceSpot TV replay coming through the Lecombe chicane. Let's jump on board with the number 21 machine as he heads into the corner. And, well, Lorenzo, seems like a bit of deja vu here.
Yeah. It's funny. I call this the Mamadiqua curse. We had this curse on IVRA. You probably know this, Arjuna, you were with me, of the bus stop curse, where cars were basically spinning left and right, and also the La Source curse, where we saw leaders spinning left and right with the cold tires. But Malmedy is like the infamous one in the iRacing community. There's always a driver. No, it doesn't matter how you take that curb specifically. If you take that curb, it's a 50-50 chance of your car making it towards the inside part of the turn or your car spinning.
Well, car spinning seems to be the trend of the day through that corner. So we watch Rossmann making his way through the bus stop chicane in the 21 car. Good to see some good liveries on these Dallara P217s. I'm quite liking this number 21 Mühlner Motorsport Sim Racing Pro. And Weihan, I mean, I think it's always fun looking at sim racing liveries, because the unfortunate thing about motorsports in the real world is that you have sponsors agreements and, you know, all types of things that sometimes get in the way of artistic design. We've had a few art cars over the years, but I think sim racing teams often have the luxury of being able to do unique things on their cars and really developing a unique identity around your branding. I mean, talking not just in sim racing, but other esports as well. There are esports organizations that are building their brands around, you know, apparel as well. So it's great to see a lot of these sim racing teams starting to try and develop a more unique and an individual visual identity.
Yeah, I think the advantage of doing perhaps this graphic branding artwork on in the virtual space is that, you know, you're not confined to paying, you know, a lot of money for a graphic design in real life, and also liveries that it requires effort to perform that. The great thing about in sim is that, you know, you can always change liveries every now and then, and at the same time, you know, as whenever you have good exposure, you know, you've got you can make use of that to get sponsors on board. That, you know, pretty much what began as an ability to customize your car became an ability to even, you know, monetize and build corporate branding from that. And I think it's such features in sim racing that has even spurred cottage industries of designers and even people who are specifically into providing these painting services. And it's the scale of doing something as simple as paint schemes all the way up to specific team branding strategies. So it's kind of grown so much.
Now let's give a shout out to some of the painters in the iRacing community. You've got the likes of iLiveries, does a lot of work for some of the top teams. Then you've got Harpoon Design, you've got Pixel Dust, you've got Sim Racing Designs, you've got Max Eru. Does my team, no bias, might be the best painter. No bias, I quite like his work. But Lorenzo, have you spotted something out on track, or are you just thinking about some of the best liveries that we seem to have? Because you've gone a little bit quiet for a few moments.
Nah, it's two things I'm not gonna say about my real life stuff. I was gonna actually post over here on our discussion chat, so you guys can actually be happy. But I'm not gonna go deeply to that stuff. But let me talk about liveries because I love talking about liveries. I'll say that you want to try to build up a brand out you're trying to build up a brand. You're trying to make good liveries, and you usually have one of these makers, livery makers, team dedicated, or a guy that knows how to make liveries, still make setups and everything else. You're trying to build these teams with to be quite complete. But sometimes we see livery makers like iLiveries, who did the VCO liveries, the Nations Cup liveries, and also does the red line in the Williams one, if I recall correctly. As we're thinking about it between the Mühlner and also Ring Fiziak, Racing GTE, as they just gone out of the bus stop. But I'll say there are some really good liveries over here. I'll soon pick a favorite before our part of the broadcast is over.
Well, we were watching a battle, then the number 123 deep into last source, losing a little bit of time. The gap now 2.5 seconds. 123 for Mühlner Motorsports also has to dive down onto pit lane in a few laps time. 24 laps on the stint for Christoph Konoker, and Lorenzo is busy in the background getting some ducks in a row, if you will. But right now, let's take a look then at, we were talking about Simsa Esports and some of the changes to that organization over the recent past. Well, new driver into the number 6, Gustas Winbergas. We were just talking about him, Lorenzo, and I'm going to ask you this because I'm seriously amazed that you didn't know that he was a real-life ELMS driver as well.
Yeah, so, alright, for those who are not aware, when we came into the broadcast, I was looking, I saw Gustav Grünberg's name in there, and I was like, did you guys, and I asked both, actually Arjuna was here, Wayhan was not in here yet, and I asked, Arjuna, do you know that Gustav is an ELMS driver? Yeah, he did, I know, and I was like, oh, really? Because I did not know that. I only knew because I found out watching the Porsche documentary they're making on Michael Fassbender, and I looked it up on Wikipedia and I saw his name and it was like, okay. I know Simsa has real life connections with Arames, but I didn't remember Gustas was one of these drivers as well. So apologies, Gustas. Don't kill me, please.
I think you're underselling Gustas because if I'm remembering correctly, and it's been a long day, and I hope that I'm not misremembering. I think Gustas is actually one of the youngest drivers to ever win an ACO-sanctioned race in the Asian Le Mans Series. Competed in that with Rick Ware Racing. I'm going to have to do some digging maybe in the next RaceSpot fan immersion. We're coming up to the top of another hour, which does mean a short break for us in the commentary booth. We'll get back to you on that one. But Wayhan, I'm not sure if you've been following along with this documentary that Porsche have been making as the world-famous actor Michael Fassbender makes his transition into becoming a gentleman race car driver, much in the same vein as Patrick Dempsey did back in the day. And indeed, Fassbender is now competing in the European Le Mans Series for Proton Dempsey Racing. So a little bit of a Hollywood connection there, if you will. But it's been a great insight. The first season was all about Fassbender and his journey into club-level racing in the Porsche 911 Cup car, which we see on the iRacing eSports service being